loading up.
Turn me down on your side. No, in the stream.
Might as well play World of Tanks while we speak about that.
The stream
Yeah,
is
well,
up.
please see us fuck this shit.
Hey, you're playing without me?
You fuckers are playing World of Tanks.
No.
I don't have World of Tanks.
Yeah, you do. Stop lying.
Why
I'm
the fuck you
non-PC.
lying? Why
It's
you always
non-PC, you fucking faggot.
lie?
Calling a faggot, egghead looking motherfucker.
You are a faggot.
There we go again, getting censored.
They can
It's
go
worth
cry
it.
about it.
Oh
Fucking
boy.
faggots.
Shout out Sharky. This is my wife B.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
I sent a good replica of your wife in the chat. It's a cat being a bee.
It definitely has my face. Like, apparently I have resting. What do you call it?
Beach face, right? Yeah. RBF. Yeah.
RBF.
Perfect.
Not only when you catch her and not paying attention.
Ah, shit.
Yep. Alright. The stream is going.
I hope Shadow's cat just goes ballistic today again.
I'm in a
There's the-
different room this time.
Bro, get your cat, come on.
No,
I-
the
I
pussy
links-
ain't talking today.
L-
Unlucky, bro.
So, how should we begin this one?
I don't know, man. Fucking just talking about shit like it's going on.
Fair enough.
First of all, we should talk about our well-being before talking about that stuff, and then after.
That actually can it might be a good point.
You got the whole plan out.
But
How we do it.
I guess we might as well start with the main problem that's being caused right now, and it's the deception of the fucking law trying to be pushed around.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, so you're gonna have to catch us up because we're on the southern hemisphere. We're in a country that isn't actually like paying attention too much about all this. So,
Zealand?
what? No, South Africa.
Ah, oh.
So what's the dealio?
Okay, so the quick and dirty TLDR is that this feminist group, I like to call them neo-feminists because they're so fucking far apart from like the usual feminists we used to fight on LGBTQ and all that fucking pronoun war. They're like the worst version of that. They created a group called Collective Shout, which is basically a rebirth of multiple groups that have died out trying to cancel pornography online. This time, oh shit, my foot's here. So, be right back.
Yeah, so let's
And
talk
here
about his
and
food.
back to milk.
Can either of you carry on with this one?
Shadow, you go on.
Shut the fuck up. Yes,
Right.
not me.
I'm
Yeah,
back.
Leo
was
is
sweet.
the best.
I was already upstairs. But
Alright.
yeah.
For when
This
Superflash was
collective
fabulous.
group, this collective shout group, basically tried to attack porn games because that's like the easiest like target you could
Low-hanging
have.
fruit.
Yeah, it's low hanging fruit, especially the ones they originally targeted, the ones that focus around the whole concept of rape and child abuse, bestiality, all that
Incest.
very kinky shit.
All the fun stuff. Quite
All
fun.
the fun stuff.
And the reason they
And the
target,
podcast
yeah.
and podcast is cancelled.
Oh, this podcast should have been canceled fucking ages ago because it's a freedom of speech podcast. You can say whatever the fuck you want.
Oh no.
But yeah, basically they tackled low-hanging fruit shit. Stuff that would be really, really tough to, publicly defend. Like, oh, how could you defend a video game about rape and shit? However, their first attempt at this was attacking Steam directly, which failed. So their tactic was, okay, what's above Steam, or what can we hit that would make Steam back down and bend the knee? Their money, basically.
That's pretty light.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool, so
Shadow's mom.
Shadow's mom makes an appearance.
Oh God. She typically does. She's the cameo. She's the lore. She's part of the
She's a
lore.
wildcat, just enters the freaking jungle.
Shadow's mom and the horny cat.
In regards to the canceling, do we know exactly what they did? So the news articles that I read so far, all they've said in regards to like in regards to the whole cancellation thing is they said they claim they tried contacting and talking to Steam directly. Steam ignored them, and so they decided to go around a very Karen or mom kind of move, going around to talk
going
to
to
the manager, the
type
boss.
shit.
Yeah, and so they went straight for the money or the transaction part, which is obviously a smart move on their part for what they want to achieve. And there's very little you can do when the money handler is making a decision in regard to and like blocking financial flow. Because that would be completely controlled by an entire different organization. And so now what policies have been enacted now as a result of that?
Because of this move that they made where they forced Visa and MasterCard to put a leash on Steam, Steam created a 15th rule. Or it's not... The thing is, Steam doesn't technically have terms of service. It has guidelines. And people that don't uphold the guidelines get a punishment, but they don't get silenced or outright removed. They get suspension or some form of punishment that isn't pushing people away from expressing themselves. It's kind of like how YouTube used to be. You're not allowed to be X, Y, and Z. You're allowed to talk about X, Y, and Z, just don't be toxic about it type shit.
Yeah.
So when from Steam's POV, you can make games about whatever the fuck you want, just follow the guidelines that we set in place. And there were pretty reasonable guidelines in most cases. Some were pretty harsh, some were not, but understandably so, because you gotta protect an image to an extent. But yeah, they introduced a 15th rule where basically everything gets thrown out the window, and now they technically have a terms of service, and it's the payment processors' terms of service and rules now. Because the 15th rule, and I'm like paraphrasing here, basically says we may or may not take down we will take down any type of game or content that may infringe on our payment processors guidelines, which in return caused all this. And it wasn't just Steam, it was kind of like a timing attack with itch.io, where thankfully itch.io retaliated despite submitting harsher than Steam. itch.io completely submitted. However, they went out with a bang because they gave us names. They told us specifically who caused this and why.
So, just to give my wife a bit of information, itch.io is like from what I understand, and you guys can tell me if I'm wrong or right. Place where very kind of like amateur video games that are kind of very small budget, like kickstarting kind of stuff, or just personal expression, individual developers start out by trying out releasing games that are often like either half done or fully released. But the main point is most of the time it is free, and then what you can donate if you feel like it or something like that. When you download.
Kind of like a Patreon for gaming, for indie games.
Yeah. There's a couple of cool stuff that's coming out on there. From what I understand, a lot of, and this is from the news that I've gotten, since the Collective Shout thing kind of started, it's not just the gamers on Steam that kind of like gotten upset, but weirdly enough, also activist groups like, if I'm not mistaken, like a lot of the alphabet, the LGBTQ, blah, 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 people, they're not too happy about this stuff either, because a lot of their games end up having a lot of sexual content in it, right?
Well, yeah, trans, lesbians, all that. They want to point it out quite in your face.
So there's a bit of a collective resistance or resilience that's kind of like happening, or at least starting to build now on the internet, from almost every single person who is a internet user or
gamer or any like
gamer.
Yeah, if you're invested in the internet, this affects you and you're invested in it by default.
Internet nomad or something like that is the term they used to use back in the day.
Fair enough.
Someone who lives on the internet, basically.
But this is kind of the reason why I call them neo-feminists, because LGBTQ people are feminists, but they never attempted shit like this. This is beyond even them, because this is hurting them a lot more than they typically hurt themselves in their confusion.
What I understand is that the alphabets are a off-brand of feminism. It's like the feminist movement, the fourth wave feminist movement that started picking up like in 2014, 2013, prominently. You know, they had all the video game banning on sexualizing of video game female characters, specifically female characters. And also once again, they were picking up some of the problems that happened during the third wave of feminism, which is like trans movement ideologies and gender theory, all of those issues that the alphabets were kind of like a byproduct of that fourth wave feminist movement. It spawned all the different letters that started adding in after the T. It ended up just building and building, thanks to the feminist movement, fourth wave feminist movement. And now we sit with like the situation that we have now.
Yeah.
Okay. And these chicks, the what's it, Collective Shout people, they're unapologetically fourth wave feminists, from what I can tell. Like I've read their website. They're predominantly focused on, or at least they claim they're predominantly focused on women and young girls specifically. They say specifically young girls, that they're focused on the sexualization in the video games, the games you mentioned before, like the incest stuff and the child sexualization stuff. They're mostly focused on that. However, obviously, once again, we come back to the issue of like, what about young boys that are being sexualized, or just young children, period?
Yeah.
Or what about men being sexualized? And also, they acknowledge that women are sexualizing other women, but they just don't like that at all.
Yeah, it's the hypocrisy kind of worms.
Yes, it is. It's a very much they want something that obviously the society is never going to be able to give them, because you can't, for starters, police the internet. You can't do that.
They almost did it.
You're going to fail. Well, you can try it. You're going to fail. The internet's going to find a way. Somehow the internet always finds a way. It's like it's like life, you know. It finds a way. So this seems quite futile, but now they're what they're doing is they're trying to control financial systems, which comes across as, and if you check out their website, they declare everything as a win in a way that it kind of sounds like they are trying to get a movement starting to push for something larger down the line.
Yeah, thank you,
Something
because
that,
I was about to mention
yeah.
this.
Sure. Yeah.
Because of the backlash that they created with this, like 27,000 games being deleted from Steam, because of the backlash to try to like cool the waters and basically stop the attacks on them, they popped out a statement. I don't know where, but they basically made a statement that you should be thanking us because we brought up the problem of how much control payment processors have on the world.
Ooh.
It's kind of like setting
I
the hospital on fire to point out how bad the doctors are at containing a fire.
Jeez. I've had that statement, you should be thanking us statement, been used on me a couple of times this year. In some domestic disputes. I won't talk too much about it. I don't know how pissed off you want to. I don't know how much you want to piss off people on this podcast.
I do not care. Like, we say what we believe in. If you disagree, you disagree. Hate us all you want. We're just.
I'll keep it simple.
Yeah.
A group of a specific faith, maintain nudge nudge, are pushing in from a certain suburb area, and I started asking questions like, "Why the hell are you pushing your stuff in our chat forums or in our WhatsApp chats in the local area?" And then the guy just points out, "No, this person is informing us via the news that he gets there. You should actually be thanking him." And I'm like, I have access to the news whenever I want. I don't need your group to tell me when something's happening. I don't have to hear your group's news. Why should I be thanking you? This is you're asking me to say thank you for something that I absolutely didn't ask for or needed, and in fact is making me question your motives
Exactly.
for doing it in the first
Not to
place.
mention that this problem that they quote unquote brought to our attention, it has been a big problem that the anime community knew for like years now, because artists, like, you know, hentai artists and adult content artists in Japan faced this problem before. And that's what Japan has been fighting for the last couple years, like 2-3 years now, with MasterCard and Visa. So what they did is basically they brought the payment companies having a fuck ton of control over the market. They brought it from adult content to gaming, which is the stupidest thing you could do, especially because of the Stop Killing Games movement. The timing of this attack was so fucking horrible. It literally killed their operation before it even got any form of like ground. Because this happened like 2-3 days after Stop Killing Games got their signatures and their quote unquote win, which I disagree. Like, I completely disagree with the way Stop Killing Games approaches this problem as well. I agree with the idea of the movement, but the way they're doing it is so fucking horrible and opened up the gates to a fuck ton more problems than helped. But the Stop Killing Games movement had all the gamers rallied up and in fighting mode, and then you throw this curveball at them. Like, not only did they finally get a one step forward to get games to be like supported even after their like half-life span from the publishers, now they're focusing on keeping games on the platform from stupid activists like them. You just painted a huge target on you right now. and the army
Oh,
is
you got
already
the
mobilized.
internet to unite. You got the internet to unite against you in one
Well-
big blob, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. All right. So I assume you guys have already talked about like what's going on in the UK regarding like
Oh, yes.
needing to confirm. Oh, okay. So yeah, okay.
Actually,
yeah, we
fun
didn't-
fact:
yeah.
before starting the previous podcast,
Mm,
Elmo, one of my UK friends, basically was
Yeah.
trying to defend this because he was running the Trojan horse idea. He was like, "Oh, but this is to like keep kids from getting used on the internet and stopping kids from accessing porn online and shit." And I was like, "Bro, watch these videos and read the fucking laws. You live in the UK. You should know that that is not what they're doing."
There's a ton of people that are breaking down the laws like all over the place, and how it's basically just going to be, as you said, it's a Trojan horse. It's going to be used to push further and further into control, and basically having, a lot of personal information on just on hand when you want. I don't know if you heard about like the some of the jokes that apparently have been taking place. I think it was Disper who mentioned it, like apparently to bypass some of the early hours of the confirmation, because what you needed is an ID, specifically a picture
Yeah.
of not an open mouth, right? And everyone was using a picture of Keir Starmer. Starmer.
Actually, I have an even funnier one. They used SpongeBob's driver's license to bypass.
I have that thing as my freaking phone case, by the way.
That's amazing. So yeah, no, that's obviously the nanny state. We don't even want to talk about them. I dread the day they try and push that stuff over here in Zayday. But we've got fortunately for us, we've got a very strong constitution about free speech in regards to like what happened during like after apartheid ended, right?
Yeah.
So taking on the free speech thing is like asking for complete outcry from the people over here. Very similar to like the United States, right? Because the United States are
Oh, yeah.
slowly
It's their
giving way.
It's literally their number one rule. We're allowed to say and
Yeah.
basically think whatever we want.
Yeah. They will fight for it. They're liberals and they're conservatives. They both want to say and do what the hell they want when they want to.
Yeah. No matter which side you pick,
and-
they are pro free speech.
So what it seems like is it's obviously everything's turning like the people, citizens versus the government at the moment. Governments. And yeah, that's a bit. So just to be upfront and transparent about it, my wife and I be over here. We're parents. We have 2 little ones. I've got a 3-year-old daughter and a 1-year-old son. So we have kids.
Mhm.
So obviously this is a thing that we would particularly be interested in talking about. And also we're like because we grew up in South Africa and we're Afrikaners as our ethnicity. You know, we grew up with very strong Christian roots, right?
Yeah.
One of the big things I noticed about this, what's it called? The woman group now, I forgot. Collective Shout, thank you. The Collective Shout people is they are trying to piggyback off of like conservative Christianity, to kind of give them their backing for all the decisions they're making. And look, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of things I totally agree with them. Like I can totally agree with kids should not be sexualized within video games to certain degrees, of course. And obviously I'm personally not going to be one who's going to be into like incest stuff, because that's, you know, kind of whack for me. But I know, I'm not going to push my opinion or force my will onto other people. I'd rather just be like the guy sits back like, I'd rather you don't, but you get to make your own choice. You are a free human being, right?
The thing is, I do
that's
agree
my
with the
stand.
whole don't sexualize kids, incest, and all that shit. It's just when it's a fictional medium, those don't really or shouldn't really be applied because it's not a real person being
Well,
in that
yeah,
scenario.
it doesn't translate very well. So that's why this is where now the gross part for me and my wife come in. And I obviously I don't like kids being sexualized, but I'll do a lot of things. My wife and I will sacrifice a lot for our kids. We gave up a lot of our social life. We have almost no social life in the moment. We are financially just like keeping by, trying to take care of our kids, making sure, and we're going to financially focus on them and their future. But there's one thing that seriously pisses me off the most is when other motherfuckers come around and they try to use a potential fear of my children against me and weaponize that.
Yeah.
Then I get really fucking pissed. I get so mad when people try to use my kids against me. I'm like, I'm a fucking grown ass adult. I was taught by two other wise people how to raise children. I was raised by them, and they raised me did a damn good job, and instilled values on me of like, oh, you need to raise your children. Don't let the internet, don't let others, don't let society or groups like that be the primary educator of your household. You have your culture of your household first, and that can be supported in the way that you do it, be it like from your own personal values or religion or whatever.
Yeah.
And then from that forward. So I don't fear the world like attacking or having an influence on my children. Because I know I'm going to be the one they're going to come to at the end of the day. I'm going to be the one they're going to be like, Mommy, Daddy, blah, 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 I saw this. What does this mean? Or it made me feel weird, blah, blah, blah. And then I'm going to tell them how they can rationally or deal with it, or if they want to protect themselves. That's going to be my decision to make. Going to be me and my wife, That's going to be how we're going to handle it, right? Yeah.
That's what not that I'm an expert on the subject, but that's what that collective shout group is just seriously lacking is everywhere in the world there's just not a perspective or a voice coming out from a kind of family unit perspective. Even these feminists are breaking down the idea of a family unit. Whatever kind of thing they're trying to back, you can clearly see with their words and their color scheme and their targeting of people that it's not coming from a place of, two people. It's not coming from men along with women or
it's division
couples or whatever. It's promoting division.
That's the issue with feminism, and from its core design is it's divisive.
It's very twisted. It's very twisted because they think they're being smart, and that's the problem with a lot of these people that I've also personally met, is they think they're being smart and rational, and they're really just not.
Well, you have a lot of feminist, like, at your company?
Yeah,
you have a lot of feminist, what is it?
Trying to push their collective shout into the IT world.
But what is it? It's like workshops that you have, or what do they call it?
Yeah, it's workshops to help women in technology, but it's exactly like this collective shout thing. It's pink. It's using marketing terms and flowery language and covering up a whole bunch of stuff.
Oh, so just to give a note, we're on their website at the moment. We're reading the current ban porn on X. So obviously they're taking on Elon Musk and whatnot. Because of something that Kanye West streamed, which I'm pretty sure got handled shortly afterwards. I'm not exactly sure, but like, yeah. And X is a playground for porn, but this is the interesting part. Leo, I don't know if you ever heard about this. Let me ask you, have you ever heard these words before? Because I have. A website that lists a whole bunch of stuff, and the title of it is "The Same Tired Arguments and Why They're Wrong" as a counter argument for your movement. Have you heard that before, Leo?
It sounds familiar, but I cannot pinpoint it.
I remember this. I remember it very clearly back in 2016, 15, 16, when I decided, oh, okay, I'm coming back to the internet. Oh my word, for feminism started going on the internet. It's plaguing everything. They're trying to make video game female characters crap looking for no good reason. And I was finding out who are the people pushing this fourth wave feminist online movement. Anita Sarkeesian. Let me go to her website. And then I go to her website, and then I read a list of the same tired arguments and why they're wrong. Reasons that the defenders of sexualization of the sexualization of women in video games and the excuses they use. You could literally take this, and this will be a 1-for-1 comparison. No, there's nothing. They're using the same thing. And you know what? I saw a similar thing when I was looking up like a veganism website. The same tired arguments and why they're wrong, why they think eating meat is okay, and they use the same sort of count. It's the same structure, and it's retarded because okay, well the first one is it's artistic expression. Yes, it is. And then they give a little paragraph here saying, calling it art doesn't change the damage that it does. Yeah, fine. It also inspires a lot of people. I don't know why you have to only focus on the damage. It's about free speech. Well, it is about free speech, very, very prominently. And then, an excerpt here would be, Musk is essentially facilitating exposure to explicit content on a mass scale, normalizing harm while pretending it's just another aspect of free speech. Your kids should not be on Twitter. Why the hell is your 12-year-olds and 11-year-olds on Twitter? It's not, the internet's not safe for kids, or at least you should be helping them monitor it. And here's the one that I got really pissed at. Parents should just supervise their kids better. Yes, you should. So their argument is that your kid's learning it from some other kid, and it's like, yeah, of course you're going to be going to play at your friend's house, and your friend's parents are not going to be as careful as your family is per se. And it's like, you got to deal with that reality on this earth. This is what life now is. Your kids are going to be exposed to other kids. It's always been like that.
The thing is, I don't know what your guys' stance is on this, but the whole concept of the internet is not safe for kids and kids shouldn't be on the internet, whatever age you pick. I grew up with the internet. I knew what the internet was, and I know how to search shit on Google when I was 10. And I was not being supervised. And I'm not a murderer or a psychopath or whatever these people try to make out that unsupervised internet turns children into.
Well,
what it did was help me find sources of information. No, but the thing is, if you're gonna have the internet become such an important cornerstone of daily lives of adults, teenagers, children in schools, and anybody, then you cannot have it both ways where everybody has access to it, but we shouldn't allow certain ages or groups have access to certain information. Because I learned
they
about
want to heavily regulate it.
Well, that's the thing. Parents can already regulate it. There are already systems in place to regulate it. But my point is that I've learned about protecting myself in sex before I got the fucking sex ed at school.
Exactly.
So it can be both good and bad. It depends how the fucking child uses it. And if you want to make sure your child uses it correctly, technology, in general, technology has given you every single tool you can think of, from the browser, the website, from the bottom of the chain is the website itself, what they can access on said website, to browser. You can set your browser what websites they can visit or not. you can set your
Yeah.
computer. You can go down to the Windows and set parental control. There are parent controls on Windows itself, allowing you to control what the child sees or doesn't and does on the computer. All the way to the fucking network. You can, when you buy a broadband internet for your house, you can literally set it up in such a way that certain websites are not allowed if you don't have the passcode, or you can literally go on the network itself, connect your child's PC to it, or phone. You can even do this to phones on over Wi-Fi. You select your child's devices and parent control their IP and MAC address. You have all these levels of parental control.
You're now talking about like the second step in what you're supposed to do as a parent. The first step is just sitting with your kids and actually talking with them about stuff that's on the internet.
Exactly. But if
Maybe
you're a
maybe
lazy
these
parent,
collective shout people. Yeah, maybe these collective shout people
Or
are
lazy.
not equipped, especially for these generation of kids. Our kids are toddlers, and
Nah.
they figure out technology so fast. I don't know if they're prepared. I don't know if they're prepared for these kids. You know, I know my sister-in-law does it with her sons.
Yeah.
She uses the parental whatever apps and
But I've got
things.
I've got
but-
all of you guys added now as my Steam family, so I get to choose what the hell games you get access to. Plus, we don't have much money, so that I guess that kind of
should
helps.
yeah, you
like
share
educating
games.
Parents on how to
How to use the freaking internet? It really
Actually,
is.
this is perfect. Thank you for bringing us back to Steam, because Steam itself has parental controls. And the thing is,
it does.
by default, when you create a Steam account and you set in your birth date, unless you lie about it that you're 18, which why would a child would? Typically, a child just sets in their birthday. At least that's what I did, until I realized I'm basically censored to
not.
fuck.
Yeah.
But Steam by default doesn't allow underaged, even 17-year-olds, to see like nudity, sex, or any form of adult content, including violent
there's
video
already
games.
censorship.
Yeah, M-rated games do not pop up on your fucking store pages, even if you look for them, unless you are 18 years of age. Based on your account.
Here's another thing. So I didn't grow up. Steam only came out when I was like 14, right? I didn't grow up with the internet age. YouTube only became a thing when I was 14. Steam came out when I was 14. So internet wasn't really a thing for me. I only really started getting into it like 14, 15, not about there, right? So I have a bit of a bit of a gap when it comes to like that kind of stuff. I'm quite old, not that old, but I'm a little old. So I didn't get to grow up like having Google or anything like that at a young age. But and yeah, I was naughty. I knew what to do by the time I was 14, 15, how to bypass certain things on the internet. And yeah, it's easy to say, yeah, sure, whatever. I'm this age. But I already knew I was doing something bad when I was doing that. Like I wasn't morally questioning whether what I was doing right or wrong. I knew, like, the thing I'm doing now is wrong. I probably shouldn't be doing this, and I have to suffer the consequences of that. Children, obviously, that are younger than that don't know, and you can gradually sit with them. This is the most important thing now that we brought up, is you should sit with your kids and just do some of the stuff they're doing. Play the games they're playing. Sit and just sit with them and watch the friggin' videos they're watching now and then on TikTok. Well, okay, fuck, my kids aren't gonna go on TikTok, but that's just me.
No, I will snap their fucking phone in half right then and there if I see TikTok on their phones.
That's definitely what I'm gonna do. And hopefully TikTok is kind of dead by the time they're like 7 or 8 or something like that.
Knock on wood.
Sorry, not to piss off the TikTokers that may be watching. But yeah,
I hope they're not.
But I get involved in the things they get involved. You know what I'm doing now? We're sitting and watching like Studio Ghibli films or watching the classic Disney films, right? The animated stuff. Or we watch something obscure like Peter Rabbit animations. I personally pick the stuff that my kids want to watch. and then if they find something that I didn't necessarily want to watch, it's fine. I'll endure bits of it with them until I start seeing there's something I don't really like about it, and then I just block it and I tell them we're not going to be watching that for anymore. And they throw and moan and bitch for a couple of minutes, and then they forget because they're like 3 and 1, you know. But most of the time we're spending time outside anyway, you know.
Yeah. It
Yeah,
really depends
so-
how you educate your child when he grows up at the early stages, because some children
the
can
developmental years.
like the core years where a child grows up and starts creating his own logic or her own logic. That like the process of thinking. That's where the core problem lies, because these people don't want to get involved in that. They don't want to. Because they're feminists, they're like, oh no, I'm not gonna impose my ideologies on them. They should express their own gender, whatever the fuck bullshit they're trying to fucking sell.
Well, these ones, the collective shout, they don't seem to be, at least outwardly. Maybe someone can tell me if I'm wrong or not, but like they don't seem to be into
Well,
the
they're
whole
supporting
alphabet
cooties
stuff.
or cuties or whatever the fuck, that fucking Netflix.
Oh, I heard about that.
Yeah.
No, we stopped. We stopped buying our Netflix.
So this is my pet peeve.
account
I'm
since
looking at this collective shout people. I'm reading all their stuff, and then I'm just thinking to myself, okay, I don't know if they do it, but like, how many moms are letting or watching with their daughters things like Bridgerton or stuff like that, you know, which is basically just
anatomy.
female porn.
Okay, so now we get to a different
And
aspect of it. Yeah.
It's ridiculous for me that they're taking on things like video games, which is like you said, it's an artistic form. It's a work. It's something that someone put a lot of work in to make. Whereas they passively are okay sitting by, letting their daughters or children or whoever's watching just be corrupted by Netflix's ideologies that they keep implanting. And there was another show that came out on Netflix that was basically about a prostitute as well, and it was just like every episode just full on nudity, and there are literally people, families, women with daughters and stuff who enjoy and watch these things. So I don't understand. It's like, why don't you tackle
Well-
those kind of internal issues, you know?
Well, we know why, because it's
I mean, it's
and
not about stopping anyone from watching anything, but
Yeah.
if I were concerned, I would much rather be concerned. Like, oh, my son is playing Witcher and there's a scene with
and one of the nudity is like
that
banging
Oh.
Triss or
scene where
something,
you-
or
Yeah.
matches or
sex
something.
with someone,
Yeah.
just a-
But
feel
doesn't
like I'm gonna
Witcher
be on
have a
concert.
maturity rating on it?
Yes, Witcher has a maturity rating on it, so it's only for a certain age up. It's M. They use M. It's a very different. Yeah. M will change depending on the country you're in, so that's why they just say that. M usually means like something like Mortal Kombat, where it's kind of gory and you're like ripping people's spines out and stuff like
Not
that.
necessarily.
Usually, I guess for South.
At least in
they-
Europe,
it is for Mortal
anything
Kombat.
adult topic like nudity, violence, blood, all that, basically the stuff they shouldn't be seeing below 14, because at 14 they understand it's not real.
Okay,
Well,
because in South Africa we don't really give a shit about
Oh,
age ratings.
yeah.
Like,
Oh, fair enough.
it's kind of
But, like-
ignored over here most of the time.
But this is coming.
yeah,
from,
the
thing is,
families still take on. Yeah,
m-
the
you-
families take on the responsibility of a mature rating. Yeah.
yeah.
But just to explain, because you kind of went past it, why don't you tell them what's the difference between men and women pornography? Because that's not something that most people know about.
I can only tell you that books, especially books and shows that gets adapted, like these Bridgerton stuff, it's a form of women feeding in feminist dialogues to other women and young girls, or whoever else is reading it, but usually it's women and young girls. It comes from like very long ago, like the Mills and Boone bodice rippers and stuff, you know.
By the way, talking about Mills and Boone, if I'm not mistaken, that's one of Collective Shout's
Oh, really?
colleagues. support, like partners.
Oh God. Oh, the hypocrisy never stops.
Does have all the yeah, it has pushes down men and
Oh, it objectifies men. Yeah.
The point is just as they are saying no, it's okay because it's like it's a book, you know.
Yeah,
It's
it's
fantasy. It's not showing anything, although now it is when they're getting adapted into shows on Netflix.
well,
But they're saying like it's okay because it's teaching your daughters to be brave and bold and courageous and step into their own femininity and discover who they are. And it just has so much hypocrisy and lies that it's feeding into people, and it's being said it's okay. It's just kind of accepted, you know. So it's bad for me because it's
that's okay, but the shows and the video games are not okay.
yeah, that's okay.
So, just to give an example, one of the books that Bianca's talking about is it's these bodice ripper stuff. It's usually like a Fabio looking super ripped guy. Yeah, but now the news, it's still happening, by the way, and it's still selling like hotcakes nowadays. It's sexing a vampire or a werewolf or stuff like that.
So
nowadays.
basically, Twilight
Yeah.
book form.
Basically, and it's still selling a lot. For the sake of sexiness.
By the way, Papa, at a certain low volume, your wife's cutting in and out because of the pickup.
That's probably her tone,
Oh, fair
frequency. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay,
You're gonna
Yeah.
speak deeper,
speak
honey.
like
Or
I'm
no,
angry
just a
at
little
your
closer.
son.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'll get that.
No, it's fine. It's just the microphone was when you speak in a low tone or like low volume. Sometimes
No
it was
problem.
clipping in and out.
Okay, no, in a low tone. Okay. So, I started realizing this because I was an avid watcher of Grey's Anatomy and I enjoyed all the drama and I enjoyed a lot of the things. But the problem is those things embed in your mind as a woman, kind of in the background without you realizing it. And that's part of the feminist agenda, is they want you to feel like you are unequal, like things are unfair, like you have to hate men. And that's exactly what these books do as well.
Can I just point out, like psychologically, these same men and women are different. Hopefully, by now the world can start fucking realizing that, because it's very stupid that people don't recognize that. Even if it's just slightly, it still matters. Men are predominantly very visually oriented when it comes to something like nudity and pornography. Right? We see something nice, we like it. We tend to react to that.
Whereas
Caveman
women
mentality,
are more
yeah.
Women are more emotionally oriented.
Yes.
Which is what this collective shout group is definitely aiming towards.
So women pornography tends to come in the form of, these stupid all this crap you see on like the CW with the Flash and Arrow and Supergirl, where it's the will they, won't they, sleeping around, cheating on each other.
But go read the studies because it boosts your serotonin levels and your dopamine levels. It gives it shots of that while implanting these things that I was talking about.
And it's sexually developing you in a different way, in a fantasy kind of way, in which women do. So that is
unrealistic.
That's why that is considered female porn. So that's perfectly fine. Which, like, the hypocrisy is, oh no, you can't play Stellar Blade, honey, because that thing. Look at what this woman is wearing. She's got like just boobs and butts and whatever. And it's like, okay, now that you're not okay, honey, I won't play Stellar Blade. Thank you for telling me. Cool. Now that you're not playing Stellar Blade, I'm gonna go read my Bodice Ripper, where I get to read about the vampire like ripping the chick's clothes off and biting into her.
Yeah.
It's that is the
one's
hypocrisy that's gonna
foreplay,
happen
the
in
other
that
is
sense.
actual actions. That's the difference.
Yeah, but the foreplay is the other one is the foreplay is the woman's sex.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So it's
the
not,
woman's sex is
so
foreplay, while the man's sex is the action part or the visual part.
And it's unfair, like what? Because the justification for the nude games is like, they don't want to take on their side of the aisle, but they're willing to take on the other side of the aisle. The video gamer, the more masculine side of the aisle. Where I want to start seeing on their website, like, we've also stopped like Boone and Mills. They're Wells and Boone. I'm sorry, I don't know books. So I'm retarded in that sense. We're gonna stop those books from being published because you know what? We don't want to hear about a sexual act of a vampire like tearing a woman limb from limb while having sexual relationships with her or some stupid ass stuff like that. Which I don't know. I don't read that stuff. You're probably more inclined to.
I just, it's bad what they consider to be harmful.
Yeah.
Because, if it's a passive entertainment that you're watching by yourself or with your child,
Game of Thrones.
it's not harmful.
The
or
problem
not
is
as harmful.
Oh, sorry to cut you off. It's just I have three points to make based on what we just talked about so far. First of all, with the Grey's Anatomy, I also watched the fuck out of Grey's Anatomy because I watched it with my mom. And until the later seasons, the whole feminism ideology that you mentioned doesn't really show. It's from like season 5 onwards, where the whole the woman is the victim and she's being marginalized kind of started popping in. But that was also during the years where the whole feminist movement started picking up speed. It kind of correlated quite easily. But up until that point, there wasn't much woman porn about it.
Oh yeah, no, it is totally. What are you talking about? You're talking about the McSteamy and McDreamy and her constantly like having to play the whole, oh, will I go for him or will I go for him? And then she sleeps around, kind of trying to figure that out. Same thing with Sex in the City, where it's basically the 4 fundamental archetypes, just it portrayed in women, and they're all just exploring their sexual side within the city.
But that wasn't the main topic compared to Sex in the City. For example, The Nanny. The Nanny has the same concept. If you remember or know the show.
With Fran Drescher.
Yeah, Fran.
And
We enjoyed.
Fran, fine. I would argue she's a very strong character, despite the whole woman pornography of wouldn't she get with the
it's the fuckery with the relationships that's that aspect.
Yeah,
do you understand what I mean?
I do understand. It's just that's kind of a typical.
I don't know if we're still a thing, so I'm gonna sleep with this person, and then I made a huge mistake, and really I should have been with you all along. It's that emotional relationship, like it's emotional sex, essentially what's happening over there.
Grey's Anatomy is a medical drama. It's not unlike a lot of other medical dramas, and
it's also just an example.
It's just an example. It has brilliant episodes, and the dialogue is good and everything. And yes, the later seasons were the ones that took it completely to the different level.
And also, we don't want to ban it.
Yeah,
that's the most.
Yeah, exactly. It's actually fucking entertaining.
Yes, it's entertaining.
I don't watch it that often anymore because because I studied, one of the things I studied in my studies was romance novels, and one of the things about them is how they are actively designed to teach women that you're unhappy, to give you this unrealistic expectation or idea
of men.
Life. And that's men, yeah. And that's the idea of dramas and women and romance books. That's just what it does.
And rom-coms.
Yeah, and there is definitely a place for that, just in a relaxation space, even, you know. But yeah, it's just when I'm looking at shows like Bridgerton and other shows on Netflix, I'm just wondering, where do these moms draw the line with their crazy accusations at
well, they're not bringing up that
like
because the
this.
kids aren't into stuff like Bridgerton.
You would be surprised.
Really?
I know girls that are 10 or 11 or 12 that are into shows.
Who do we know?
Is it Papa? Do you not remember the amount of fucking teenage girls mooning over Twilight when it came out?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
Everything's on Netflix.
Or-
The Kissing Booth.
Or Shad from Shadiversity winning every time I played a game.
Oh my god, don't. No, I'm in bad standings with Shad. Don't. He disappointed me
grown-ass Aussie, man.
severely. I do not want to hear him about him right now.
Yeah, no, it's so silly. So to come all the way back to
Yeah.
like Steam, because we had to go through this little dialogue about the whole damn
Yeah.
pornography thing. Pornography is different for men and for women. Now someone is gonna point out like, oh no, but women can enjoy like nudity as well. It's like, sure, but that's not the primary thing that's gonna make them go for it. So all they're gonna focus on is, oh, I don't like it that another woman is being sexually objectified, and now I want that to stop, because that's the kind of relationship I saw in my my friends who got into feminist relationships. It's like, oh, you have to stop your pornography, but I can carry on with mine. There's hypocrisy over there, right?
Yeah.
It's like it's only targeted towards a specific gender, and it's part of the issue that we have here is that we've got this demasculization.
I call it
That's
cuckism.
happening.
You're basically cucking
Yeah.
all the men.
Agree. I'm with you. Obviously, some people like Dino would disagree with us. He doesn't like how cuck is being used, but he loves the medieval term of it. You know?
What's the medieval term for it?
So a cuckold is often a term that was used within the medieval times. If you found out that your woman was busy being stooped by, and everybody found out that your woman is being stooped by another guy, like being like she's boning other men, and you willingly let it happen. It kind of like you have no pride, you have no you have no self.
Yeah. Okay.
Self-respect. You are letting your woman go around boning a whole bunch of people, and you're kind of, it's kind of demasculating for you. It was kind of used as a joshing term within the ranks, you know,
Fair enough.
within the town. Yeah.
The
So,
thing is,
that
I do
that
agree.
I mean,
Typically, I would use that definition for cuck, but nowadays, I would say it's more like
evolved.
balling.
Yeah.
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 But
It's evolved.
the whole
So
problem
back to
with-
video games now. Yeah.
Yeah. The whole problem with the whole video game thing, or books, or in general, the tackling fiction like it's real life, it's kind of stupid and, like, dare I say, pointless, because at the end of the day, nobody is actually being harmed or used or abused or whatnot.
So this is now okay. So I was preparing for this before I came on the thing, because while I'm inherently very much against what Collective Shout is doing, I'm unfortunately gonna play devil's advocate a little here.
Go
And
ahead.
yes, you can do long-term damage to yourself if you consistently, and I'm talking about that's a lot, like constantly expose yourself to specific forms of like pornographic stimulation. You can develop a way of perceiving relationships, world, and sex if you do consist. And I'm talking about like every single day for 4 months straight, or 6 months straight, or for 5 years straight, just interacting with porn every single day. You can develop an orientation, because remember how your body works is you got stimuli and then you have responses, and that is very much connected to your autonomous and your sensory nerve systems, right?
Yeah.
Any kind of information you take in, and then you build a kind of a response system to it. Kind of like how drug addicts, they use too many drugs over time, they build a resilience against it. Their body will start against the chemicals, and then they'll start uptaking the drugs. Like alcohol, you have to drink more alcohol to start getting drunk and stuff like that. That is a similar thing that does end up happening, and this is sadly, you cannot deny this. It is scientific fact. Your brain does,
because there's a difference between mental stimulation and physical stimulation. Because
It's
You can
yes, you're correct.
like prove me wrong if you want, but I would argue it's case by
Sure.
case. There are certain kinks or naughty shit that mentally arouse you, like you would read it or watch it, but you wouldn't you wouldn't expect you to do it or find pleasure in it if you actually did it.
So you're talking about the idea that if you specifically in the sense that like if you play a female like on an MMO, you
Yeah.
won't specifically see yourself as a female in real life. You just want to role play as that within the video game, as such, right?
Kind of. It's similar concept,
Yeah.
but yeah.
And that's something that I absolutely have no problem with because remember, one of the big things I do is I run D&D games. I completely understand and advocate a lot for attempting to roleplay, attempting to like kind of jump into another person's perspective or something like that. Then you got issues like what we heard from one of our friends recently online. You remember Noel? He'll mention something like that kind of that connective that kind of reality shaping that happens when a person, I forgot what it was called because he talked about it and he would have been actually really great in this situation.
Oh yeah.
That person who had consistently believed the dragons were real and actually created a sort of, what do they call it? It's a little figurine or kind of like a little like physical manifestation of the dragon, and then they psychologically push all of their beliefs of the reality onto the dragon, that to that degree that you actually get emotionally, and remember the emotions, your brain has the ability to alter your physiology. Your brain is that powerful. Your brain has the ability to produce adrenaline, other chemicals from your brain, neurotransmitters, serotonin, dopamine. All these things affect your body. There's a lot of stuff you can do with your brain just from playing into your mentality. So your brain has the potential to alter your physiology. Literally, stress does that. There's lots of test cases of stress just releasing specific, basically increasing your cortisol intake. So sometimes people get like extremely fat just from stressing a lot, or other people get extremely thin from stressing a lot, and then they forget to or they use or do not use a lot of stimulants as well in addition to that. So the brain has the ability to change the body. This, however, what I'm talking about now, is very rare and very extreme cases.
Yeah.
So that is the thing that people fear in that sense. And that's why I said about the whole pornography thing, where you can program your brain to work, to identify with certain stimuli. It's very rare it will happen, but it can. And this is the fear now that's being played off.
Yeah,
so I'm not going to say that
I'm not denying
that there isn't a danger. There is a danger. There is a potential possibility for harm to be done. But really, what you want to do is educate people about that potential harm in a way that someone like, I know a lot of people are going to bitch about this, but a Professor Peterson, Jordan Peterson, or like a Dr. Huberman on the internet, they tell you how this stuff works, and then they let you, the master of your own life, decide how to navigate that.
Because it can bleed. Didn't you, honey, at a point study the bleeding effect of what was it? Conflict and stress situations that happen in real time, and how that bleeds over into online spaces, but also bleeds over into your family and your relationships.
Well, yeah.
But that is a case by case situation.
Yeah.
Which
I
is
think
what
we're just in
the thing is,
but I don't want to dismiss it. That's the reason I brought it up. I just don't want to dismiss it.
I guess to simplify my point and explain it quite better, this is going to be the example for the what I'm referring to when I'm saying imagining something and actually doing it feels completely different, and sometimes you wouldn't want to do it. So when you picture a blowjob, is different than actually receiving a blowjob. The same way, if you watch a lot
course,
of
yeah.
threesome porn, you don't immediately, like, even if you're extremely exposed to it, like that's the only type of pornography you watch. If you were set in that scenario, there's not a guarantee or even a high chance that you might actually enjoy it.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
the chances that you find something appealing, it can be completely different, and that's very common. That's a very common effect that happens.
Exactly.
That you will find out that the things that you think you could do, like, oh, here's a great one. People saying, oh, I'll kill a pedophile. You know, I'll easily just put a bullet in their head. The day you're at that position where you actually have a loaded handgun or a weapon in your hand or a knife or whatever, and you're standing next to another human being, looking them dead in the eyes, having the ability to actually kill that person, that's a completely different thing. You can boast about it, you can say you're crazy about it, but it's
That's
a
more of
complete
a
different thing when
morals
you're in that
aspect.
position.
That's
Yeah,
more of a
it's
morals aspect than, because it's not the pleasure part of the brain that's being triggered, it's the logical part of the brain that's mainly being triggered in those types of scenarios. Because
well, you're also emotionally charged about
well, yeah,
it. Like when
I'm
you
not
think
saying there
about
wouldn't be any emotional triggers in your brain. It's just that even like when you're set in that, like the scenario of you have Hitler and Stalin tied to a chair and you have a gun with 2 bullets, would you shoot them? Like, despite the trauma, the potential trauma that you might have from it, at the end of the day, your brain will still go, I killed Hitler and Stalin. Maybe I prevented World War II or not, this, depending on the scenario of when this takes place. But or a pedophile in this case, like, you are
I would never
literally
go for something
facing
a
a
bit more
scum.
realistic.
Well,
Yeah.
that's kind of what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah.
even if you were face to face with a pedophile, you have a gun and a bullet, and you basically you have the opportunity to stop him from God knows how many kids he can fucking damage.
Potential
Yeah,
future.
yeah. Like,
And
even
the
if
thing
you're
is, yeah, you can
anti-killing,
rationalize that, right?
yeah. But that's
Yeah.
different.
You can
That's a completely different side of the brain than pleasure and stimulus.
Well, it's not as much as you think. It's really not as much as you think. The part, so BDSM is literally the example of that. Like,
Well, yeah, but I'm not
it is
talking
the
about BDSM
quintessential.
specifically.
No, but what I mean is that pain and pleasure, they use the same pathways. They're two sides of the same coin of your brain. The same neural pathways that releases the neurotransmitters and hormones that help you feel pleasure are the same pathways that work with pain. So,
Yeah, but when you
or in that sense,
the thing is,
and
when you watch BDSM or read BDSM, you don't get the pain.
you can visualize it. No, this is then that story came in. Yeah, this is the same. This is now that same story. Well, okay, but once again, we're talking about like very fringe cases.
Yeah.
This is not that thing that Noel talked about, where the person kind of like they visualize the pain so intensely that they started feeling it themselves. I think that's one of the core like arguments or philosophies that kind of like came up from the Matrix, with them being jacked into the Matrix. It's like the brain cannot. If your brain believes it's real, it is real, and then the body dies when if the brain is gone.
I know what you're referring to. I actually have that problem, but when I get injured, for example, I have hemophobia. So when you describe wounds or like gore, if only I listen to it, I can picture it on me, and said body part you're describing being damaged, I physically feel the pain. But that's different. Different in, like, it's unpleasant compared to spanking or BDSM, which is a stimuli of horny. You don't think with the brain, you think with the dick or the pussy, depending on the scenario.
it's still the same. It's still using the same pathways. It's still
Yeah.
using the same machinery, and you're wiring your brain to then use them more often. But like I said, we're talking about addiction levels of insanity over here.
Yeah, which are
Hopefully,
not
most
that
people.
common. Like,
Yeah,
like you would have to be so addicted that you cannot live without said porn game or porn media that gives you that stimuli.
Yeah, that has been sort of the debate now for the last like 10 years, is the pornographic video game addiction. And there has been really good points made on both sides of the aisle, and that's a frustrating thing.
Which
So
ends
now
up
this
being
ties
just case by case scenario debate at this point.
It is case by case scenario, but one of the things that was undeniable was the rise in sort of like the types of porn addictions that ended up arising from like having the kind of media formats that we have, the exposure to this kind of like sexual stimuli, and then they now, the brain is now kind of like constantly getting stimuli in this specific way.
It's habit forming.
Yeah, habit formation in that kind of way. So that's the complex discussion there. But like
it
I
is
said,
kind of a
once
niche
again,
though.
that is the adult decision. That's my stance on it, is that you as an adult need to make that decision. Do I want to
Exactly.
carry on with this, or do I want to stop with it? And that is definitely your thing. If when it comes to children, you as the parent are supposed to be involved in that intervention, if that ever does happen.
The one key feature about this is the child not only needs to know about porn, it needs to know about the specific classifications of porn, which are pretty fucking niche, even on most porn sites.
So this is now where we come to the collective shout people. They live in a country like Australia, right? These people are Australian, mostly,
Yeah.
predominantly. And I'm going to argue that probably also a couple of English people in there. A lot of the people here are people who do not. They they're very happy and comfortable with letting the state raise their children.
Which
They don't
is
want to
stupid.
think. They want to fight. They want to have a state-regulated community. They want to have a state-regulated society, and they are basically advocates for the government. And their schools need to all teach the same thing. I have my way of teaching my children, or have my belief system, but it'll be the day when I tell you how you need to fucking raise your children. I will obviously point it out. I'll probably say something like, you know what, I don't like it when your kid does this to my kids. Or I'll say, I'll say something like that. I'll point out my disapproval with other parents. But I'm not gonna tell them, you need to tell your kid
Yeah, don't helicopter parent my child.
I'm not gonna let your kid like say this kind of crap to me. I'm also not gonna let your kid punch me in the nuts over and over or anything like that, right?
Yeah.
So deal with that. I'm going away.
Yeah.
And if I see your kid there, I'm gonna start retaliating, because I definitely do use that. I make them aware. I am not the person who sits by idly. I will fight. And most of the time, you know what happens? The parents just be like, fine, whatever, and then they just take their kids and they
because
fuck off.
most people nowadays, when like online, they're fucking brave as shit, but the moment they come face to face with the fucking consequences of whatever they believe in, and they can physically get harmed, that's when they back the fuck out like bitches.
And this is why I believe this collective shout group is so vehemently like vocal, and also like they're brave, falsely brave, because they're not busy staring and talking to the actual creators of like proper artistic video games in the eyes and saying, I'm going to ban your game. And they also don't want to hear about the artistic sides of a video game, and they don't care about it. And
they're not busy.
What we're seeing now is
they're not busy parenting their children and learning how to use fucking parental
they're
controls.
parenting society.
They're parenting society instead of their own fucking kids, and learning how parental controls work. Something that has been established since 2010 on most platforms.
Yeah, this This is bullshit. This
Yeah.
is bullshit. The
Poison
well. Yeah, they
poison the
dro-
water, snow, drink.
What do they say? It's a woman's weapon. Poison.
Yeah, poison's a woman's weapon, right?
And they're going straight for it because they're going for the money, which
Yeah.
is what a lot of the woke activist groups do as well.
Yes. Preach it.
They target the money and then they choke you.
In whichever thing that they want to.
Well, more importantly, they want money. A lot of their have you seen their donations that they have on their sites? It's ridiculous.
Donations for
Always been
what? Spending
driven
time online shouting at fucking companies?
Sympathetic answers.
Yes, essentially. It's to start banners and piss off and maybe I'm just saying, I don't have proof of this, but maybe some money goes in the pockets of certain people
Mhm.
who are in privileged or in very advanced positions within society, if you know what I mean. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm throwing out there?
I know what you're saying. But this kind of brings up a
Yeah.
question I wanted to ask you. Like from last podcast, if you were because I thought of inviting you on. Who do you think is the cause of the problem right here? The payment fuckers or the activists that
Okay, so when people yeah.
like that's kind of it. Like who would you say is the one the spark and the core of the problem? Because most people say, at least online, most people seem to say the payment processors.
Well, people are a lot. The gamers are pissed at the shout group, but I think that's because they get kind of accustomed to hating the group that's starting the drama after the whole what was that? What was that Sweet Baby Inc. thing, right? And the feminist groups, right?
Yeah.
They didn't end up getting pissed at the publishers. They got pissed at the activists, and I was like, okay, well. Now the same problem is once again rearing its ugly head. This is a very difficult question to answer because the question itself is prompting a specific answer like one or the other when really
Not necessarily.
frustrating
There's also
thing-
a middle
the
answer.
frustrating thing is it is always going to be like this. In any team effort, it's going to be a team accountability and responsibility. So it is both sides that are actually
That is
working
my
in an
answer.
unholy union to do this. But when people ask whose fault is it really, what they're asking is percentile wise, if we had to put on a scale, who is more going to be at fault than the other one?
I would say
this case,
60%
I
collective
it's
shout.
yeah, it's very difficult to say because I do believe that there are more forces at work than what we're being made aware of at the moment. Like there is definitely groups like Microsoft that, like as we were talking about earlier, they couldn't wait to jump onto this train,
Well,
right? They were like, yes, finally we get to
No, they weren't.
monetize.
That was not
or
their
on-
response, at least from what I've heard. Like there were the
Oh,
only
yeah?
thing from Microsoft is that the moment these news for the past couple days started rumoring around, they already started working on like an ID verification system just in case the shit passes.
Yeah, but that's the thing. They had it ready. They had the
Oh no,
gun
they didn't have it
loaded.
ready. They
It was
They started working on it the moment shit like this started being talked about.
Oh, okay. So they were preparing for
They
it.
were
But it
preparing
shows
for the
still,
worst.
Yeah, so they were. I don't know, dude. Like it kind of sounds like they were very happy to have this happen, in my opinion. If they just heard about all this drama and then they started working on it, for me, I don't know. That people could call me wrong. We could debate it. I'm very happy about that. I could be proven. I'm happy to be proven wrong in this case.
I'm also to
Don't get me wrong.
I'm also on the fence. Like this
But-
is just based on what I know I could be wrong, and I can happily accept that they were eager for it. But so far, I have no information pointing that they were not even pro, but they were like preemptively before this shit even hit the fan about the topic.
Well, what is that? What is that video that guy you sent me earlier? We were supposed to. I thought that we were gonna go through it. What's his name?
We're gonna go. I have it ready on Watch Together. It was just.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a good warm up discussion. It's only been an hour.
I'll. Yeah, I was gonna. What? I'm trying to just get the name quick. The legendary drops guy that you sent me the video of earlier.
Yeah.
That I was watching. He definitely talks about the history, right, of all this happening. Like, this is repetitive, it's cyclical. We're seeing it happen again, something that happened multiple times before in history.
Yeah.
Video games, it just happens to be the current demon. And it's the case of like they probably knew this was coming because the signs have been there. And someone was smart enough to see, oh, okay, you know what?
Well,
censorship is coming around again. We want to be ready for this because it kind of looks like it's going to go in this direction, especially in consideration if you consider what's happening in Australia.
The thing is, Microsoft or Xbox, Microsoft, the website correlated to you being able to buy Game Pass or buy video games. Or game codes or gift codes or whatever. Those websites already have a built-in identification system. For example, I cannot buy a gift card to my friends in the US because I'm in a different region.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's a whole different thing. Like, they built the system I'm talking about that they recently added is for ID cards, like full blown what the movement is trying to push.
No, I don't trust anyone who wants to just have access to my ID all the damn time. I kind of miss the days where you have to just print out an ID, and then you could just you hand it in or tear it up, and if you ask for it, because if that's the thing that now needs to happen, I guess, if they want to have this, because it's something that we may want to discuss
passport,
later on.
Driver's license,
we don't have to do it now.
But the thing is
the potential of how can it be better handled in the future,
yeah,
if they
but
do
in general it's a bad idea. The fact that I have to use my real life information to access anything, that's a bad fucking idea, because there hasn't been one fucking platform that hasn't been data leaked.
Yeah, Sony, I mean, was one of the big ones, right?
Sony is like the whore of data leaks.
Yes, yeah.
Ever since I made a PlayStation account for Helldivers, I've constantly been bombarded with Indian fucking scam calls.
I've got phone calls now randomly too, but I mean, I use caller ID. Well, we got built-in caller ID on my phone. I have a principle, I do not answer the phone if I don't have you added as a friend. My WhatsApp is always available, so most people just send me a text message directly.
I'm more strict. I'm more strict than that. If I don't recognize the phone number, I'm not answering. If the same phone number calls twice, I pick up the phone and wonder who it is. Immediately ask, who is this? If it's somebody I don't recognize, I don't know, or they're like a fucking car salesman, I just hang up immediately. Do not give a fucking block number.
Same here. If I get the same phone call after the first time, I will answer it. But most of the time, I'm like, okay, cool. I'm not answering this number because everyone has WhatsApp. Everyone who knows me knows I have WhatsApp. If you're some company, you'll find a different means of contacting me, or you'll be listed. You'll be listed if you're a courier company or some shit like that.
Yeah.
And then I'll pick you up. But on the caller ID.
I also have caller ID built in.
Yeah, you're not getting a hold of me. So now we're this is why I said we should talk more about this afterwards, because the potential screwing over of this system is always gonna happen. You know,
Oh
this is how
yeah,
human
like
beings
this
work.
is not a fucking good idea. The thing is, the Danish security system is the strongest I've seen of this. Where you cannot make a payment online on any Danish website or Danish network without having to use a government app that is linked with your ID. Like, no payment gets done unless you use that security app with your ID. But that is
Jeez,
only
hectic, man.
payment. And you basically have to have my credit card number, the 3 security digits, the expiration date, and the name. You need all that information already. And even if you do manage to get your hands on it, you still need my security app to
Code or
accept the
something,
payment.
yeah.
And it's
Yeah,
ID
okay.
based. It's like the government's fucking system. That is the strongest I've seen of it, and it's still not fucking perfect.
Yeah, no, nothing we're ever gonna make is gonna be perfect, and people are always gonna be looking for data. We're selling people now in the forms of digits now. Hey,
Yeah.
Shadow, we've been talking so much, we haven't even given you a chance to go at it. Is there anything you want to add to the discussion?
And
What'd you say, mate?
Yeah.
I don't know what to add, so
He's typically the quiet
Right,
one.
I'm just listening.
Okay. Well, you should feel free to just jump in when you feel like it, man, because we'll keep on going, you know.
Yeah, we can go for hours.
That's fine. I'm just
Right.
although I'm gonna warn that at some point I will need to leave and I will be on mobile.
All right.
Yeah.
No problem, man.
Yep.
You just tell us and we'll. Sorry, I didn't get much chance to like talk to you then when that happens.
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
He's typically the quiet kid school shooter in the back.
Well, don't say that because we're now giving fuel to the friggin' to the people, to the actor, these feminist people, activists.
Come at me,
What's
bitches.
it called? I forget their name the whole time. Why am I forgetting their name? What's it called again?
Collective Shout. I also, throughout
Collective
the whole
Shout.
first podcast, fucking forgot their
It's-
name multiple
it's-
times.
It's such a shit name.
Well, it's
Jeez,
the
I hate
third
it. I
fucking
just hate the
iteration.
name.
The first time it's the same fucking group since 2003 when they basically got payment now I cannot that's the second name I cannot fucking figure out throughout all this. The payment processors, they're the same fuckers that got payment processors
Visa,
to stop
Mastercard?
paying porn stars because of their work in 2003.
Yeah, dude. This is now this is a different this is gonna be a different thing to talk about because like figure this now out. Like they see this as a win, move on to the next thing, win, move on to the next thing. That's literally how they stipulate it on their websites. Like, well, these are the wins we got. This is what we're going to be moving on to next. Like this is how they talk about it, right? They
Yeah.
see themselves as a force of good in the world. Collective shout. Whenever I hear that, all I think about is the meme. you know,
Yeah,
the
that's
chick
what
freaking
I'm
Reese.
thinking too.
It's like a collective is what I'm more thinking about. But anyway, regardless of that, so this is how they're constantly working. They're killing, moving on, or making a killing, whatever they say, right? And
Yeah.
I'm just like, hold on a minute, like the potential of the direction in which they're going. It kind of sounds like, and it kind of from what it sounded like before, they are trying to take on the porn industry as a whole.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that is
And
their
I'm-
end
and
game.
I-
It's just
and-
that the problem is they've had four
Some minor
four fucking groups. Like
When-
Collective Shout is the
oh.
fourth time they're attempting this under a new name.
Yeah, that's how they work, right? They make a new name. It's the same
Yeah,
thing with like Sarkeesian and what was her thing called? The feminist connection or feminist something. I can't remember
I
what
do
her thing
not
was called.
remember
And
because I
then
did not give a
and
shit
then
about her.
it changed names like twice afterwards.
Yeah,
That that's how they work. Is they're like, oh, it didn't work, so this is really stupid. It's so retarded. They assume people associated with the name of the group or the system, and if they just change that name, they can get by and come.
scot free.
It feels so dirty. By the way, it feels so dirty. It
It's
feels
like
so.
Russia. It
It
used
feels
to be the Russian
yes.
Empire, then the USSR, then
Yeah,
Russia.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like it's same
It's
shit,
it's
different sprinkle.
yeah, and I think people aren't gonna look at who is a part of it and think, oh wait, I know that guy. He was involved. That's this. No, fuck this. It's the same thing we have in our government over here. Like our primary party who's been raping our country to death, financially, and just like destroying the entire system and just taking all the money away from the people. Well, not all the money, but basically they've been milking the country dry, filling their pockets. The ANC, the people that Mandela, Mandela's party, the party
Yep.
that Nelson Mandela was a part of, they've done the same thing where they split off their people and they go join a new party because we have that multiple party system in South Africa. They split off there. They go join a different party. They think, oh no, it's a different party, different name. They've got a different thing they're saying now, and we're all just gonna be okay with it. Nope, same bullshit again. Then they split off, make a new party. Different thing they're saying. That's more like buzzwords of today. Same bullshit, useless, milking of the country party that we're still getting. It's like they don't think that people. They think people are really dumb, really, really dumb. And they don't
To be
realize that
fair,
people are not that not look, okay, yeah, sure, fine. People are naive. I will say that. But people are not after a while they're gonna start going, oh, you know what? This is stupid. This is not working. And we can see that's been continuously happening now for a while. The feminist movements have been failing over and over in gaming. Gamers have been like the most prominent, like steadfast groups versus like the feminist movement. Multiple times now. And it's just not working. Because gamers will screw you over. They'll screw you over. They'll find out new ways to ruin your life at the same time. There's just the internet crowd, you know,
the thing
4chan and
is,
so forth.
it's quite simple to explain why the gamers are the only ones that really fucked the feminists over. Because the only way to piss off politicians is fuck with their money. The only way to piss off common folk is to cut their freedoms. The only way to piss off gamers is to fuck with their games. And the feminists have tackled all of these fronts. And so far, they lost on the gaming side. They had no fucking chance on the politics side. And only now they managed to make some form of fucking a grievance on the common folk side.
One of the things that was bothering me a bit, I don't know if you watch Endymion videos.
Nope. Never heard of them.
Do you know
Unfortunately.
Yellow Flash? Do you know
Yeah.
Yellow Flash at all? Okay, he's usually on Yellow Flash's podcast. So Endymion does like news reports and stuff like that. He's not always the most accurate in my opinion, but he's an okay guy. I like to shit on him for having, you know, he mispronounces stuff like I do a lot of the times. I am a little bit of a dick in his comment section. He's a bit of a doomer, talking about all this stuff because one of the things that I didn't particularly like about his video, I like his videos in overall. I'm just criticizing a little now. In the last video that he brought out, he kind of dooms a little bit, and one of the part that I didn't like so much was the bit where he talks about like, oh, when Gabe Newell goes, the floodgates will be gone and it's over, and everything's gonna end.
I've seen
Gaming's
that
gonna be
video
lost.
actually.
I don't particularly agree to that. I think Gabe Newell's a much smarter man than these people are giving him credit for. I think Gabe Newell's actually putting people in place to that are going to hopefully take over the reins. And obviously, we should be concerned. I'm not saying we shouldn't
Yeah.
be concerned.
The thing is,
Definitely
at
we should
some
be concerned
point,
as
that
gamers.
standard of quality for the leader will drop significantly.
It can absolutely, and history proves this, right?
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that I'd rather have than something like the community that absolutely like idolizes what he did to take over the reins of like trying to run it. It sucks that we can't, and that's not how businesses work and whatnot. But something that we hold to an account, someone else who doesn't. But the thing is that this is how gaming is going to work anyway. Is like if that guy cannot, if the next person in line cannot run the game, Steam, the way we love it, and Newell has been running it, a new one will pop up somewhere else, and we will drop Steam. That's what will happen. Eventually, we will drop Steam.
Actually,
We'll
thinking
we'll
about
find a
it,
way.
you know what Gabe should do?
What should he do? Make him put his brain in a jar.
Unironically, do what Ready Player One did with the contest for the Easter eggs. Like, whether you're a gamer or part of the community, you have to pass the tests.
Oh, and then the gamer will be. It'll be like a morality
whoever is
test
worthy of running Steam gets to run Steam.
Yeah, like the rise of the what do you call it? The someone who takes over after you, the protege. The rise of the successor.
Successor. There we go.
Yes, it's like you are. Yeah, no, that'd be. I mean, look.
Gabe, work
that'd
on
be
this.
Great.
Get working, mate. You don't have long. Who God knows how much
Gabe,
long you have. Get to it.
I doubt he's listening to this, but Gabe, if I was off chance you ever do
share
hear
this, timestamp and share this. Gabe, make a fucking Ready Player One style trial where you do whatever the fuck kind of fucking tests you want.
Hold on.
But
Acho que
I thought it was your wife that said, hold on.
Pitched up at the most important scene.
But yeah, Gabe, if you ever get this sound clip, somehow, make a Ready Player One style fucking trial for your successor.
which
Yeah, no, we need a morally upstanding person who is tried and tested through years of battering, through years of like tests, and they've got the coding to be the
digitize your brain.
Like become upload your AI to a AI consciousness. It exists.
Like in that stupid Johnny Depp movie where he uploaded his brain into a computer.
Oh jeez, what was it called again?
I don't remember.
What was it called again?
The interface?
Transcendent.
Oh yeah, transcendent. Whichever option you prefer, Gabe. Why not both? Have a backup. Like digitize your brain, logic, and everything. And while you're doing that, create the trials for your successor.
Exactly, and moral trials, and it can't be done.
He decides what the trials are, so it can be moral, it could be logical, it could be whatever.
Yeah, no, of course. Like it's gonna be leadership trials, and you know what? I will do my hardest. I will carry on with my work in identifying leadership traits within how to bring those to the forefront within people, and I'll freaking make sure that I give the info to whoever's got Gabe's consciousness.
If you want, I can give you a reference of a amazing leader to like base your research off of. Optimus Prime.
Oh yeah.
But no, I like the true Optimus Prime, not the fucking garbage from the movies.
The one from the show, and then ends with the Transformers movie, right? There he spoiler dies.
That spoiler is older than my grandma.
It's like 50 years old, 40 years old by now.
In any case, actually, there was an interview with the voice actor for Optimus, and he explained where he got the character for Optimus from, and the specific traits that a leader like Optimus requires, and he got them from his brother, which was in the war.
That's cool. That's cool. You know, like a
Yes.
Tolkien type of situation, you know?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah,
Tolkien's
that's
brother
based.
wrote the sequel to The Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, no, that's. Was it? No, it was his son, wasn't it?
No, no,
It
no,
was
no. Like
Christopher,
in the Optimus Prime case, it's from brother to brother.
Oh, right. Sorry. Yeah. No, you're using the. Okay, right. Because, yeah, for a second I was like, wait, hold on. Tolkien's brother? Wasn't he older
I
than
don't even know
him?
Lord of the Rings have fucking sequels, so
I mean, you argue somewhere early and blah 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 blah, blah but whatever. Anyway, but yeah, it's yeah, okay, okay, cool. Yeah, yeah, no, I agree with you. Yeah,
is the
yeah,
voice actor
definitely
still
that's
alive?
something.
Gabe Newell and the voice actor for Optimus Prime make the trials for the next owner of Steam. Go, go! I would pay good money to fucking have that shit done.
Honey, who else do you want to throw into the pile of leaders that you like to see? Not just business.
Captain America.
You can even use fiction. She not. She's saying yeah for Captain America.
Yeah. Get Chris Evans in on this.
No, please no, not Chris Evans, not the actor.
Well, no, the actor played the character.
Yeah, I know, but
I would have said Stan Lee, but he's kind of busy.
Dead.
Yeah. He's kind of busy writing the next
rolling in his
universe.
grave. Huh? Sorry.
Everyone dies at some point. Deal with it.
I was saying that Stan Lee is kind of busy writing the next big band and the next universe after this one dies.
I mean, this whole week, a lot of celebrities have died, actually.
Yeah, let's list them off. It's Ozzy, it's Hulk, it's some guitarist from Spain.
There was some
or
wrestler as well.
Yeah, that's Hulk Hogan. Yeah. He
Yeah.
passed away. A band, some band leader from which band
Linkin
again?
Park.
So,
The band leader for Linkin Park.
Chester. No, wait. What's his name? Mike Chenault. No, Chester Bennington. He died ages ago.
Oh.
Yeah, he's been dead for a few years now.
Hmm.
Yeah, Chester died. When was it? 2017. Yeah, that's when he died. But he's not the leader. Who is the leader technically? A lot of people would say Mike Shinoda is like a leader, I suppose. But yeah, I don't know. They're pretty good band. Pretty good band. No, there was another like a classic band lead singer that
AC/DC.
My brother-in-law's gonna be really pissed at me because he is a is it this Malcolm Jamal Warner. Nobody knows him, so I know him from Cosby Show, and he starred as what's his name's husband in Community.
Should we get the voice actor for Darth Vader in?
No, it's people who died now, like recently in this week.
Yeah, the voice actor for Darth Vader. He died like a year ago.
He would be last week.
James Earl Jones died a while back, didn't he?
No, like a year ago. He died pretty recently. He died after Stan Lee. I know that for certain.
Chuck Mangione is apparently a jazz artist. I don't know him very well, and people are going to be very mad at me that I don't know him. He also did the intro. He did the intro for King of the Hill. I'm not very good at celebrities. It's not my strong point.
Basically, a ton of corpses, and who gives a shit? Rest in peace.
There you go. There's the dark take shadow. I know. I told
Fuck
you,
him.
he's like the silent school shooter in the fucking back of the class. When you hear him talking, you know bullets are flying.
Yeah.
Hitler? Never heard of him.
He's that guy. He sounds pretty cool. What did he do?
Oh yeah, as a small
The-
tiny tangent, what do you think of Elon Musk creating his own fucking payment process thing?
apart from PayPal.
PayPal
he
is
helped-
not under Elon. He's making his
No, but
own.
he worked on it. He worked on
Well,
it.
yeah, no, but PayPal right now is basically the same as MasterCard and Visa.
Yeah. He making his own payment thing. I
Yeah.
mean, that's the counter move. So now this now comes back to the whole when you start going and using the law to kind of like push your stuff down on other people. What you end up getting is now and this is gonna be this I'm gonna draw back now to like alcohol banning. Is like people are gonna find a way to do it, and the problem is when they start doing it in the way that they do it, it's not gonna be okay. No, okay, okay. I think I'm opening up a whole bunch of friggin' very nasty holes because considering the topic that we're talking about now. I just thinking now. I'm just open.
We're going down the hole like a cave
explore-
diver. Got it.
Just exploring my thoughts here. We don't have to go too deep, and so don't worry about it too much. But like
Cancelled.
you're no, it's just I can easily just dig my own grave here, like going down this topic of discussion. When you start
bring
banning
shovels.
these games with these games, I guess it is kind of like something that I do want to see personally. So it makes it very difficult for me to give this topic. I do want the kind of like pornography games and sex games and stuff like that to become an obscure thing again. Something that isn't as well like portrayed because I don't have filters really on my Steam account, right? I don't block anything. I don't like blocking things. I like to know when things are happening.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, because I don't block anything, I get a crap ton because it's not on my wish list because I've wish listed a ton of games. I get a crap ton of the anime game, hentai games
Yeah.
on my page, and then I have to say, see less of this or ignore this or whatever like that, right?
Yeah.
I don't want to block anything, but I just don't want to see that, and it's frustrating that there was such a since the green light thing that happened on Steam, such a huge influx of like hentai games started like kicking off in it, and it's just in my face every single time I log into Steam. And the only way to get away with it is to probably block it. To be fair, so maybe it's just my own.
But at least you have the
stubbornness
option instead of completely removing.
Yeah, that's true. That's or removing it from. Look,
Those
this
are
isn't the
not
first.
boobs.
I would argue
Those are
that's
lies.
them having to
Those
work
are-
with the
those are-
filters.
That's some dude drawing some crap.
No, but
Some shit.
the thing is, actually, funny thing. While on the last podcast, while we were talking about this whole fucking thing with Steam deleting hentai games, I opened Steam and tried to look under the tag nudity and sexual content. There were only 603 entries, and there were normal games under that filter. Like there were two the Diablo 3 style games and Counter-Strike.
Yeah. Oh geez, you now talking about the next thing. Okay, so we should probably so let's dedicate this talking time now to this. So this is now one of the flaws of this entire movement. One of the flaws from this movement, from what I've picked up, is that they want to ban games now that have child stuff or not safe for work or anything like that. The frustrating thing is I do not believe in any potential way that the people who are editing, fact checking, or checking any of these things are doing a diligent job or are of noble intentions in good faith. So what ends up happening is they'll have drama. What could happen hypothetically, and this is far more possible than the alternative. someone gets mad at the developer, the game of a game. The game itself has some zesty aspects that now, oh, look at that. If I just report it underneath, this nudity and children or incest or something like that, because there's one scene that you can say is sexually suggestive, or there's a scene where a woman gets punched or something like that. Oh, there we go. You've put it under the spotlight. It can get banned.
Oh, no,
And
I
now
was
you
referring
have
to the
this
filter.
entire-
Like, you can search for sex games by using the
so
sex
this
game
now-
filter.
So this is now the next aspect of this. It's like now you can just simply report a game's via its listed tags, metadata,
Yeah.
which means you're removing contextualization of the game completely, and now all you're doing is banning things from a numbers perspective. And yes, now this has happened before. You getting casualties within your crusade to ban video games. And this has happened before, and this is the thing that the gamers are now against. The gamers are against banning games from a particular, specifically a data POV, and it will happen. I don't care what someone tells me. I didn't say no. We're gonna be careful. Like, you're gonna be careful for 2 seconds, and then what you're gonna do is you're gonna start using an algorithm to start checking things for you. It always happens like that. People get lazy. You don't do a diligent job.
Yeah.
Look at YouTube.
But-
look at what happened. Holy crap! Look at what happened with Twitter. Dear Lord, look at what happened to Twitter. That was a shit show. Holy crap.
There's one flaw in your prediction though, because
Oh, yeah?
they actually accounted for this shit by wording their like they worded it in such a way that they can attack any game. Basically, they said that they are going after all games that have adult material in them.
Oh no! What? That can be anything. That can be literally blood splatter
Exactly.
or just a squirt.
Exactly.
World of Warcraft can be banned for that. Then
Lara Croft, GTA 5, 6, Call of
Well,
Duty,
yeah.
CSGO, or CS2, whatever you want to call it. Any game that has a gun, any game that has form of blood in it. Even, the thing is, because they're feminists, they can even technically go after Mario because a woman is in distress.
Yeah, no, that's assault towards women, right? It's
Well, that's the thing.
jeez.
I'm paraphrasing, but I remember them mentioning that they're gonna go after any game that depicts women and children in stressful and dangerous situations.
Oh dear. See, yeah. Now, see, this is now so from the get-go, people are not idiots, and this is why the gamers are all tallying against this or rallying against it as a whole. This will get abused into its complete core. Like, it's gonna get abused. It's the same issue I had with the stop killing games thing, is like how it was originally worded. The beauty is that the person who started stop killing games ended up saying, we specifically have a thing in which we're envisioning in regarding to it. Because one of the problems that, obviously that got Pirate Software into a lot of trouble was saying, oh no, how it's worded here, people can potentially just take over the IP of almost any single game. It's like, yeah, sure, that can happen, but it's specifically worded within how Stop Killing Games wanted to start their petition. It was focused on preserving the game, not on stealing money or IP. And really, what should have happened there was a renegotiation.
But the problem
With
is,
this thing-
after they rewarded the current campaign of Stop Killing Games is basically game developers having a built-in system that allows the community to keep the game online game alive after its half-life. The problem with that is, and this is my issue with Stop Killing Games in general, and why I think it's a stupid fucking movement based on their criteria, because their criteria are too broad. All game developer companies have to do now is, and this is run with me by this. I'm a game developer company. Okay, so gamers are gonna force us to allow them to run servers after we're done running servers for them, after official servers are dead. Wait a fucking minute. If we're gonna bother to have gamers run servers with our code, because we need the code from the developers to run the server in the first place, why not make them pay for it? Hold on a fucking minute. Why wait until the game dies? We're just gonna develop the game. It's gonna be online. We're gonna have 1 or 2 fucking official servers where we pay. And if they want more servers, they pay us monthly to create servers for them.
Yeah.
On day one.
Yeah. It's control of the money. It's always about the money,
Yeah.
and also the big one that is brought up into question is that they don't. They say, oh, it's expensive, it's bullshit. They can hand that over towards the player base to manage and run it. So they just want you to give money, and also you're interfering with their system that they've put into place. The whole we just make trash, sell you a bunch of trash, sell you a bunch of microtransactions on that trash game, and then when the game runs out, you have to get new game and new microtransactions. So nothing of longevity is then there. You have to just stick by with whatever game that is current and hyped at the moment. There is no permanent game, like for instance a Warcraft 3 you can turn back to when you get tired of all the new shit, or a World of Warcraft vanilla free server that you can just go back to when you get tired of the modern WoW.
But let's go with base case scenario. In the base case scenario, a game developer would give the server code to the community so they can run their own servers. The problem with that, and this is the base case scenario, the servers will have to be basically pay to play. Like you would have to pay for the server to be kept running because you would need anti-cheat. You would need constant updates on it to stop cheaters.
It'd be community supported. So when the community stops running it,
but you would still, as the community, you would still have to pay the people running the server to keep and maintain anti-cheat going.
Yeah.
It would be no different than Minecraft server websites.
But it's just to take it, what Stop Stealing Games' vision is that it'll take the burden of sustaining the game off of them. The frustration is now, and I totally understand, this is where Pirate Software was coming from when his drama that he started, which he totally deserves at the moment, is that how it was phrased before, it could potentially be abused, and it's a case of a just trust me, bro. I'm not gonna steal your IP or anything like that and make it a big problem for you and your company. And it gets muddy and it gets very, very complex, the argument at that point. I don't have answers in this regard. I'm not that bright when it comes to providing answers in this. What the best answer I would have is that a continuing negotiation would need to take place, and between the game, I'm going to use this term, the stewards of the game, and the game owners. You understand what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. The people taking care of the game and the people who own the IP of the game. It's like that's going to be a continued negotiation. But I think it's a scary thing for devs and publishers to kind of do. And secondly, publishers have no incentive to give into that. They just want their cash cow.
Yeah.
They don't want the cash to be self-servient. They don't want the cash cow to have their own hands onto the product. So yeah, it's a frustrating thing. But yeah, Steam's removed games before.
For example, I cannot buy
issues.
I cannot buy certain old games. They're just not available on Steam.
I have Universe at War on Steam. It's a game made by Petroglyph Studios. These are the people who made the original Command & Conquer. They left Westwood, the company that made Command & Conquer. They left when EA bought Command & Conquer, and they started Petroglyph Studios. And one of the first games they made was Empire at War. And the second game, which was their first original IP, was Universe at War, and I have it on Steam, but you cannot buy it on Steam anymore.
Yeah. For example,
Yeah.
a childhood game of mine, a very beloved childhood game of mine, Delta Force Black Hawk Down. I cannot buy it on Steam. My only
I remember
chance
that
of
one.
getting it is through piracy.
Yeah, and that is I'm gonna
Yeah, but I'm
piss off a lot of people now by saying
Pirates.
this is where I would say there is far more justification for being a pirate today than there's ever
well, yeah,
been
but
in history
it's a game
before.
from 2003, back when you could own your games.
Yeah, and that's the other argument now that Stop Killing Games is trying to really get to the forefront is why are game developers not making games that people can own anymore? And that is the real discussion that the developers and publishers don't want to have. They don't want to have the discussion of why can you not have Spider-Man Web of Shadows anymore? Why can you not have Cybertron, the battle for Transformers Battle for Cybertron anymore? It's because they don't want you to have some form of a playable game that can run without them profiting from it in any kind of way.
So keep it on the fucking market.
They don't. Yeah, that's the big fight now. That's the big fight now.
Like, I genuinely do not understand why is it so difficult for the fucking publishers to keep their old, like, literally the game has already been paid for when it released, and it's been
not
years
difficult
now.
for them. It's not difficult for them. They just don't want to do it. It is an issue of money. It's always going to come back to an issue of money.
How? They're gonna literally make money off of titles they already invested in and got their money back from.
They're not making money from you making money. This is one of the things that I still find fantastic about World of Warcraft.
One second, because Mama B.
Yeah, she's here next to me. She's saying goodbye. She's going to bed.
Oh, sorry, I didn't want to interrupt. I would love
It's
to
fine.
stay, but thank you so much. It's very interesting.
No problem. Sorry,
you
we
were
didn't
here,
really
honey.
get to dive more into this. We just rant on everything we can.
No, I understand and respect that. It's raw and it's good. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Yeah, the lady.
But you two are always welcome.
Yeah.
And if you do make time, most probably we're still going to be going for like 2 more hours or however long Papa has left. If you make it back, you can always hop back in.
She's going to bed and she's gonna clock
fair
out
enough.
now.
In
This
that
is one
case-
of those times I wish I was a night owl who didn't have like a 8 to 5 job.
Want to switch?
you can hire
How's he looking for
Shadow.
work?
Fair enough.
I kind of need a job and you need relaxation. So it's a fair deal.
It sounds like a great deal. Sounds like a great deal.
You can pay him in head pats and a meal.
I can live in the basement. It's fine.
That sounds like slavery with extra tips.
Yeah.
Hey. Who said
Chicken
slavery?
baby.
I'm not black. It's okay.
Oh god. Oh god.
Hey, he says you have to be black to be a slave. That's not. And we
Like
don't
I said,
discriminate.
Shadow in the
Slavers,
school shooting.
slavers don't discriminate. Okay, cool. Yeah, thanks. I'll be on for another hour or so.
Alright. In that case, should we get started with the video?
Yeah, let's get on to the video then.
Roger that. I'm sending the link
I
now.
was just gonna say while you're busy getting the link ready, I was just gonna say that this is something that I'm still chuffed to some degree with Blizzard and WoW, is that they allowed still some free servers to kind of carry on going. Um, 'cause
Yeah, but
there
I guess the
are,
difference is
and
Blizzard in general doesn't tend to like put out games every year or slop every year. I wouldn't even call games nowadays games.
there's it's just that like there's a brand new server just got released 2 days ago called Project Epoch, and what they're trying to do is they're trying to do alternative universes to, or at least alternative stories to what the World of Warcraft story ended up going into. Like for instance, this Project Epoch is very focused like on the trolls aspect of World of Warcraft, and you just have characters from vanilla, and they just altered it so that it has a couple of Wrath of the Lich King and Burning Crusade stuff. Basically, they picked and choose stuff from the expansions that they want to put in. I'm currently like on Turtle WoW, and Turtle WoW has an alternate lore to the original WoW, where it's like, oh, the High Elves who ended up becoming the Blood Elves in the main in Blizzard lore are still high elves here, and they went back to the Alliance, and now you can play a high elf in vanilla server. Well,
Ah,
wow! And I was like,
that's
oh,
neat.
and then they balanced all the talent trees. They, for instance, one of the things they did is they made hunter survival completely melee oriented and focused, balanced a lot of the stuff there. And a rogue, they gave some cool role playing stuff, like which wasn't in the original game. Like rogues can now go to different trainers and look like other factions as characters. So then you can go and sneak into hostile factions as a regular dude, and they won't attack you. You can even buy and sell from them because you look like an orc, or you look like a troll, or an ogre, sorry, or something like that. And then that faction does not attack you until it's some really neat stuff that they added in, and custom dungeons and worlds that are only available like 4 expansions into the original WoW, and they recreated it with their own storylines for it, because obviously the events of the other expansions never happened. It's so all this community driven content that got made on the community's dime. And this is what big companies are trying to avoid. They don't want people to be privately funded. By the way, there's donations that you can do on the server, and you get some obviously rewards on it. I don't care much for the rewards, but a lot of people like it. And that's how they fund the server, is stuff like that, donations and rewards.
Well, yeah, that's
for
how it should
people.
be. It's just that,
Well,
yeah, companies
Yeah.
stopped focusing on making good games. They just fucking
have a bottom line they need to reach at the end of the financial quarter. Yeah,
Yeah.
I know.
Yes.
This, and they're kicking and screaming at the moment. I think that's the issue with Disney as well. It's like they have to meet some sort of financial end to show towards it. Did you hear how many people they want to buy the new Battlefield?
They're making a new
How many?
Battlefield.
There's a new Battlefield 7, 6, 7, 7. Yeah, yeah.
No, oh, Battlefield
7.
6. Actually, that looks pretty
Battlefield
good.
6. No, but did you hear what the projected sales? What the board wants? How many sales they want this game to make?
How many?
That they said 100 million. 100 million people they want to buy the new Battlefield. So that Endymion guy I watch, he said he put the numbers together from a couple of guys, even across all the other older Battlefields together, all the old Battlefields together, the amounts of sales they had together was something in the 80 million. And that's all the old Battlefields collectively, all summed up to 80 million. And the money they want that EA is projected for DICE is, or at least just thrown out there, sorry, is
Oh no,
80
DICE is working on
is
this.
100.
Actually,
course
I
they
can
are,
make
but,
this
like,
far fucking worse for you. Or like I can make this sound far fucking worse for Battlefield.
Electronic assholes.
They should rename into that. But a year ago, well, basically a year from Battlefield 6's estimated release, they announced that DICE stopped working on the Need for Speed franchise so they could work on Battlefield and finish it up.
Okay.
Now, to give you some context, the last Need for Speed game was called Need for Speed Unbound, which was basically a copy and paste of Need for Speed Heat, which was the last Need for Speed game ever made by Ghost, which was their in-house created developer team.
That was a cop chasing one, right?
They massacred Ghost. Ghost was a fucking amazing development team that had passion for the franchise, but EA.
What did they make? Which ones did they make?
So Ghost, their first ever project, which was half baked with an old engine from DICE, was Rivals. That was their first ever game.
Okay.
And they were founded in that year, so they had to work with an old engine and have a finished game from DICE.
Okay.
Then their first complete new engine, their own idea, everything is them. This is their technically their first ever Need for Speed game, which was 2015. It was buggy, but despite all its problems, you could tell they had passion for the project. Like, the game felt alive and that it had a soul. Then, because 2015 didn't perform as EA expected, which, how can you expect a fresh out of the oven developer team with a new engine, which is designed for graphics, not racing and handling, the Frostbite engine? How can you expect them to perform? So,
below average, I suppose.
in any case, since 2015 got released, every single update was free. Oh shit, Shadow, you're lagging the fuck out.
Oh, he's also talking to Shadow Mom.
Yeah.
Deploy.
Yeah.
But yeah, every single update that 2015 really got was for free. DLC, like they were basically DLC packs, but we got them for free. And the last update we got was cross-platform.
Okay.
In 2015. Then, because Need for Speed 2015 didn't perform as EA expected because they're fucking retards, they started getting their hands into the project, aka Need for Speed Payback, which had microtransaction chance upgrade parts. So picture this. If you want to buy a car for street racing, you would have a street racing dealership. Let's say you buy an R34. You would have, if you want to drive only the R34 in all your races, you would have to buy it 4 times. One for street racing, one for drift, one for off-road, and another one for another drag. Yeah, there were 4 modes. I don't remember. Anywho, those were 4 separate cars. It's the same car that you had to buy 4 times. And to upgrade the cars, you would have to go to a shop dedicated to each style of racing, where you would buy engine cards, basically cards with engine parts on them that will improve your car's stats. The problem with that is they're randomized. The stats on the cards are randomized, and the shops would get restocked every hour in real life, like every real life hour. So you would have
Sounds painful.
Oh, it was very painful because you never knew when you got the max stats for a part. So what you would have to do is basically get the Street Racing R34, go to the Street Racing parts shop, buy every single card in the shop in stock, play for an hour, and buy again all the cards in the shop. And the thing is, you couldn't compare the cards in the shop with the cards on your car. So you would have to buy them, go to your garage, and then compare the parts you just bought with the cards you have on.
Oh, that's stupid. Why didn't they have? You
Because
just
that
want
was
to have the
EA's idea.
immediate-
Do you want to know why they made that system? And EA forced them to have that system? Because you could
Tell.
buy special upgrade part cards with microtransactions.
Yeah, so bypass all of his drama by just getting the microtransaction.
Not to mention how buggy the fucking game was. Because of the systems implemented.
EA has been famous for just like
Yeah.
taking a bad system and making it worse.
Like, Payback is not a Ghost Games Need for Speed. Payback is an EA Need for Speed.
So yeah, the obviously EA is just carrying on. Look, I am a Westwood fan. Like Westwood games were my games, like as a kid, and obviously I still hold a massive grudge against EA for that. That's why back in like when was it? I forget it was. Oh, I think it
2012.
was in Command & Conquer. I think it was, maybe it's 2012. I just can't remember when Command & Conquer 4 got released. Then I knew I was never buying an EA game anymore. Let's have a look here. Command & Conquer 4 came out 2010. So yeah, 2010. 2010 was the last, before 2010, because I still bought Red Alert 3. 2010 was the last time I bought or prior to 2010. Last time I bought an EA game with money. Yeah.
Now,
So
comes-
I never ended up getting any of the games sort of that came out afterwards or anything like that. Or at least
Plants vs.
I don't-
Zombies.
yeah.
That was a piece of shit game.
yeah.
I like Plants vs. Zombies.
I like the first one and second one.
It's a fine
I like
game.
this-
It's just EA got their hands on it.
I like the first one. I played the second one, but it had no lasting memory in me. Like the first one will always be like just a game that was made with love. But that was still when what's the company? The dev that
I
does
don't
Plants vs.
remember.
Zombies? They did Peggle.
Capcom.
PopCap.
PopCap.
Yeah, PopCap. They loved their stuff, and they put a lot of heart into it. I just didn't understand why they kept on making these arcadey games for EA, but yeah, obviously that's like one of the many stupid things that ended up happening. It's like once you join a large publisher, you make freaking AAA games. You don't make these arcadey like waste away games, right?
Yeah.
You now have money to back you to make your big epic magnum opus. But yeah,
To get back
It's in
on
the
track
money.
towards Battlefield.
It's in the
So,
money.
the third game came out. The Ghosts technically fourth, but is actually the third because it's a full their own game. Need for Speed Heat. It was very nicely perceived on launch. It was better received than Need for Speed 2015. It was a great game. There were still some troubles, but no bugs. The handling system needed a bit of fine tuning. Some of the economy didn't really function well, and that was pretty much it in terms of problems with it at launch. So Need for Speed Heat was supposed to be like a hit. It was like there was nothing that could go wrong with it that could jeopardize either Ghost or the Need for Speed franchise. Come in the fucking Dark Souls faggots, the people that say, "Oh, it's not hard enough."
You mean not FromSoft? You're talking about the fans of Dark Souls.
Yeah, the Dark Souls. I call them Dark Souls faggots, aka the game is not hard enough. Like it's not drilling into my asshole and into my skull simultaneously.
Those people have always existed. Like back in the day, they were people who played Ninja Gaiden. You know,
Yeah.
those assholes have
The
always
problem
existed.
the problem with this is Ghost listened to the community's feedback. It was one of the only developers at the time that did, and they were actively communicating with the community. So when people in the community started complaining that, oh, the cops at night are not hard enough, in the next update they cranked up the difficulty. But because of that, they basically annihilated most of the casual players of Need for Speed, aka you would get shagged at two-star wanted level, and you could not escape a fucking Crown Vic. It was
At that
broken.
point, I think at that point I'm gonna go ahead and say that was their fault. Like this is now Dave's fault for listening to the wrong people. Like they made it.
Yeah, but is
they
it
made
their
a
fault
choice
for
and they
listening
have
to the
stick.
community?
Yes, look. When you are and I say this with the utmost of respect, and I don't know Ghost really, but this goes equally for almost everyone. When you make a decision in regards of how you're going to lead your project as a leader, you gotta take the consequences of that decision. So when you listen to the wrong people, or you make a decision that ends up destroying your game, you just gotta fall on the blade. You know, that was your
True.
choice. You have to make that decision,
However,
unless you were forced to make that decision.
the thing is, hold on.
Well,
So,
you can make an argument against that.
well, the thing is, that was the fourth year Ghost existed as a developer. And since 2015, the feedback from the community made them better and better. And just because the games were bad, the community still believed in Ghost. Like, the developer was beloved. The games were hated because of the stuff happening. 2015 got an excuse. It was their first ever game on a new engine that was not designed for racing games. We'll cut them slack. Then Payback, EA got their hands on it. Ghost did not make half of the decisions of that game. Not their fault. Need for Speed Heat, on launch, damn near perfect. A couple fine tunings here and there. And the community feedback that helped them throughout most of it got mixed with the fucking like the fucking masochists that love hardcore gaming. Like it. And because they listened to the feedback that so far guided them towards glory, now it shagged them in the ass. The one time they listened to the community and it was a bad fucking decision to listen. The community asked more customization. We got that. They asked more types of racing. We got that. More cars. We got that. More rims, like style choices, like wheels, bumpers, you name it. Like, whatever the community asked, they brought it in and the community loved them for it. This was the one time the community led them astray because it wasn't the Need for Speed community. It was a fucking hardcore difficulty community that joined in on the Need for Speed bandwagon.
Sure. I guess what you can say now is a good lesson to be learned from that. Don't trust everyone in your community. Be very careful who you trust. I mean, this is the same thing with like alphabet people within your community, who activists who want to have no Helldivers, give us a rainbow flag, and it's like, no, ignore those people. Seriously, fuck those people. Those
But-
people are trying to push ideology through your game, and you need to be very aware
And
that
I
that's what they're
agree.
doing.
However, because they did what the community asked, they made the game harder, and then complaints started coming in that the game is too hard, EA disbanded Ghost in the middle of creating the updates for Heat.
Okay, but why did that happen? Like, what it was? Okay, I need to have like it can't just be, oh, you've gotten bad feedback. Now we're gonna just ban you. I'm just gonna
Well,
disband you.
that's the thing.
Like, no,
Payback was a failure. 2015 in EA's eyes was a failure. And Heat is becoming a failure because of one bad update. From EA's perspective, they made 4 bad games.
yeah. Yeah, that is the terrible world of money versus artistic design. Although, God, from what you're telling me, the games were good. See, I never played these games, so I didn't have any context for it. Like, I'm
I
just really
played the
talking
fuck
about
out of
from
2015. I know 2015 by fucking heart, and it
sure,
despite the
sure,
problems.
but I don't have any reference or context for this, so I'm
Yeah.
literally working off of your reference and context. So this is all tertiary, like information and knowledge
Fair
that I'm
enough.
working and trying to deduce some sort of assessment or make some assessment from. It's not going to be very good, right? It is not going to be very accurate. But from the information that I got from you and from what I can find out, is that these are nice people. They are great devs, and they obviously are good at keeping the people happy, but they seem to not be capable of delivering a good game. I'm not going to say it's not on their own merit, but definitely not within the bounds of working with EA.
Exactly. And that's what
Okay, so
saddened me because
Well,
yeah,
yeah.
I heard they got
It's
disbanded.
just,
I knew Heat was gonna die. They got to work, they got to finish Heat, and their last update again was a cross-platform. So from people fans of Ghost, it was a final hurrah. Like Ghost, start to finish, they go down in history of Need for Speed developers that were good despite the challenges. Now comes Unbound, which is literally copy and paste Need for Speed Heat with just a different map and a bunch more cars. Problem is, they fucked with the systems that were already in place and created new shittier systems. Instead of open world online where you could just join people, you would have to create a squad of 4, limited. That's it. Instead of being able to have as many players as you could have on the server. Then and as a cherry on top of the shit cake, they handed it over to DICE, the same fuckers that made Most Wanted 2012, the most hated Need for Speed game ever created. Exactly. And because Unbound was such a fucking failure, after the final update for Unbound, we got an announcement that Battlefield is making a new game in a year, and that there's gonna be no Need for Speed games for the foreseeable future because DICE needs to work on Battlefield 6. Now, because DICE is working on Battlefield 6, you would expect, they have 2 developers working on Battlefield, it should be great. However, the footage we have now of gameplay of Battlefield 6 that we all like is alpha or beta footage or pre-beta open beta footage from Battlefield Labs back when Need for Speed Unbound was still being worked on. So DICE had nothing to do with the footage that we all enjoy from Battlefield 6 right now. So yeah. What EA basically did was, here you go, new Battlefield 6, and you can see what we made so far with Labs. It's not finished product, it's gonna be buggy, but you can play it. It looks good, players like it, gameplay footage has been released, the community that's gonna look forward for the new release likes it. Announcement that Need for Speed stops because DICE is working on Battlefield 6, and that's basically the last news we got ever since on Battlefield 6 until the trailer teaser.
I hope they make that 100 million sales that they're planning on doing.
It doesn't really sound comforting when you hear them cancel a project to work on a project that already looks nice. Like, what are the problems we don't see? Like, based off of gameplay we have online, we're like, this looks good. We want to play this. I want to play this, and I never fucking played a Battlefield game before. Like, it didn't make I really want to buy the next Battlefield. But then I have this information in the back of my skull that they canceled the project to get another developer to work on this. But it already looks good. What are the issues? Why do you need the extra manpower? What's not done? Like, it doesn't assure confidence in the new project.
Life issues.
Yeah. Shadow,
Yeah, man.
there's a link
the
to
fact that
the...
EA is still going is solely attributed to the fact that they own all the sports franchises. So until people stop buying sports games, you won't see really any incentive of them to like stop it. Like that's
which
their
will never
cash cow.
happen.
No, dude. Like even over here, like you'll be hard. Even geez, back when PS3 and PS2 era, like most black households here, just as an example, and Indian households here, like you'll go to their house and you'll be like, oh, have you got a Shadow of a Colossus, or do you have Heavenly Blade or God of War? And they'll be like, no, not really. But what they will always have in their game library
FIFA,
is FIFA,
NBA.
and maybe a race NBA. No, not NBA. FIFA, some racing game, any of the racing games, Need for Speed most likely, or Forza, or Gran Turismo or something like that. And lastly, it'll be maybe, if you're lucky, maybe a fighting game, like a Mortal Kombat or a Street Fighter or something.
Damn.
But those games, they sell because everybody likes those. Everybody buys those. So yeah, the art dies while the milking you. And this is unfortunately where I look. I am not pro socialism and not pro communism. I'm technically also not really pro capitalism per se. Maybe a balance of all three in some way. Probably with the least communism somewhere in there.
We kind of have the same stance. I do not care what the system is, just fucking fix the fucking problems.
Yes. As long as it can work in unity to some degree, where people aren't just like fucking shouting and swearing at people.
As long as it's not dictatorship, fucking go for it. Just fix the issues, god damn it.
Sure. And the thing is that I'm not any of those things, but this is the part of capitalism that I see just like being the worst, It's like this brokenness where I want to go and punch the assholes who easily get tempted by the greediness of it all. And just be like, remember who you were. What does that name of yours say? It says Electronic Arts. It says arts. You guys used to make art back in the day. What the fuck happened to you? And I just want to take each of our heads and kind of smash it into, I don't know, some sort of Rembrandt
we should really, as gamers, we should like create a petition that every single company that used to be great or is currently great should have the Ready Player One style trials for their next CEO. They have to be the embodiment of what the fucking company at its peak was.
Yeah, I wish they do something like that, but that's...
If I ever run a game development company, that's what I will fucking do. I will put it in my fucking will. The CEOs from now on, until the company burns to fucking rubble, will have to take the trials.
There's now you're in for something like I'm not gonna say monarchy, but like a legacy, like something like what they used to do with like kingdoms back in the day. The monarchs used to groom their kids, right? They'd be like, okay, you're gonna take over from me, and this is how I do my thing. And a good noble households would be like, this is how our family runs things, and you are gonna now run. And they tried to if you ever watched the show Succession, it's sort of like it's represented in that show, where they kind of show how the family unit kind of like devolves and fights among each other, when it's instead of being a noble family, it's a modern day like business empire. And it just shows how the children of these massive companies are now like being needing to deal with like the standards and the dealings and the dirtiness of the family. And yeah, it's like that's you want to groom your children with, or at least your successor in a sense. And this is the good version of grooming, by the way. People forget that exists. There is a good version of it.
Yeah,
Of grooming someone
has
who could actually.
grooming as a meaning is different than what most people make it out to be.
Yeah, and you want to groom the person who's going to succeed you one day in the way you want it to be succeed. They're not going to do it the same way you did it. Never are going to do that. But you at least want the core foundations and principles of it to be upheld. Hence, as you said, like the Ready Player One with the character there that's presented, you know.
True,
like you want...
but that's kind of the Ready Player One thing. There was no successor. It was well, like biological successor or in-house successor. It was a like I will have that as a clause in my fucking will. If no fucking company members passes the trials, anybody can apply for the fucking position and have to take the trials. So any gamer can apply for it.
I think most people do tend to try to do that. It's the issue of doing the deal with the devil, kind of, that ends up like ruining the company. Especially if you follow a lot of these video game companies as like stories. It is a absolute miracle that Gabe Newell has managed to do what he did, and I think it did come from his background and working at Microsoft and just his entire business sense, how he was raised as a person, that all accumulated to him just being what people consider like PC gaming Jesus, you know?
Yeah, but that's kind of what's gonna keep like that's the thing. If the CEO that creates the trials isn't good enough, like if the trial is not teaching or good enough to keep the company surviving, then it's basically survival of the fittest for the company.
Yeah, but who's gonna uphold that? That's the frustration. Then it's like if this.
You're literally in blood. You signed to uphold this tradition of the trial.
And now we're going back into an issue where we gotta deal with government and law.
Well, that's the thing.
Yeah. So we should get around to this video. We're never gonna go fuck this.
Yeah, true. Shadow, if you want to join us, the link for the watch together is there. So this is a video called Steam is Just the Beginning by Legendary Drops. And I only got to listen to it while at work, so I don't remember most of it, which is nice. Let's begin.
Is it possible for me to just quickly take a look?
Oh yeah, of course.
Thanks.
Oh, just a FYI for the stream. Yeah, I do understand how there can be problems with what I was saying with the trials thing. It's not a set in stone idea or like a fully detailed idea I have in mind. It's just the concept of you have these traditions or these responsibilities as CEO, follow them or the company will go to shit. That like, and depending on how high the standard of quality is for the CEO, that's what will determine if the company lives or dies through time. And yeah, you'll have to find a lawyer that can uphold the contract and make it in stone, like almost unbreakable, kind of like Disney lawyer shit, where like you cannot break this tradition no matter what the CEO does. It's kind of like an amendment for the company instead of the country. I would argue it's better than the fucking situation we have now, where you have a talented developer or a talented CEO create a company from ground zero. They become successful. They make great games. They have soul in them. Of course, there are going to be flops here and there with mistakes, but overall, they make good products with heart. And then the CEO kicks the bucket and the next CEO is already a piece of shit and just greedy, or is just not suited for it, and then the company dies either within a year or within a couple CEOs. Like which system would you rather have? A company that tries to protect its legacy and what it stands for, and maybe dies immediately after the first CEO is out, or a company that will live forever under a greedy cunt of a CEO that destroys what the company stood for in the first place? I would choose the fucking first option, if you ask me. Like, if EA dies, imagine the fucking volume of sports games indie developers could fucking create. They already do, it's just they're gonna have so much more freedom. Same with Ubisoft. Like, no. Oh, goddamn. Like,
Bless you.
thank you. If Assassin's Creed, like Ubisoft kicks the bucket, it gets dissolved, somebody picks up Assassin's Creed, and they create great Assassin's Creed games, that will live on because they're making good games until that person like dies and moves, like the franchise keeps going. Or you're gonna have, yeah, welcome back. Alright. Nice t-shirt from Mr. Legend here.
Got his Iron Maiden shirt on. Sexy.
I'm just a teenage dirtbag baby.
Oh yeah, the famous Iron Maiden song, Teenage
Yeah.
Dirtbag.
No, because one of the lyrics is I got tickets to Iron Maiden.
Oh yeah, I got tickets. Iron Maiden, baby. Jeez, freaking whatever.
Your ability
that
to
was-
access.
Yep.
Yeah, carry on. Let's
Yep. Fair enough.
That's near the show me actually.
Your ability to access media, whether that's games or whatever else, is now contingent on systems that you can't see, can't vote for, and can't opt out of. You have no control, you have no privacy, and this is all being fueled by elites and activists that believe that they know what's best when it comes to how you live your life. I've never seen something progress so quickly and so suffocatingly when it comes to our rights as consumers and our independence. We have payment processors like Visa, MasterCard, and PayPal pressuring platforms like Steam to remove legal content, knowing all too well how difficult it is to defend the themes of those games, all in a bid to control how you spend your money. And now at the exact same time, we
Can I just point out there's a bit of a bleeding effect of the audio
Oh yeah.
that I'm hearing.
I thought
Is
I
it
thought it
coming
was
from
me
me?
fucking hearing shit. Is it coming from you or from Shadow?
I want to say it's coming from Shadow. I know it's not from me, but I was worrying if it was from me.
Oh, because I kind of heard it too. I thought it was just me tripping out.
No. It's I also heard it. It's
Oh.
I just don't want to. Was wondering if it's going to be an issue
Oh,
because I'm not bothered by it.
I hope it's not that big of an issue.
Okay. But
But
I just wanted
also,
to-
this is kind of like perfect time to pause because I would like to discuss this problem that we have. The fact that,
I want to talk about its first thing that he said as well.
well, yeah, we're talking about everything he just covered. The fact that we do not own the stuff we buy anymore. We cannot control what we buy anymore because everything is getting censored, and then we cannot control our own money. Like all of these in conjecture, and we do not see these systems. We cannot vote on these systems or delegate them.
So the frustrating thing is this has been an issue for a while now. This is not new. What he's talking about, obviously, specifically now the new issues that have propped up now with this group now that we talked about.
Yeah.
What are they called? The voice.
Collective shout, faggot shout,
Collective shout.
faggot
There we
shout.
go. Collective shout. There we go. But the thing is that for a long while we haven't really been in control of like a lot of the transaction process of our money, of our product to via these systems, because before that we used to just get a product in our hand and go on our merry way. We've got our thing, we can now leave. We didn't have to have this kind of constant issue of like, oh, okay, well, we're kind of reliant on these people to have our product, as of a case of Netflix, as of a case of like, in a
Streaming services in general.
like an MMO or something like that. MMOs have been around for a long time. So
Oh, yeah.
what he's saying is like, he said now we don't. And I'm like, it's kind of been around for a while.
Well, yeah,
It's
but it
not
hasn't been to scale. For example, MMOs, yeah, it's pretty understandable that you would not own them, but most MMOs were free. So you weren't really
and
paying.
and I get that. I just wanted to just point out that that part's probably not as true, but I get the gist of what he's trying to point out here is that
The thing
there's
is,
a problem now.
he is kind of right in the sense of you buy a game that's $70, it has a single player campaign, but if the developer wants to remove it, depending on the platform that you're using, they can just delete it from your library. Ubisoft, The Crew, the start of Stop Killing Games. Yeah. The difference is, I would say Steam does this the proper way. Despite the game being off the market, you purchased it. It's linked to your account forever. So you have the files. You just have to download the game. I still have F1 2019 despite it being off the market for like 4 years now.
Yeah.
And I can always install it. I think I did install it like 2 years ago just for shits and giggles. But yeah, I do agree with the whole concept of like gaming companies treating digital purchases as licenses more than actual purchasing a product.
It's kind of been a long time coming because for a long while they've been saying, oh no, or at least there was a fear, and there was always this running fear of like when games go non-physical that you're going to basically be you're going to be to the mercy of whoever is handling that. And Steam has always made like a promise of like, we will treat you fairly. You are the customer. And they've shown that in how they treat people, especially like when the drama of the green light projects happened back in like the early 2010s. There was a couple of people, specifically quote unquote, Russian developers that maybe were running around and they were doing naughty things, selling games that were alphas, like or pre-alpha. That was as if it's a beta game. And then when that started gaining a lot of pace, the first thing Gabe Newell and a bunch of Steam people did is said, "Oh, you can refund this game completely and all the transactions inside, and or you can just get straight up credit for like your next game." Mm-hmm. And I was like, "Oh yes, damn you, Gabe, you are the man, oh fucker." And but there was no such loyalties or integrity that was ever promised from companies like EA or from producers like EA, publishers like EA or Microsoft or anyone like that. They made no such promises, and there was laughing at the people who wanted to stick to, and this happened. This totally happened. There were people who laughed at the people who were like, no, physical media. We need to stick to physical media because you want to have the physical thing you can touch. I am unfortunately in a position where I lost a lot of my physical consoles and games and stuff like that because of break-ins and robberies and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I live in South Africa.
Or just the general corrosion and shit. Like that plastic case can only protect the disc from so much.
Yeah, or a CD taking damage. And this is the place now where the internet, where piracy have filled the gap. It filled that gap of like, we don't want to lose things permanently. We don't want to abandon. We don't want to abandon where. So we're gonna, we want to preserve gaming, and that's a movement that's now happening. There's preservation of old media that's happening from websites, and I think that's wonderful.
The
And yeah, we've taken that burden upon ourselves to preserve art. I like
the
that.
thing is though, the back then when we had physical media, yeah, it was piracy. The thing is, the same websites we used to pirate physical copies from now have turned, like, I would argue we should rename Pirate Bay or piracy in general into like media historian
Well, they
hub.
have. There's websites like Z Library, which also got pulled offline, or there is now a preservation society for like a whole bunch of different stuff. I think there's a gaming one. There's a book one as well. Just preservation of
Oh yeah,
art.
there
And
books. Yes, I've heard multiple
Yeah.
of them trying to preserve and working together to preserve
Yeah.
copies of books. And I've
And
heard a lot
we-
of them
we-
trying to preserve games. Is just
Yeah.
they didn't get the ground because the way they try to approach it. They try
Yeah,
to
and-
legally buy the IP or a copy of it and have it preserved and be used for those. And like, for example, if you were gonna pay to download an old game that is not on the market anymore, they would find the original developer or whoever owns the IP of said IP would get the money with like a cut that the preservation, yeah. And
Yeah,
that didn't
and you
fly
can
because they're
monitor
making
into-
monetary gain out of it, despite them sending most of the fucking payment back to the IP owner.
And you don't want to turn into Marvel Disney, who ends up stealing ideas and never giving credit, or instance Disney LucasArts, who straight up steals the EU stuff and then uses it and then never pays homage to the original works, like for instance what happened with Acolyte, right?
What
Where
haven't
they
they
just
done?
stole the witch's idea
like even the
after
sequel trilogy.
decanonizing.
Like the whole sequel
Yeah.
trilogy is a fucking theft of an EU book based around Han Solo's son.
Yeah, and it's just it, and then they're like, oh, it's decanonized, but we're still happily will steal your ideas, and will not we won't recompensate you for anything. So it's just it's scumbaggery is what it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is just something to point out, is that that's a cool thing, neat thing about gaming, is being able to kind of preserve games. The gaming industry are very
Yeah.
focused on that. I've got this one game on my PC. I think not most people will know it because it's just so obscure. I'll tell you now. It's called Grunts. Grunts. With a
Oh,
Z.
I've heard of it.
You play these blob. It's like army men, but you're blobs, and you
Yeah.
can pick up power ups like straws or like clubs.
It's
and
kind of
stuff,
like the
and you
Kirby
screech.
idea, where you absorb
Yeah, and
stuff
it-
into you, and you like kind of evolve with said stuff you absorb.
And it's a strategy game that sort of takes place like in a micro world. Like you're like on a table, or you're in a park or something like that, and you're just different colored blobs fighting each other, and you have to kill the other blobs and then sip them up. It's sort of an RTS mixed with a puzzle game. It's actually a puzzle game, is what it is. And this game, I have no idea where you're going to be able to find this game ever again. This and games that I used to play back on like old PC format covers, like Down in the Dumps. That's another video. Or Critters. I don't know if people even remember Critters. Not Critters. Creatures. Creatures and Creatures 2. One of the early like simulation games with like making your own Tamagotchi Pokemon kind of area, and you have to take care of these creatures, kind of teach them to speak and stuff, and they grow up and have children and stuff, and you can kind of create a genealogy of monsters. And this was all like a sort of Windows browser type game that took place on Windows 3.1 and Windows like 95. They're all gone now.
I know of a similar game, but it was like a physical game with dinosaurs, where you could grow your own dinosaur. Like you would find an egg and you grow the dinosaur inside the house and to like keep it happy, and it was kind of like the Tamagotchi Pokemon daycare thing, where you would take it outside, play with it, help it grow, yada yada. I don't remember the name of the game. I wish somebody could help me and find it, but it was very cartoony, very childish game. But it was pretty well fucking designed because it was a lot of detail. I didn't know how to fucking play the game because it was so detailed.
Yeah, so games like that, like I said, Down in the Dumps, Creatures 2, all these old games that are probably considered like abandoned. Oh, and for Never Ending Garden was another game. Oh, and another one I was trying to look up the other day was the Journeyman Project Trilogy. I think you can get that on Steam or in GOG. But like these are games that if
what I've noticed, like for obscure games that are not on the market anymore, G2A is like your second best bet. Yes. I found, for example, Forza Horizon 4. You cannot purchase Forza Horizon 4 at all on Microsoft stores or anything like that. However, on G2A, you can purchase global keys or regional keys or whatever, depending how much you want to pay for it. And the key works, at least in my cases. There has been one case where I've been scammed and the key didn't work. But 1 out of roughly 30 purchases that I made on G2A worked. So percentage-wise, I'm happy with the risk of buying games that are off the market. There's no way to buy them. And you get a code and it activates it. So for example, if you want to ensure that a game will be in your library forever, try to find a Steam game or a Microsoft Store key to redeem of said game that's not on the market anymore, and it will be in your library forever.
Okay, I've bought things on GTA before. I think it was mostly like game time. But yeah, okay. I'll give G2A a look for like old games. Right, we could probably carry on.
But again, petition to rename piracy into game archivist. What's the verb for archiving? Like
Archivist. Yeah.
Game storage or game preservation. Rename gaming piracy into game preservation.
Well, yeah, there's always going to be a part of piracy that's
that's the thing. We don't own
in a nasty way.
You pay $80 for a fucking piece of software. You don't own it. It can always be taken from you.
That's the counter argument. If you can't pirate, you can't steal that which is not owned.
Yeah, if I don't own it, it's technically not theft.
Well, it's still going to be theft because they own it. You don't own it. But
I paid for a copy. They still sell it like a fucking product. So if I paid $80 for a game and the game gets taken from me, if I pirate said game and I don't make money off of it and I only private use it, technically I didn't steal anything. I just restored my fucking ownership of said product. Because they technically stole it from me in the first place.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah.
No, well, you cannot win this with gamers. The moment you start fucking charging for something and then you back fucking pedal so hard that you take said thing that they paid for away from them, that's when like the company is in the wrong. So you cannot go after quote unquote pirates when said game was already paid for.
You're gonna find it's not so much that you're gonna be in the wrong. It's more the case of you're gonna find it very difficult to keep those people around or to keep them as customers.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah. All right. Let's watch Mr. Video here.
Yep.
You have the UK passing laws that effectively make it where Europeans just have to hand over all of their identification to third-party companies, and we know exactly how well they handle that. Zero security. The US is doing the exact same thing. Xbox is already jumping forward to make changes.
Shadow, you're echoing way harder now.
Okay, I'm gonna reduce my volume.
Thank you.
Echo.
Based on these laws, meaning that all of this is coming to every single shore unless something is done. This goes beyond censorship. This is control. This is that cyberpunk.
Which is true.
Mhm.
Like, this is full-blown fucking control at this point.
They may not perceive it as does, or at least if they do, they'll never admit it as such. But it is what it is. At the end of the day, it's a control over what is currently financially viable. And video gaming is far more financially viable now than it ever has been before. And currently is the battle of the people who have been gamers for a long time, know what's up, versus the uninformed dummy. I'm gonna say dummy. I know it's very insulting, but I don't give a crap. The dummy gamers of today, you know.
I was about to say, you're not insulting. We have a lot of, like, despite the amount of retarded gamers we have today, most gamers are still intelligent enough to realize when they're getting fucked.
Yeah, no, that's one of the saving graces of video gamers. It's like they are very aware when they're getting screwed, and that's
Actually, it's more than that. The hobby of video games, it's not just a hobby if you think about it, because most gamers, yeah, you start with, oh, I'm playing this game on my computer, like that's the start. But over time, you start understanding, oh, to play certain games, I need a far better console or a far better computer. I need to update my platform. There's multiple platforms. Like, you learn more than just video games as a hobby. You learn technology as a hobby. You learn online threats as a hobby quite fucking easily.
They should have never introduced microtransactions, because now people understand manipulating a market as a hobby
and predatory practices.
Yes, well, not just that. It's like the gamers try to outplay the system, because that's what gamers do. Gamers game. They game a system. When they see a system, what they try to do, you're literally programming them within the game itself. You're programming them to try and to break a system. That's the fundamental thing of gaming. I mean, they did a poor job of it, but like in Ready Player One of the first trials the kid had to do is break the game by in the most stupidest way possible, going backwards. Yeah. To go the other way. Yeah, that is what gamers do.
Yeah,
gamers,
it's core fundamentals of gaming. Like, explore, learn your surroundings, think outside, like, think for yourself. It's a puzzle game. Everything is a puzzle game. You just have to think out.
It's less thinking for yourself. It's play the system. You're learning to play the system. Well, this is something, if you ever have kids, this is the first thing you learn. Is when you start teaching kids rules, they're like, oh, that is a bird, that is water. If I don't do this, if I do this, I get spanked, or I don't get my reward or something like that. The first things kids start doing is learning how the system works, and then trying to play the system. So my daughter now knows it's sleepy time, and when it's sleepy time, I'm going to be, separated from mom and dad, and I don't want to be separated from mom and dad. What does she do? She learns that if she asks me, and if she asks mommy and daddy to bring her something, we'll stick around longer. So now she started creating a checklist of things she wants us to give her so she could sleep better. And every single day we have to meet that checklist. And she doesn't need it to sleep. It's stupid shit. It's like, where's the pillow for my baby doll? Where's that second bottle of water after I just drank water before I came to bed? It's like, you don't need any of this. You're literally just doing this because you're playing the system. You're seeing what you can get away with.
But from the perspective of games, you technically are thinking for yourself, because if you have a game that sets you on a path. Like the first thing in a game is basically you see your character and you see the world forwards. You see you're on a path, or you have a markers or something. The moment you like start exploring and looking around, especially behind where you spawn and shit like that, that's you thinking for yourself. That's you not playing the
Being
system, but
autonomous.
yeah, you make
You're
your
being
own
autonomous,
choices and you find beat the
You're
puzzle.
They're playing Half-Life, but you're not looking where the game where the action is
Yeah, where
happening. You're
it
looking where you
guides
want to
you.
look. That's why I get very upset in the late 2000s when they started introducing, or mid 2000s when they started introducing the camera, forcing you to look at the thing you're supposed to be looking at. You know, you remember that? It's
I
like
do.
the
I
cutscene. It
do.
turns into a cutscene, and then the camera's like, it's basically the Dave saying, no, 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 you're supposed to be looking here. You're supposed to be looking where we
I
want you
would
to
argue
look at the
that's more of a
game.
hint. I would argue that's the same
Mhm.
thing. So, for example, in
I
Mario,
prefer the hold F to look at the thing, right? As opposed to, no, we're taking control away from you so that you can look at this bullshit.
if
I'm
it's
like,
at the start,
fine.
I don't have an issue with it. But if it's while you're traversing an area and out of nowhere the camera pans to something, then yeah, I kind of get it. So, for example, Tomb Raider. Tomb Raider does this very well, where you spawn in a like you get a
Which one?
cutscene, you spawn in a level, and
Which
sometimes
Tomb Raider?
you like well any of them really, because it's kind of a trope in especially the older ones. When I talk Tomb Raider,
Okay.
I mainly refer of the old ones, not the new ones. The new ones
Okay.
are fucking ass.
I just wanted context. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Fair enough. But in like Legends, Anniversary, Underworld, or even the previous ones, typically you would have a
Yeah.
cutscene. Lara would be in her spawn position, and the camera,
Mhm.
instead of like zooming, like moving to the back of Lara and giving you control, sometimes it makes the camera look at a certain direction, and maybe there's a bit of dialogue or maybe not, depending on the level, and then it moves to the back, giving you a sense of direction of where you're heading, but it gives you the freedom to like explore in whichever direction you want.
Okay, sure. So now what you're talking about is like the level starting, and now you have to do this. What I'm talking about is you are busy playing like a horror game, or you're busy playing like something like a single player horror game or something like that.
Yeah.
And then the camera is or even Call of Duty, the game stops and the camera control is taken away from you, and you are forced to look at this thing for as long as it wants you to look at this thing. And you're just like, I really don't want or need to look at this. And also doing that really just breaks immersion for me when I'm playing the game.
At least in Call of Duty's case, it is for immersion purposes. Now, it's a hit or miss, and it's case by case, but it gives it more of a cinematic feel because it's
Sure, this is
it's a
this
set
is a
piece.
subjective thing I'm talking about, but this is for me taking away the agency you're supposed to get from specifically
It needs
the
to be
art
well
form
placed.
of video gaming. Not just that. The part of gaming that makes gaming as opposed to a book, as opposed to any other medium like television, whatever, is you feel you have agency over what you're doing, the things you do, how you interact with the world. That's important to you. So now when you're forcing to take that away from the person, it's like, okay, now you're taking away my ability to perform for myself. I now have to perform in the way you want me to perform, or do what you want me to do. And sometimes the gamer will just think it's unnecessary. I don't even want this.
But that is a problem caused by linear gameplay or linear games in general.
Yes, that's why the examples I give are more linear type games.
That's more like a trope of linear games. Sometimes it works for the atmosphere, sometimes it's pointless and meaningless, and I do agree. Like, sometimes they do that for no fucking reason. For example, in Crisis 2. It's a very, like, not very, it's a quite linear game.
That's a good example. That's a good example.
Yeah. But at the same time,
Crisis 2 is
It gives
it's
it a more
open areas
cinematic.
linked with single like paths. It's it's sort of like arenas linked with a single path. Is what
Yeah.
Crisis 2 is. Yeah.
Yeah.
As opposed to Crisis 1, which is larger than
Very
that, but
well,
you gotta get
not very open. It's still just a level, a pretty open
linear
level
game, yeah.
from point to point.
Yeah. There is still the general path you're probably gonna take to get there, but there's a bit more leniency.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But unlike linear games, like at least old linear games, when they do that, where it makes the camera, like it takes control of the camera and it looks in a certain direction, and kind of gives you an idea of what's happening or what direction you're supposed to go, or an important event that you need to see happens. It gives you control and it doesn't block you from going backwards or looking around and exploring before moving on. Games nowadays, they do that, like The Last of Us. The Last of Us 2. That is very abused in The Last of Us, what you're talking about. And The Last of Us 2, like The Last of Us in general, is a pretty open area level or a pretty open leveled style game. There's no linearity to it per se.
All for me, a good game level design will always be tied to the Thief games and to Dishonored. Like that is how you do game design for leveling.
Well,
It's
it depends on what the
multiple
game
approaches.
is. Because if you're making a platformer, like to an extent,
That's
Mario
why I
is not
said for
enough.
me. That's why I said for me. Like I love
Yeah.
the stealth and kind of approach thing. Or Far Cry, Far Cry 3 specifically. It's like that, or Far Cry 2. It's like the whole sneaking around and scoping out the place and
Yeah.
deciding your own point of entry.
But even Far
that's
Cry
pretty
did that, where it take control from the camera and make you look in a certain direction.
Yeah, which is a frustration. But like I said, for
The thing is,
Dishonored
it
did as
uses
well,
it so little, and every time it uses it is for a purpose. Like it's information you kind of require to have. It's not just for atmosphere or for cinematic or immersiveness.
I would say I know this is kind of a dick thing, but I'm or at least harsh, and maybe it makes me sound like a Dark Souls bro, a dickhead. But I'm like, if you miss the information, that you're in fucking fault, and you should feel bad.
Well, again, it depends by the scenario. If you're in the middle of combat and something happens that you need to see, it kind of puts the combat on pause and it gives you like a heads up of, let's say you're the RPG game,
I
you're
know
fighting a
what you're
horde
talking
and
about,
suddenly a volcano erupts in the background, meaning that lava will start engulfing the arena or something. Unless you're positioned in the right spot, you miss it.
You can use. There's many other cues you can use that's available to a developer other than
Yeah, I
taking
know.
control away from it.
I'm not. I'm just saying that depending on how it's used, it's either bad or good.
Games like Space Marine 2, where it's the whole press F to look at the thing we want you to look at.
Oh yeah, that's
fine.
typically
probably
how
the
it's
reason.
done. At least in older titles.
Well, nowadays. It's
Well,
done
yeah.
more
Now
so.
it's just cheap. It's done just for the pretty colors, and there's
Look at
no. It triggers nothing. It's just a cinematic for the sake of a cinematic.
Yeah, how I used to interpret it is like, look at what the Daves are saying. You are dumb and you're not gonna see this. Look at the thing we want you to look at. And I'm like, can you just give me the benefit of the doubt that I have the ability to look at the thing you want me to look?
Yeah.
But oh well, whatever. Anyway, carry on.
Dystopia where you own nothing, know nothing, and are nothing other than tools of convenience for corporations and the politicians that they control. While I plan to try to make this discussions revolve around video games, ultimately I'm going to have to step outside of my comfort zone. I'm going to have to talk about media more broadly. I'm going to have to talk about corporate and political interference and a lot more. So today, we're going to talk about the world's war on the internet, on gaming, on freedom of expression, on our independence, and our fight against it. They think that they have...
Wait, Papa, do you hear the
I don't
echo?
mind. Yeah, I do.
Oh, okay, so it's shadow again. Because sometimes the bubble
Yeah.
matches your, like when your bubble lights up, it's when the echo pops. So I thought it was you this
I could
time.
probably quickly check if that's it. Anything on my side.
Shadow, are you not using your headset?
I am using my headset. What the fuck?
What the fuck?
Yeah.
That's odd.
Yeah, let me fix it.
Maybe because I'm using the other headset. Next time I'll bring the other one.
Let's try giving it another shot. I'll see if it pops up.
All right.
If I will grab the other headset, then
So today we're going to talk about the world's war on the internet, on gaming, on freedom of expression, on our independence, and our fight against it. They think that they have the upper hand. It's time to prove they don't. Freedom of expression in media always comes under fire nearly every single year from low-effort, uneducated activists and opportunistic politicians, whether it's books, TV shows, music, movies, or games. The world's problems always seem to get pinned on art, and the people that are leading these moral crusades, well, they're never content to make personal choices. They want control over what you can access under the thinly veiled excuse of protecting the children from content that they've never engaged with, don't understand, and absolutely do not respect. Ultimately, it's parents looking for systems to raise their kids rather than themselves. Back in 1985, it was the music destroying our...
Yeah, this is something that has been pissing me off for a while. And yeah, the echo is not from you, Papa. The whole the parents are not willing to do their jobs properly. Like they're going to extremes. Either they don't teach their children, or they are helicopter parents. They just bounce between the extremes. They never do the proper parenting. And
So
because
could-
of that,
could
they
we
just
con-
rely on the government, or they enforce everybody else to teach their children. It's so
So
fucking
let's-
annoying.
Let's tackle that statement that you had, because I think it helps to clarify that. What do you think, or at least you don't have to give the perfect 100% answer. It's just good for a discussion. So just play along with me.
Yeah.
What do you think is the purpose? What is the job? What is the duty of a parent, in your opinion? What is their duty? What should they do?
To basically prepare the child towards self-sustaining, like itself.
In what way?
For example, you well, fuck it, I'll do it chronologically because it's gonna be easier. First, teach early stages of childhood. Teach it to feed itself properly, to take care of itself, to not blindly injure itself, assess damage, assess danger.
Learn what's safe and what's dangerous.
Yeah. For example, don't put your
self-preservation,
hand in the mouth of a
self-preservation.
fucking crocodile just because you see a crocodile and you think it's a pet.
Don't stick your fingers in the electrical
Yeah,
sockets.
don't stick your
play with
fingers in a
knives.
power outlet.
Yeah, don't play with knives. Don't run out. Don't run towards the
where's
stair.
this shiny thing?
However,
Don't run towards the staircase.
but however, my criteria is also do it the proper way, because what my
Yes.
parents have done,
Well,
and
that's difficult to define, though. What you just said.
I know.
Yeah.
So, for example, a balanced way is much easier to be understood if I point out the bad ways. So, the bad extremes are helicopter parents would just say no and constantly monitor you. They wouldn't bother to explain to you why it's bad or bother to teach you per se. They would just command you, don't do this, don't do that, and they will constantly monitor you like you're made out of glass. While
So
on the
there's
other
a-
hand, the other bad extreme is very uncaring parents, or parents that expect the
Unintensive.
world to teach the child, where they don't pay attention to the kid. They just sit on their phone or watch their TV and expect the child to behave by itself.
Well, they expect the child to raise itself, really.
Exactly.
This is very much, by the way, that type of parent is often equated. That type of situation is often equated to alcoholic parents or any abusive or kind of a parents when it comes to
Oh no, just
negligence.
ignorant parents. Because I've
They-
seen parents that have no fucking problem with alcohol or shit like that. They are just not in touch with
No,
the duties of a parent.
So I'm telling you now, like very often, alcoholic or addictive parents who are just unattentive towards children, or emotionally absent or just absent parents. Those are usually the ones that end up don't raise their child. Is what really you're not raising the child. You're just letting the child raise itself. For instance, there's a kind of low income area that my wife's grandparents used to live in. I used to hear them like these drug abusing couple that constantly fighting the whole time while they're high. And then one day I would see like the little girl who is carrying a little red wagon behind her in this very rundown neighborhood. She's like 5, 6 years old, and she's like taking her little 2, 3 year old brother, and they're just walking up the road towards I didn't know where. And then I saw them come back, and they literally have in the wagon coming back milk and bread. And it's in a dangerous neighborhood. And they walked probably like a good kilometer. It's a little 6-year-old. So it's like that's the kind of negligent parent I'm talking about, right?
Well, yeah, that's the one you're referring to. At least from my experience, my mom has been of course I'm going to use my mom as an example because she did both.
Sure.
So there would be days where she would be a helicopter parent or basically a fucking surveillance drone, and there would be nothing I would do in the house without her having eyes in the back of my head for her. And then there would be days where I could just spend almost an entire day without speaking more than 5 words with her. And she doesn't smoke, she doesn't drink, she hates drinking. She will never touch a fucking cigarette in her life. The only time she touches cigarettes is to put them in her ear to unclog her ear when she's sick.
Yeah, like as I said before, like it's not always in the case that a parent will need to be a drug addict or something like that. It just happens to be the case that is commonly something that happens to parents who are like that.
That's kind of the situation where I'm referring to, where the parents are on either extremes constantly or fluctuating between extremes. They're never in the sweet spot where they're like they take their parenting extreme on one day, and because they do so much parenting that one day they're too tired to do it the next day, and they don't balance it out. They're not parents 24/7.
Bro, living a life of balance is the challenge of every damn human being on this planet. There is no human.
I know. However, if you're struggling with like having a balanced life, why fucking make children?
Sure. Okay, we're not gonna get into that discussion, but the point
no. But as like for example, if you're not stable, like financially or emotionally or mentally prepared
a big
for
discussion we're gonna get into now. So I'd rather not.
I know. No, we don't have to we don't have to go down the rabbit hole. It's just me. Sure. This is my view on this. If you're not stable in at least financial, time, or mental for a child, don't have a fucking child. That's my stance on it.
You know what? I agree with you, but reality does not get to be like that.
So, no, I'm not saying that's how reality should be. Yeah. That's not how I believe reality is by any strands of the imagination. I'm just saying have at least one of those fucking criteria balanced. Because if you're financially stable, even if you don't have time or you're not mentally prepared, you can hire somebody that can take care of your child properly.
Yeah. So I agree with you 100% when you say it's the purpose of a parent to prepare the child in many ways. That'll be the thing I add. Yeah. To prepare the child for the life they're going to live
Yeah,
and the world they're going to interact with. They're basically for preparing
but
for
the bare
living in the
minimum a parent needs to prepare their child for is self-sustenance, be able to cook
Yeah.
a meal, be able to educate itself at a certain
Oh,
age.
other aspects is also being able to calm yourself when you're not when you're emotionally like distraught, learning ways to cope in a healthy way that usually is transferred down from family to family. These are also things that a parent does
True,
usually for
but
them.
like if we're gonna, it's I'm more referring to the core traits. You like your
You're
child
talking
is
about the
18.
physical needs.
Yeah,
You're talking
your
about the physical needs.
like your child is 18. They're moving out of the house. What is the bare minimum that they need to survive out there on their own when they have a 9 to 5 job? Be able to make food, be able to educate themselves, and like by educate themselves, I mean like inform themselves. You don't know something, look it up, type shit.
Oh, yeah. And
Be
the
financially
other one is
responsible.
yes. These are things that a father usually tends to kind of like instill most of the time. Mothers can do that as well, but men usually, traditionally, in the family unit, men would be the ones that prepares the child for the challenges of reality. Traditionally, mothers would be the ones who would prepare them or nurture them, that teach them how to feel safe and kind of be emotionally feel protected.
Yeah.
Nurture them. Hence, the father is the protector, mother is the nurturer.
Yeah, but
in
I'm
that
referring
kind of
to
way.
both parents in this scenario.
Yes,
Like,
united.
yeah.
United. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we don't
When I say
live
parents,
in a
I'm
world-
referring both the mother and the father. These are their responsibilities, and this is what they have to do for their child. This is how they should prepare their child for.
I personally think we don't live in a world now at the moment, specifically in the Western world, where the mother and father unit are working in unison to their strengths.
It doesn't have to be that way, because I'm just saying that
I agree.
whether
Yeah,
the
I agree
mother
to
or the
that.
father is the top or the bottom, I do not give a shit who has the pants. I don't give a shit who teaches what. The point is that both of them, at their own times, it doesn't have to be together. It can be even on one-to-one with the child with the father or the child with the mother. The point is that by the age of where the child gets his own job and gets his own apartment, there are certain requirements that need to be there for the child to have like a decent living to expand from.
And there's a lacking there would you say there's a lacking at the moment?
Yes, because both parties are either absent or overly protective and basically push the child away. When they're absent, the child just does what he wants. He wouldn't listen to them. He wouldn't respect them. When they're helicopter drone parents, the child will fucking push them away because the child wants his privacy at certain points.
And to add to what you said, won't respect them, won't listen to them. To add to that, in addition, they will also not listen or respect others as well, because they never learned to do that in their household.
Not necessarily.
So what you learn in your house ends up ultimately extending outwards. This is why many people say, like, look at how the guy you're going to marry or the woman you're going to marry treats their family members, or at least that part. That is what you're buying at the end of the day.
That's
That is
not
what you're
necessarily
getting into.
true, though.
It's
For
not,
example,
okay, sure, but what you're talking about is outliers now. Most of the time, you will be dealing with someone who is going to. Sorry, I got a message. Most of the time, you'll be getting someone who will behave very similar to the way they behave in their household. It's just it's the statistical fact that you get. Very rarely do you find people who will operate outside of the way that they were raised and became normal to, unless there are specific factors that change that.
I wouldn't say. I know what you're talking about, but I wouldn't call that raising a child. I would call that programming a child.
It's some people won't see a difference in the two.
I see a very striking fucking difference because my example, I don't respect my fucking parents
I
because
do
of.
too, by the way.
Hold on. So, because of the way my parents fucking quote unquote taught me or parented me, I have no fucking respect for either of them, and I think both are at fault for this equally. However, just because I don't respect them and I have fucking arguments with them every fucking 5 minutes doesn't mean I didn't respect others. I actually had more respect for outside people that treated me more like family than they ever did.
So the arguments, by the way, you argue with me all the time. Just pointing that out.
Yeah, no, but we're kind of the difference is we're constantly going into discussions.
Sure. But okay, but besides that, I wasn't just specifically talking about the arguments. I'm talking about like how you would handle like a quiet moment with your mother or your father, how you would handle a conflict situation with your mother or your father, how you would behave like normally if you get to the house. Would you help by packing out the groceries and stuff like that? Would you compliment your mother on the dress she's wearing? All these kind of like little details of behavior, that is stuff that you end up carrying with you out into the world. You don't get to just not have it. You can choose at potential moments to kind of like become self-aware and not act upon it, sure. But those things are kind of instilled in you. They're drilled into you. So like you're saying, the programming, it's your upbringing, it's your programming. And to a degree, programming and how you're raised, there's some overlap there, but they're not exactly the same. I would say there is striking differences between the two, as you would like to identify as well. But yeah, we're getting off the point now. I'm with you when I say that children, the purpose of a parent is to raise them, prepare them for the world they're going into.
Yeah. And most of the parenting today is on either extremes of vacant or not paying attention or just aloof parents that expect the world to teach the child, or helicopter drone parents that just surveil their child like they're a fucking prisoner. That's kind of what I've noticed is the current parents today.
There's a new style of parenting that has really taken off on the internet. It's called the FAFO, the FAFO parenting style.
The fuck?
Yeah, the FAFO parenting style is someone wrote a book about it. Like, it's always existed, but someone identified it and started writing a book on it. It stands for fuck around and find out parenting style. Yes, that is now currently actually like there's a book out of that kind of parenting style, and it's selling quite well. The fuck around and find out parenting style. It's the one we grew up with, right?
Yeah, unironically, that's the fucking parenting style I had. I just had to fuck around and find out on my own because my parents would either surveil me for no reason, or when I did need their fucking, teachings or parenting, they were too fucking busy with something else. So fuck around, find out mentality was the key.
I do that a lot with my son. I'm like, okay, cool. You're gonna punch me, and let's see how that works out for you. And then I give him a couple of punches. It's fine. I can take it. And I'm like, okay, you've punched me now a couple of times. I said ow, and I asked you to stop. You didn't stop. Now I'm gonna punch you. And then I punch him once. Just not too hard, but hard enough that he feels it, And he looks at me, he stops smiling, and he looks like serious, and he's like, owie. Owie. And I'm like, owie. And then I take his fist and I take him back to the place he punches on me. I'm like, owie.
Eat that motherfucker.
Full of WWE move on him.
I didn't say hit him. I said yeet him.
Yeet him.
You need to leave.
Moving ditch.
But yeah, main problem of today with censorship is just parents aren't parenting. Fucking do your jobs and do them properly.
Rigid system.
Or helped launch the PMRC, a group that insisted that music with explicit lyrics should be segregated and slapped with warning labels. It led to televised Senate hearings where Congress tried to shame musicians into submission. They invited Dee Snider of Twisted Sister to testify, thinking that his image would backfire, long hair, makeup, loud music. Instead, he shredded them. Calm, articulate, and unapologetic, he exposed their hypocrisy and turned the spectacle into a public embarrassment for all of the moral censors. That kind of overreach did.
I feel like this is the point where we are at now. Like, we're so sick and tired of being blamed for everything. Not just gamers, but like people in general. By these fucking retarded, either government boomers or fucking activists that have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. And we're so tired of it, we're just shoving their own garbage down their throat.
Yeah. Holding the mirror up.
Like, the only problem out of this situation would be if we don't stop at the right point. Because at this rate, we might end up fucking protesting governments.
Yeah, that's what I said. Like, it's the people versus governments.
Well, that's literally what it is. Because the systems in place don't fucking work. The people in charge are fucking retarded. The money are being controlled by other fucking retards that have no idea what the fuck they're doing besides making the world run. But that's about it. Because they can stop, like, besides the bare minimum stuff that makes the fucking society run, they have no idea what the fuck is going on. And they're making judgments for us.
Over here. We don't even have that over here. We don't have the bare minimum that makes society run over here. Because, ours, we don't even, we finally just got out of, like, getting electricity back again.
Well,
we don't know how long we're going to have
okay, let me correct this. The first and second world countries.
Yeah, sure. Probably still the Western world.
No, but like, for example, Europe and US, like, we're so sick and tired. We're exposed to this 24/7.
Yeah. Yeah. No, we and remember how we look at it is we kind of expect you guys to have it better.
Yeah.
And then we get to see now, like, you guys have it kind of fucking shit. Why the hell would we ever want to look up
But
to
the problem is, it's not even us. It's the 2-3 retards in charge of everything.
Yeah, but remember that this is how a lot of people look at, like, African countries or South Africa or like other third world countries. It's like, oh no, it's you, the people. It's like, no, we've got a shitty government that is absolutely fucking us in the ass. So it's probably more people, sure, but it's the same issue.
Yeah.
It's the same issue where it's a group of assholes who don't have the people at heart when they make their decision. They have their own pockets or their own greed at heart.
Didn't stop there. In the mid-1990s, Natural Born Killers became the next target, a hyper-violent satire by Oliver Stone about two media-obsessed killers that turned into celebrities. Critics said that it glorified murder, but what it really did was terrify them because it held up a mirror to how violence gets repackaged and sold. The film was linked to some real-world crimes and even dragged into the courts by the victims' families. Despite having no real connection, the lawsuits ended up failing, but the damage was done. It was banned in multiple countries, pulled off the shelves, and became a blueprint for how moral panic can leap from outrage to censorship without even proving any harm. But eventually that spotlight turned to video games, and once it did, it never left. Mortal Kombat was one of the first to take the heat. Back in 1993, the blood-soaked fatalities ended up triggering a political firestorm, landing it in the center.
I genuinely do not understand why people lost their fucking minds over the fatalities in Mortal Kombat. They're fucking red pixels, goddammit. How can you tell what is what in that fucking bloodbath?
Genesis does what Nintendo don't.
Oh, God.
I had a Sega. Although we called it Mega Drive most in over here in the UK, over on UK countries and in Europe. Was Genesis and US. Look, your kid was playing it in the living room where you're having your little tea party with your rest of your family, and your kids are like, "Yeah, oh, rip his head off." It's like, of course, the parents are gonna get upset about that. It's not like at the arcade. It's like the arcade was a place you would leave your kids at to go and play, and you'd fuck her off and go do stuff at like in the mall.
Yeah, but
While at your home, it was a different story.
coming from the parents that used to fucking put potatoes in fucking car exhausts or fucking ride around with their bikes after curfew just to fuck around and drink. Like, quite ironic. Like, oh, I'm inside my home playing with pixels. The pixels depict a bloodbath, but I'm like, yeah, little Timmy surely would rip off, decapitate people when he grows older just because of a fucking video game.
Yeah, no. Okay, so that's a different thing. It's like, oh, my kid is going to turn into a killer because he's killing in the game. That obviously is the thing that needed to be debunked. But yeah, look, my wife and I are we
Go style for you, little Timmy.
a kid's imagination is super fucking powerful. Don't ever underestimate like a young child's imagination. It's
Oh, I'm
ridiculously
not
powerful.
underestimating it.
Like you remember vividly that video game. Like it could have looked like shit. It could have
Oh
looked
no,
like
I
a couple
remember
of
quite clearly. I'm a very visual person.
But I will remember these Atari games, the freaking little cartridge with one joystick, the joystick and one button, games that my grandparents had, and I would have played that. On screen, it looked stupid and ridiculous, but in my mind, vividly, I will always remember it exactly how I visualized the setting, and parents understood that. It's an important thing to like. Actually, kudos to those parents for actually being aware that their kids have a good and productive, like active imagination. Um, is Mortal Kombat something? I played it when I was little, so just a heads up. I played Mortal Kombat like crazy when I was a kid. So that was my step up. Would I let my kids play the current Mortal Kombat the same age? I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know if I would. I mean, I'm not going to stop them.
The thing
but
is,
I may think twice when I see Cassie Cage pop a bullet in a dude's head and then put chewing gum over it and then it fills up and blows up, or blast the rib cage open and then shove it down someone's throat.
yeah, but that was the thing is, this shit was mostly done of retaliation towards the whole censorship. Like they went full fucking gory because oh, you don't like this? Fuck you. We're gonna go full bore.
Censorship started off because of Mortal Kombat.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Mortal Kombat was like, it's not even that bad. You want to see bad? We'll show you what fucking really bad fucking graphical violence is.
Yeah, you're talking about now, like, that's what do you call it? I don't remember, but it's like, oh, that's not even that bad. This is bad. It's like, I guess for a little kid, it's probably worse. I don't know. I as you said earlier, like, look at us. We didn't end up as serial killers or anything like that, but I can see how it can be disturbing for some children, especially after my nephew. After I learned how he operates, I'm like, I guess it's not really for all children, right? But yeah, like I said, like we all agree beforehand, just if you're involved in your child's fucking life, it's not a problem. You can just teach them to walk away, not look at it. They can turn. They're not forced to engage in it.
But the problem is that the child doesn't see it as, oh, I have to try this on fucking neighbor's kid.
Yeah, they think, oh, cool, I like this thing. I'm gonna show it to my friend.
Well, yeah, but
or-
you're not gonna see little Timmy try to fucking decapitate Jimmy.
No, you're not gonna. No, that, like I
Come on,
said,
Jimmy.
that's been debunked. The
Yeah,
replication
but
of
that's
the
the mentality
yeah.
that started all of this.
I
And it's still today.
I
That's
think
what these
that's
fucking neo-feminists are fucking complaining about with the fucking
that's
adult games.
that's the fear mongering that definitely did take place. Is that, oh, my child's going to become a murderer? But I will say this. I think the positive side of it is parents who weren't retarded and didn't buy into this. Like, there are actually parents like that. Is, oh, by the way, another era we should not forget to mention that happened before this: the Satanic Panic. Um, the Satanic Panic that happened with when super religious people started banning like Dungeons and Dragons, literally pen and paper video game, pen and paper game. Sorry, a tabletop game. It's like there wasn't even anything. There was literally just your imagination and some books with some crude drawings on it of a monster, and I was like, oh, it's satanic now. You know, it's the same thing. They wanted to ban that. It's like just if you're involved with your child's life and learn what it's about, you don't have to make a big fucking deal about it. Or even better, you can kind of contextualize it for your kid in a way that will make sense for him and your family. You don't have to ban it, but that's also something that should be left to like every household as opposed to like forced legally, which I'm completely against.
Yeah, it's just, yeah, I just find it very annoying when people are taking something so out of fuck. Like, it's the same scenario with GTA 5, and this is what the fucking neo-feminists that took down the porn games did. They're trying to take down GTA 5 because the game, quote unquote, forces people to kill and abuse and sexually assault women.
You know what people also do, that's so retarded because it's like it forces you. It's like if you don't like the game, you could turn it off.
No, but its mere existence is misogynistic.
What is this? I'm just sorry. I'm just looking at this webpage of these retarded bitches again. It's like, change it. If you don't like it, don't watch it. The normalization of violent, degrading pornography affects it. No one's normalizing it. The mere fact that you're letting your kids watch it unsupervised is you normalizing it.
But even if
Really,
they're watching it,
really,
like it's been, not only has it been proven multiple fucking times that there's no correlation between this shit, you're the ones making it seem like it's normalized. Arson commented, "Oh my god, the same shit happened to Mass Effect, and the woman on the news got owned by a dude when he asked, 'Have you even played the game?' Woman said no. Funniest shit ever."
Yeah, jeez.
Just the fact that we have to fight the same retarded battle over and over and over again, and every time this battle pops up, it gets worse.
And it's funny. All these issues that they're saying, it's like if they did their job as parents properly, if they actually were engaged with their child's life, if they monitored, or at least engaged in what their child was doing, they didn't have to overdo it. Just be there and talk to them about it, and then say, honey, we're not gonna do this. Like, you can do that. You can do in your household. Say, honey, we're not gonna do these pornographic games or anything like that. I'm not okay with it.
I'm gonna throw a curveball at you. Hold on, I'm gonna throw a curveball at you. Actually, we should be happy that they're too busy scritching online because they cannot fucking spread their stupid mentality disease onto their children. So they're shrinking in they're not spreading.
Did you ever watch the South Park episode where Kyle's mom becomes an activist?
No, but I've seen a few episodes of South Park here and there.
Yeah, so Carl's mom always turns into an activist, and then about something that's happening, right? There's quite a few episodes of it, but anyway, because she's Jewish and she's like a very upset stay-at-home mom and real bitch, you know, as Cartman would like to say. Carl's mom is a stupid bitch.
Yeah.
And when
That's
when and when whenever she goes and does activism things, she'll bring Carl along, and then she'll make things so bad, and then everyone will look and then everyone will just see him standing there. It's like it's Carl's mom, and he's like got his fingers in his eyes, and he's just like, oh fuck. Oh jeez, this is my fucking mom. Why is my mom? It's like the perfect example of an activist's child, one that isn't brainwashed, you know? A child
Yeah.
that isn't brainwashed.
Well, that's the thing. They
Why-
cannot be brainwashed because the fucking activist fucking pleb is too busy screeching at anything than actually converting their child into another spawn of
Dude.
this stupid mentality.
Don't you remember the ad that came out for the US military a few years ago where during COVID with the fucking lieutenant or whatever being super proud that her two mommies raised her to be an activist. And I was like, what the fuck, United States military? What the fuck is this garbage?
I
What is
can
this-
assure you that shit that got trained out of her real fucking quick.
No. She's an adult, and they made. Oh, by the way, this is the same. This is the same United States ad, military ad that ended up. The entire ad looked like a Disney animation. By the way, it
Oh my
looked like.
god.
People were
Wait,
comparing it to,
hold on,
Russia's like.
Hold on, you said two moms? How the fuck did they
Yeah.
either of them have time to fucking
Yeah.
convert her into an activist instead of shouting at the fucking internet together?
The little it shows the little cartoon animation. By the way, it's a fucking military like recruitment ad, and it's a Disney animation. What the fuck? Anyway, it got contrasted with like the Russian ad, which was just a bunch of super Chad dudes like getting freaking raised to become murder machines. You know, it was like,
Yeah,
okay,
the
that's
same
pretty
super
fucking-
Chad fucking morons that like matched on Tinder with Ukrainian ops just to know their fucking location live on the battlefield.
Yeah,
I don't
no
know. I
shit.
think the activists kind of won that fight in the
No,
fucking
no.
ads.
No, you know what? No one won that fight. Absolutely.
It's true. No one won that fight.
No one won
The
that fight.
US fucking lost rep points while Russia lost people for stupid reasons.
Yeah. Anyway, so that was an ad that came out for the US, and I was like, that is a kid that got brainwashed by the activism in their family. And I mean, fuck it, what was that girl's name? The retarded girl, Down syndrome girl, whose parents were activists, who ended up going around Europe telling people to, how dare you? How dare you? What was her name? Greta something.
Wait.
Greta Thunberg, I think.
Oh yeah. How fucking dare you?
Her parents were activists. So she just became an activist like her fucking parents. So there are kids that they buy into the bullshit, dude. They totally buy into the bullshit.
Arson, I'll add you at the end so we can focus on continuing the podcast because we've been derailed so many times. The last thing we need is memes right now.
We should probably carry on because
Out of context, there's about 21 minutes still left on the fucking video.
Alright, I'm gonna shut up now. Let's carry
Of
on.
U.S. Senate
I'm just
hearings
saying.
alongside Night Trap, and the outrage was so loud it was enough to be able to force the industry into creating the ESRB, which we still use today, a self-imposed rating board that was meant to keep the government off their backs, and yet still, despite that concession, the attacks kept coming. Doom was next.
Yeah, at that point, what's the reason of fucking self-monitoring with fucking maturity ratings if the government is still gonna fuck you in the ass? Shadow, stop spawning your moon. But yeah, what's the point of like beer companies do this? They sell fucking police to themselves not to show people drinking in their beer commercials, just so they don't have laws and the government fucking them over. Why is the government fucking games over when they're self-policing about maturity ratings?
There's a lot of money, I guess. I don't know.
Hello, people.
I would argue there's a fuck ton more amount of money out of fucking alcohol.
Yeah.
You got alcohol? Give me some.
Wish.
I
Yeah.
got some.
Shit,
I'm not
about to
drunk
be
enough for this
18
shit,
days, son.
actually.
Let's carry on.
After Columbine, the media rushed to blame the shooter's love of violent video games, especially Doom, which was treated less like a product and more like a loaded weapon. There was no real evidence, but that really didn't matter because the goal was never about truth. It was about finding a scapegoat. From there, the cycle just repeated. Manhunt was banned in multiple countries for its sadistic tone and stylized executions. Grand Theft Auto became a political punching bag for nearly 2 decades now, and every time a new controversy breaks out, school shootings, violent crime, teenage aggression, someone with a podium and no understanding of the medium wants to start...
Oh, it is actually echoing from you, Papa.
Oh, is it? Oh, sorry. I mean,
Oh, no, it's fine. It's just I've been keeping... No, you just have to slightly turn up the minimum pickup gain.
okay.
pointing a finger at video games, and they still do to this day. Despite decades of research showing that there is no causal link between video game violence and real-world behavior, we are still hearing the exact same lazy talking points about how games corrupt the youth, desensitize children, or promote criminal behavior. They said it in the 90s, they said it in the early 2000s, and they're still saying it today because it's easier to blame the pixels than confront real issues. Here we are today, and the only thing that's changed is that the time for talk is over, and now it's
I'm still
action.
hearing
Content isn't just being criticized.
I'm not hearing it.
Okay.
It's being erased. Games are vanishing. Storefronts are purging titles by the thousands, and it all started with a group called Collective Shout, an advocacy and lobbying organization based in Australia that claims that they are fighting against the sexualization of women and children in media. On the surface, that sounds like a noble goal. But the deeper that you look, the more it becomes clear that this isn't about safety, it's
quick.
about control.
Yep.
Okay, so it's not on their website and in their ad that they made. They are not saying it is about women and children. It is specifically, and I went through it multiple times, it is women and some men, sometimes, by the way, more women, and little girls. They say little girls specifically. They do not say children. They just say little girls.
Which makes it way worse.
I mean, it's just focus on like little girls.
Female.
It's literally there.
If you have
Yeah,
a vajayjay, you're innocent and you're a miracle from God.
So so interesting note. I won't put names out here, but I actually worked a little bit with a psychologist from the United States for a short while, a doctor, and she did therapy using D&D on little kids. And I was asked her to just, do mentorship with me for a year. And I asked her, okay, well, who are your primary clients? And she said, well, I usually work with below like 16 and below most of the time, but she prefers like 12 around that age. I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. Who do you work so how often do you find it that the girls and the boys work? She said, well, you know what? I stopped seeing boys as clients. I was like, what? Why? Why did you stop seeing boys as clients? obviously I didn't say it like that. I was just more shocked that she is a child therapist using something cool like D&D to therapy people. By the way, you should never use D&D for therapy. It's a bad idea. Just an overall.
Yeah.
It ruins the game, unfortunately. But anyway, regardless of that, the reason why is because she she couldn't handle boys. She just can't handle the male gender at all. She can't handle the roughness of boys. Girls are just calmer and listen more, I would assume. She didn't say that, but that is a tendency that young female children would have as opposed to young male children. Young male children are more crazy, run around,
Hyperactive.
bash their heads against stuff. Yeah. And girls would be, well, I've got a daughter, manipulative. Twist you around their finger with their QT ways,
easier to code.
This is because she's a piece of shit and she just wants to work. I hope she dies of cancer.
I went I would say I want her to die on my side. I just know that like I was a little disappointed that
The thing
happened
is,
to be the way.
Shadow is also like dabbling with the human body a little.
What?
What the fuck do you mean?
Biology dipshit.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm fucking drunk.
Also, Papa
No,
Guy,
but
if you
okay.
thought I had hot takes, welcome to the nuclear takes.
Yeah, that's what I want to hear, baby.
My
Bring the nukes.
psychologist was actually female and she never had complaints about me nor anyone else. And if you didn't know, I do like to listen with my 2 ears to what teachers say. I actually found out some interesting stuff about my teachers, especially my math teacher.
It's always fun when you hear about those yummy little dirty stories that they have hidden away, or at least try not to make too public.
Back when their fucking coochie wasn't dusty. I swear to God, it's like illegal for a female math teacher to be entertaining. I never once had a math teacher that wasn't either a fossil or boring beyond belief. It's like they have fun sucked out of them during the like teacher program.
So I'm not gonna say that that lady was indicative of the entire mental health industry, but this is something that I did start picking up after a while. By the way, if you guys didn't know, the mental health industry is almost exclusively female. Like it is a strong female, like dominant field.
I wonder why.
Even though, yeah, when I went to go write my exams, it's like a row of 40 people writing the exams, and 3 or 5 of them were male.
Huh.
So yeah, it is very and this is like across multiple different exams, locations and periods and years. It's just a female dominated field, and it's also one of the reasons that led me to believe my field is the psychological health field is a little broken and a little fucked up, and needs to go through a bit of a auditing, I would say.
Maybe because females are, like, correct me if I'm fucking wrong, females typically enjoy yapping about stuff that you cannot prove wrong or right because it's all emotions and feelings and thought processes and the what are those people called? The ones that are have their head so far shoved up their ass about reality and existence.
Wait, what? Are you talking about people who don't want to focus on reality and
No.
things
The people that keep theorizing about what's existence and what's life. What do you call them?
Philosopher.
There you go. And for women tend to go on the philosophy fucking garbage.
Well, look, psychology is extremely philosophy oriented. There's very
Exactly.
little to it that is still science. Human sciences is not a lot of the engineers and the physical sciences and hard sciences will laugh at psychology because it's a soft science. I do still say, and I will defend it till I'm dead, soft sciences are fucking important and you should not dismiss them.
I'm not saying
we
the
need to-
science isn't important.
No,
I'm just saying the
but
people
what-
practicing it are not
So,
taking it
yeah.
as serious.
So one of my counter arguments is that one of the issues I would definitely say with my field is that if you're not going to take it seriously within the physical science aspect of it, and I'm talking about stuff like population studies and statistical analysis, and those kind of statistical work across like multiple different fields, and actually take the science aspect of it and not just the human aspect, the humanities aspect, social sciences aspect of it seriously, then what you're going to end up getting is some floaty ass bullshit that we've gotten for the last like 15 years. The kind of feminist absolute tripe that has helped spawn the alphabet movement, trans movement, gender studies, all this crap. You're not going to get good hard fact sciences that are based on at least some sort of solid ground. So yeah, it's a bit of
Basically,
a frustration.
you get the generic shrink with platitudes that you have to apply yourself to yourself.
So what you get is someone who will, because you feel distraught, they'll stop talking about a difficult subject. When really what you should be doing when you're doing therapy on a person who has a real problem is you should be diving into the things that make them uncomfortable, even if it's uncomfortable, because that's what they're being paid for. They're paying for, or at least that's what you're being paid for. They're paying for that you help them get to the root of their issues. You cannot get to the root of issues by pussyfooting around problems. You need to dig into those problems. That is, and when you don't take your clients seriously, when you treat them like a child, then what the hell purpose do you have as a medical practitioner at all?
Exactly.
In
That's
any-
kind of what I
in
mean
any
by
capacity.
the generic shrink with fucking platitudes. Like that gives you platitudes you have to apply to yourself. Basically, statements that are meaningless, and you give them meaning, applying them to yourself.
Oh yeah, it's the. But this works for me. See if it works for you. It's like no, you gotta objectively look at it.
Yeah, exactly.
This is you are going to come from a subjective point of view, but you need to be invested in their life. You need to start using cognitive empathy, not emotional empathy. Cognitive empathy being able to identify the emotional state in someone else without feeling the same way they do. Emotional empathy is feeling what another person is feeling in that moment.
I would like to take a pot shot at it and see how accurate am I. By emotional empathy, you're referring to, let's say the patient is an alcoholic. The emotional empathy would be drinking is not the solution. It's just the cause of the problem. Compared to the objective empathy, or the like, logical
Cognitive
empathy.
empathy,
Why are you
yeah.
drinking? What's causing you to drink? Okay, that's the problem. How can you solve the problem?
Well, cognitive empathy would often be cognitive empathy would be like, I understand. What's it? You're feeling really bad, or at least I can see your pain is coming from, or the pain is coming from drinking so much and neglecting the people around you and neglecting yourself as well. Cognitive empathy would be like, you are capable of overcoming this, and you're feeling as if you're in a position where you cannot overcome it. That is a lie. You need to
Okay.
kill that thought in your head, and you need to start acting now to get yourself out of that position. It's more tough love, so to speak. Cognitive empathy is, I see where you are emotionally. But it's stopping you from being able to
Move on.
see clearly. or
Yeah.
see clearly, essentially, or see from, or at least logically, or from a
So-
different point of view.
If that is cognitive empathy, which I would argue would be the middle ground, what would my example be? The one where you find the root of the problem, like objectively.
That's psychoanalysis. That would be an
Oh, that would be-
investigative
okay.
study. That would be an investigative study of the root of a problem. That's basically what Freud and Jung popularized. Is the looking at the underlying causes of like what the problem is. That's now investigation. And then
Okay.
you'd use a lot of psychoanalytic processes like, Rorschach tests, or you'd use word association, or whole range of different tests that sprung from that era. Although psychotherapy, or at least specifically Freudian version of psychotherapy, is kind of frowned on these days. And I don't 100% agree with it in every aspect, but I understand why it's frowned upon.
Why?
Sex. It's all about sex, and sex. Why do you want to fuck your mom? Why do you want to have sex with this person?
What the?
Oh,
Whoa.
I think-
Okay, to be fair, it brought us
think-
back on the topic, but holy shit, how did we get there?
I think the
Fucking your
source of
mom?
I think the source of you sucking on a cigarette gives you pleasure of like a phallic kind of a phallic kind of tendency towards you're oriented towards that you never got to actually
I don't think.
overcome within your young developmental years. Yeah,
I
that's,
think psychoanalysis is not what I'm like. What I described does not fall under that.
that was the early forms of psychoanalysis.
Okay, that explain. Thank fucking God that like it evolved from that piece of shit.
It is the reason why people don't like Jung. The problem with not Jung, Freud. Freud's work. Freud often looked at the world through sex. The thing is, though, a lot of his work is still valuable today. Like, you just have to look past all the sex crap. You can still apply it very well. That's
It's
why
still
upper
valuable. You
resistance-
just have to move the box of butt plugs out of the way.
Yeah, there's actually some really cool people within Freudian studies who ended up doing a lot of game
Design.
game philosophy. Game design, for instance,
Yeah.
but game philosophy, like of the gaming personality, specifically when it came to like tabletop playing games. So yeah, it's very cool. You just have to
I'm into it.
look past all the dick and vagina stuff and maybe that's you just looking too much in they'll watch a movie and they'll see all the sexual like
Innuendos.
kind of stuff, like for instance
Physical.
they will watch Back to the Future and just overanalyze all the scenes and settings and the behaviors and the clothes that someone's wearing as being related to Marty's underlying desire to want to fuck his mom,
Bruh.
which is a thing.
Oh,
that is
it's the
apparent in
philosophical
movie.
bullshit you learn in fucking literature class. Like,
Yeah,
the author says the drapes were red. What does that mean? The drapes were red? No, it reflects the pain.
Well,
It's
Freud did.
it's
You know
bullshit.
what's
Is what it
the worst
is.
thing? In school, they try to like you said, from Arthur's perspective. No matter what you try to answer, apparently it's wrong. But what if we, as understand it, is wrong?
Let me pull
Maybe
out the
it's
Ouija
not.
board and ask the author, yo, the fuck you mean by this?
Oh,
That's the thing. When authors write something like that, you as a person, it's your perspective, not the fucking writers. That's what the writers actually want usually.
by the way, one of the most predominant ways of answering psychology tastes or taste answers is which one of these is more correct than the other answers.
Oh, fuck off.
So if you are given multiple choice, like it's the you are given multiple correct answers, but one is more correct than the other answers, depending on the theory you're coming from.
And let me
So-
guess, by more correct, it's not more correct because it's more accurate. It's more correct because you feel it.
No. It's more correct according to the theory of that field of psychology. And it's just my father, who's an engineer, looks at this and goes, "I fucking hate your field." You know, he just looks at it he's like,
Yeah,
"I hate you.
I
I hate your
understand.
field."
I fucking
I should've
understand
disowned
his
you as a
fucking
kid.
pain right now.
I should have sold you to that fucking man for crack.
Bro, like, uh,
Yeah.
may God bless you with everything you ever fucking need because you're
May
managing
God
to
fucking
swim through that
disown you
shit.
as well.
No, but the beauty is that there are a lot of sane people out there. There are sane therapists and psychologists who are out there who are aware that there is some bullshittery in our own field, and we gotta just like be aware that we don't fall into our own like traps when it comes to the deep philosophical retarded quandaries in which we go in. And that usually we stay grounded in that by actually giving a damn about our patient and wanting to help them.
Basically,
Not
keep your head
in-
as far as possible from your own asshole.
Yes, and very often what you need is something really crappy happening to you to kind of make you realize, oh wait, I'm just as much of a fucking piece of shit as everyone else around me. Good. Okay, now I can go help people.
Oh,
Yeah. Oh well.
let's get
Whatever.
back to this
I can
shit.
confirm I'm
Yeah.
a piece of shit.
Collective Shout
Okay.
isn't a watchdog group. It's a group of Karens imposing their morality on everybody else,
Yes.
often hypocritically, seeing that they defend the Netflix show Cuties.
Yeah,
Gross.
dude.
When Steam ignored their demands to remove offensive content, Collective Shout bypassed them entirely and went straight for the infrastructure. They flooded Visa, MasterCard, and PayPal.
And I know why they would defend cuties, which is absolutely disgusting. They defend it because, oh no, but it's a warning against sexualizing children. It's like you are allowing it in this instance, and that's the same instance that's being argued.
You are
by other
trying to
people.
censor something similar called Detroit
Lit-
Become Human. You piece of shit.
Literally here. It's an artistic expression, is an excuse people will use to defend their horrible games. Fucking cuties. Fucking cuties. You're literally looking at super sexualized little girls. It's like, yeah, I can understand the artistic side of it, but don't you go fucking
Talk about child
doing the other
pornography, am
side.
I right?
It's it's still an exploitation of children, which is
Yeah, which
an
is
issue.
literally what they're fucking fighting against.
Which is an issue that film is always gonna have to deal with, and of course it's a fucking French film, by the way. Oh, we'll excuse it because it's French. It means it's artistic.
My
Fucking
ass.
French. Sorry, I have a deep frustration with French as a culture.
The like I always say, the only good thing that ever came out of the fucking French is the warning shot doctrine for nukes.
What's that?
Hell yeah, brother.
You know the warning shot system. Like you give a warning shot for them to surrender or you shoot them afterwards.
Okay.
They have that for nukes.
Really?
Yes, the French of all fucking people. Which,
That had to
not
come.
gonna lie, kind of agree. Like, warning
Yeah, for
shot
sure,
with a
sure.
nuke towards Russia would be quite fucking good right now. Oh, you're threatening nukes, alright? Let's see how you're threatening nukes from fucking 6 feet under.
You'll drop it on Ukraine just outside. Of
Oh
their
no. Actually, that might unironically be the French.
Yo, trust me with nukes. I promise it will make the world better.
Proceeds to load it in a 9mm pistol.
I'll work with that. I'll level up.
PayPal them to take action, and it worked. Payment processors then turned around and contacted Steam directly, laying out their own content standards and demanding enforcement. In response, Steam quietly added a new line in their developer policy under Rule 15. You shouldn't publish content that may violate the rules and standards set forth by Steam's payment processors and related card networks and banks or internet service providers, in particular, certain kinds of adult-only content. That one vague little sentence...
Adult-only content. That's their...
Certain kinds.
Well, yeah, certain kinds of adult content. Can you pinpoint what that is, though?
Certain kinds is such a fucking vague term.
And adult content is not?
I mean, no, sure. And adult content is, and put those two together, now you've just opened up a wide range of fucking areas. So what is Disney's show where they're talking about, like, what's that panda thing, which the entire movie was sort of an allegory for, like,
Turning Red.
Yeah, it's about an allegory for periods, like getting your period.
It was shit.
I haven't watched it. Yeah, I also
coming next summer on the Steam summer sales. The only 2 games on the fucking platform, Tetris and Pong, are 20% off because they're the only fucking games we can sell now.
Yeah, you can't even have Portal because there's a
female lead in fucking danger.
So there's a female villain who's getting bullied by another female. So
and she was mutilated. She was violated. She was turned into a robot.
Yeah, and then also.
I hope they fucking die.
Again, the only. Actually, do you think that fucking tower defense with balloons and monkeys? Do you think that will be allowed? There's no humans involved.
It does have rainbows in it, so maybe they'll be.
It's a monkey. It's racism.
Oh yeah, no. It has weapons. It has attack helicopters and submarines and shit.
But that's adult content.
Yeah. That is adult. Yeah. Military weapons. That's adult content. Right.
Can't have that. Cannot have it.
No, Tetris and Pong, the only fucking games ever allowed on Steam.
Maybe not the Tetris that has the boobas on it. You know.
No, like classic Tetris, the only Tetris.
Yeah, ding, 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 ding.
And related card networks and banks, in particular, certain kinds of adult-only content. That one vague little sentence triggered one of the most aggressive content purges that we have ever seen. Thousands of games disappeared off of Steam and indie storefronts like itch.io within days. And let's be clear, the kind of content that they were targeting here was calculated. This was not mainstream titles. These were fringe, explicit games. The kind of games and the kind of content that is extremely difficult to defend publicly without being accused of endorsing it. That is the point. They thought that this content wouldn't spark any mass outrage if it disappeared. They picked a fight where the user base was too small, too niche, and too easy to silence, because at the end of the day, this isn't about stopping extreme content. It's about cracking the door open for systemic removal of any content someone else decides that you shouldn't be able to be allowed to engage with. These same activists and their political allies have taken aim at games like Grand Theft Auto and Detroit Becomes Human. If you guys think for whatever reason that this stops with H games and edgy horror titles, you haven't been paying attention. The strategy is simple here. Make the bans palatable at first and then push the line later. And once people get used to it, well, the next ban isn't even going to feel like censorship anymore. In fact, that point's already been proven because one of the games that got caught up in the purge on itch.io was Mouthwashing, a frontrunner for 2024 Indie Game of the Year, a psychological horror title that was intentionally disturbing, that explores trauma, guilt, grief, and violence, but it never really showed any of those things directly. No interactive assault, no graphic reenactments, not the way that we would normally see them in other games, just surreal imagery and a heavy atmosphere that was built around implication, and yet still it was pulled. Not because it broke any laws, not because it violated any terms of service, but because payment processors had cast a net so wide that even hinting at dark themes is enough to get games erased if someone else decides that it makes them uncomfortable. This is what happens when you hand over.
Also, it might be because there's an anime girl with thighs thicker than the fucking US defense budget. Just a hint. Or a hunch.
Over control to systems that do not care about context. These are financial institutions, not curators of art. They don't care about game reviews. They don't understand narrative nuance. They just react to pressure, to PR risk, to liability. And when they act, Platforms fall in line because they don't have a choice. This is censorship by infrastructure. No appeals, no discussions, just silence and removal. That's what makes this so different from the censorship battles of the past. It's not a debate. It's not a public outcry. It's not a policy that you can push back on, because by the time anybody notices, the decision's already been made quietly behind the curtain. It's not just about what gets removed. It's about who gets to decide and how invisible that process has become. There's no transparency, no vote, no warning, just a new rule, a new standard, and a growing silence where certain games used to be. And that's the trap, because these systems, once they fix the problem that they found, they escalate, they standardize, they start rewriting the rules behind the scenes and pretend like nothing has changed when everything has. The rules that you're governed by now aren't public, they aren't consistent, they're enforced by companies that you'll never speak to using guidelines that you'll never read. Your access is now contingent on a constantly shifting set of expectations dictated by people that aren't even a part of the culture that they're regulating. So let's stop pretending like this is about one game or one advocacy group or one rule or even one controversy. This isn't even about explicit content anymore. This is about whether anyone outside of the system is even allowed to make decisions at all, whether platforms like Steam or itch.io have the right to host legal content, whether developers have the right to explore difficult, whether you have the right to access art that makes someone else uncomfortable, and most importantly, whether we are allowed to choose how we spend our money.
And that is the main reason why we call this censorship, and now it might as well fucking call it fucking control. Like, it's far beyond censor. This is dead ass fucking wiping shit from existence. You'll have the FBI knock on your door if you have a fucking copy of Mario on your fucking Nintendo Switch.
All the Wii games.
In any game that fucking violates their fucking extreme retarded fucking standards of what classifies as adult content or violence or what was the word for it? Problematic content. There we go.
The reason why I brought up the history of how different forms of media have either been censored or regulated or come under fire from politicians or the news or from advocacy groups is to prove, or at least illustrate, that groups like Collective Shout, while obnoxious, incredibly obnoxious, and while something to fight against, they are the symptom, not the disease. There's always going to be a group of people that are out there. They're going to try to tell you how to live your life, what you can and can't do, what you can consume, what you can buy, all kinds of different things. You have people—
Actually, hold on. Since they showed us, all we have to do is shout at MasterCard and Visa to shut something down because it's problematic or violates the law. Can we not shut down Russia's entire economy?
I have to ask a question. Has this actually ended? Is this over?
Nope. Not yet.
Okay.
So far, our only ray of light is freedom of. It's a law since February that US has been working on called freedom of market ownership or something like that, where basically Visa and MasterCard are not allowed to pull support from legal platforms or legal products, despite the content posing risks that are only for reputation. So if the only risk of Visa and MasterCard supporting payment for the product is reputation, they're not allowed to pull out of it. If it's beyond reputation, they have to make a case for it. And that law is being worked on right now. In contrast towards this, however, that's one ray of light. We still have to fight the whole stupid law about child online protection shit. We still have to fight the whole internet being accessed only through ID and monetization or surveillance.
I'm for. Don't get me wrong. I'm for the idea of like protecting kids on the internet.
I've
I don't
heard
want
that
people
so
to
much.
think
It's just, it's not that. That's the Trojan
No,
horse.
of course. No. Hold on. I am for the idea of protecting kids on the internet. This is not the answer, but what needs to happen is a discussion regarding what we can do to get an actual answer for this problem, not just quickly easily run towards fucking laws as as our easiest means of just dealing with a problem. See, this this is the problem. Let me play a nice cognitive empathy game here, or at least like let me play like a good game where I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of my opponents. You know,
Go on.
I'm happy having the state raise my kids. I don't like that games are getting away with making these with making these games that are I deem like unsatisfactory for my children because it could be very dangerous. So what am I gonna do? I'm gonna go and talk to what they tried to do in the first place. Talk to the retailer, right? Or the retailer or the seller, the guy who's selling the games, right?
Mhm.
Be like, okay, you're selling games, and my kids are obviously getting access to it. What can we do to better solve this problem where kids are getting access to these like really really bad games? Well,
Oh, it's
at
not
least
just
then
games,
a
by the way.
discussion is opening, right? Hmm?
It's not just games. It's the internet, platforms, markets, everything like
For
internet.
sure, but at least then the discussion is open. We're now it's not a fuck you, stop what you're doing, I don't like you. It's now turned into a, you know what, I'm a reasonable human being and I want to actually discuss a problem I have. And you seem a lot more informed, or at least you are the people who kind of run this thing, and I think I can probably learn something from you. That is how I would. Okay, obviously that's now me living in fairyland. That's how I would like the conflict engagement to happen. It's not how it happens in real life, but yeah, they didn't do this. They didn't do anything I said. They just went straight for that, which obviously it raised a lot of questions, which is your no bad faith engagement for starters is one of them, and that there's something else behind the scenes. And you can't help to think that now because of the way they handled it. So they kind of shot themselves in the fucking foot by being such retarded Karens about this.
They shut themselves in the fucking head because they literally have so for the past 20 years, roughly, people have been fighting each other over social bullshit of what is acceptable, what's not acceptable, what are we allowed to say, what we're not allowed to say. We've been split into so many camps and so many subcategories of each camp, fighting each other online for the past 20 years. And now you managed to get all of them against you. You didn't shoot yourself in the foot. You pulled a Hitler and skipped the shoot yourself in the foot twice and went straight for the head. And not only that, you did it at the moment where gamers are already united fighting the government, or basically going to the government to create laws to own their games. The timing couldn't have been worse. It's like attacking an enemy military base.
They're not reading the room.
Bro, forget reading the room. You didn't even read the fucking news. It's like picture this: the entire world has a military, like a combined military exercise, and you decide to attack the base that has the military exercise going on.
Yeah.
Congratulations, you just attacked the biggest fucking force you could ever fucking fight.
Yeah, bitch, you in the wrong neighborhood.
Yes. You're in the wrong airspace,
wrong
my
house.
friend.
The wrong
You're in the
house,
wrong,
fool.
you're in the wrong
Fucking.
neighborhood, bitch.
You're in the wrong fucking topography, mate.
Yeah, no. Jeez. Okay.
Like, shit. The worst part is they managed to do this to the UK on the low, mostly, because everybody thought it would only affect the UK. Then the rest of the European Union followed suit somehow without a vote. And then this shit happens right after Stop Killing Games. And now they're attacking the US with the exact same law as the UK. This is fighting on 4 different fronts at the same time against the entirety of the fucking internet.
And almost everyone's a gamer nowadays.
Not even that. Everybody uses the internet. And when a couple people shout that
99%
this
of the
will
people-
remove your freedom, it doesn't, like, the feminists will fucking lose their shit, because how dare you fucking limit of what we're allowed to say or do or create. You have the gamers say, who the fuck are you to limit what we can say, do, or create? You have the normal people that say, who are you to fucking know who I am at all times and what I do all day?
They forget that it's feminists that are on OnlyFans. And what do they think their husbands are watching? What do they think they're well, sorry, not their husbands, because obviously they're feminists, so they're parents,
no.
they're probably single mothers. So what do they think their boyfriends or what living partner, or what do they call them? It's such fucking stupid names for all this modern.
That's like carrying a nuke and pulling the pin on it without being on the target. That's like the most retarded version of a suicide bomber.
Yeah. Anyway, let's carry on.
Yeah.
I've really gotta go soon. Like I'm way
People that are out
beyond
there
my limit.
It's fine if we don't finish it. I think we covered pretty much everything almost.
I do. Yeah, because I got a client tomorrow, and I gotta get some C's. You know.
Yeah, and it's getting late here too. Fuck.
I will miss you, Papa.
I'll be around. I'll come back again.
Yeah,
It was fun.
we can do a part
Feel free
3.
to block me in the time.
We can do a part 3. Make it a fucking trilogy.
I wasn't gonna tell you I was gonna do that, but okay.
We can even
Make
have
sure to block me.
we can have Dino and Skull on next time.
Oh jeez.
Maybe even Worm. Fuck it, let's spice shit up.
At least Worm will
Poor
be
people
fun.
there.
But,
Actually,
But
no.
we're
Let's
not.
bring Joe as well.
oh God. Yeah.
Yes.
Worm will just go on a tangent forever. Anyway.
believe that they what kind of food you can eat. You got countries, you got governments, you got religions, you got tons of groups just like these guys that are trying to do the exact same thing every single day. And something like this is only going to continue to escalate because essentially now there's blood in the water. They got a little taste of power, and now that they got it, well, they're going to keep pushing, especially when it comes to some of these companies, because these companies want control. More importantly, they want control of your money. It's like the easiest thing for them. What if we could just cut out the middleman? What if we just cut you out entirely and just take your money? Wouldn't that just be perfect? Visa, MasterCard, PayPal, Stripe, these 4 companies control the vast majority of the flow of wealth in the entire world because they are globally accepted. Not every single payment processor is globally accepted. These guys are. So that means if one of these guys stops something and blocks it, that's a problem. And if they all 4 start working together and they all block something, like a cartel, like they are right now, well, nothing can get through. In that event, you have no options. There's no alternative. And that's the perfect world for these companies. They want you to not have any answers. You can't even use your debit card. Most debit cards have a Visa logo on it. That's your own money that you're not allowed to use. PayPal's the exact same thing, and Stripe, I think, is probably the same. I don't think I've ever used Stripe, but those are like the exact same thing. That's usually tied directly to your bank account. You think that's your money? Not anymore. I've seen people cry out that these are private companies, that this is a free market. What are you talking about? What world do you live in? These companies have gone far past the point of private company. They are infrastructure, critical infrastructure. You're not able to make online purchases without these guys anymore. You might be able to pay your bills, but outside of that, you're not buying anything online. And in an increasingly more digital world with more digital storefronts, that's a problem, a real problem. They're essentially a utility. They're no different than gas or electricity or water or anything else. And as time goes on, we're not going to be able to get around that. These guys have to be regulated. And if they're not regulated, well, they're our new government now. But that doesn't mean that they're without weakness. And we are fighting back. One of the reasons I've been so vocal about stop.
Yeah.
So, you know who will potentially hop onto this to kind of like, or at least what will hop on, or at least emerge from this as like a savior of the people kind of answer?
Elon.
No, not a person, but a system.
Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Well, the problem with Bitcoin is it's unsafe. Like, there's nobody held responsible. So when you make a purchase, there's no guarantee of a refund, no matter what.
Yeah, but you know, you have to look at that. You have to be like, okay, cool. Who's going to consider this an opportunity? Well, it's going to probably be Bitcoin. Bitcoin's going to be like, oh, okay, you know what? People aren't trusting Visa and MasterCard. Well, that's a great time for.
The thing is, this is an opportunity. So the stupidest thing that Visa and MasterCard did right now is they showed their hand. They showed how much control they have. That is the dumbest thing they could have ever done, because everybody in the world now knows they are the ones in control, meaning that it's a tsunami of regulations are about to fucking skull shit the fuck out of Visa and MasterCard. They're gonna stop being private companies completely. They're gonna be either bought out or canceled out as companies and be turned into like core systems. They will become public whether they like it or not. Every single lawyer in their mother right now is getting rock hard for a lawsuit towards them. Imagine the amount of money they can win out of this.
I suppose so.
Because if there's anything that US and the EU hates, is monopoly.
Well, it's not one company now in this case, though.
Well, no,
so.
it's two of them, but both of them have a parent company. I don't remember what it was called, but they have a parent company. A company. So, yeah. Also, the thing is, they don't have to tackle both of them at once. They just have to start with one, whichever one is more valuable between the two. Because if they take down that one, the second one, whether it's MasterCard or Visa, will shit itself watching the other side get beat the fuck out of. And when the angry mob turns their gaze towards them, they're just gonna cave in.
I have you right. That'd actually be really cool to see.
Oh yeah. There's only two options right now for Visa and MasterCard if they wanna survive as companies. Either they submit to the laws and regulations of you're only pushing money and are allowed to make some profit out of it so you can improve the system and security. That's it. You cannot pull out of it unless it's illegal. Point fucking blank. That's gonna be the law for them pretty fucking soon. Or option 2, they pack their shit, cry to mama, and their technology becomes public domain. Well, or no, not public domain, but like it becomes infrastructure, which will not allow them to fucking benefit off of anymore. Either way, it's a lose-lose for these two Chocofox. That's problem 1. Problem 2, this will inspire a lot of fucking people to create their own payment systems if they don't want to compel.
Yeah, no, you're right about that one for sure.
And problem number 3, if we cave into Bitcoin, if we like, Bitcoin is a small win compared to what we can get out of this. So what we can achieve at maximum, best case scenario, is the governments lose complete surveillance control because of this. They lose complete power over the populations and might end up in revolutions around the world. It's not going to be far for UK or EU at this rate. No fucking way in hell US passes that fucking garbage Trojan horse, because no American in their right fucking mind will give up their fucking First Amendment without at least shooting a dozen people. So we're safe America side, theoretically. We don't know yet. But considering they're fighting the payment fuckers, I think we're pretty safe to assume they're against this. Hopefully.
Yeah.
The only issue is the online law for surveillance already has 27 sponsors before it even got into the debate court. Like, the law has been proposed, it hasn't even been like discussed or mentioned in the government of the US, and it already has 27 supporters on either side, like both leftists and rightists.
Peace.
Yeah, because again,
it's coming under the guise. Yeah.
Well, yeah, not only under the guise, but what does America love more than oil? Surveillance.
Money.
So yeah.
Money. I want to say money.
Well, no, because they can sell data for, or they can sell information for money. But yeah, no matter how you fucking slice it, either the payment fuckers fall, the governments fall, or the internet falls, and it takes everything with them, because everything is online nowadays. No matter how we slice it, we kind of win.
I like it. Move it, move it.
I just hope we win big instead of small.
Okay. Shall we?
Yes.
Bringing it up is because we desperately need to pump the brakes when it comes to our blind trust in digital storefronts and digital economies. Their growing prominence has given corporations near total control over access, pricing, availability, and now content itself. The conversation so far has been mostly focused on ownership, which is great, but there's a deeper problem beneath that. The rise of digital storefronts has handed control of actual commerce, our money, to third-party payment processors. The money that you earn, the cash that's in your account, isn't really yours if a company like Visa or PayPal decides that you're not allowed to spend it. I've seen people get distracted by the wrong targets, lashing out at Steam or itch.io as if these are the guys that are making the calls right now, but that's exactly what these payment processors want. They want the blame placed on the platform holders that had no real choice. What were their real options? Shut down payments overnight, rebuild their entire back end to use an alternative provider, one that could just as easily use the exact same restrictions at any moment, or just cut out digital payments entirely and tell players to go buy Steam cards, which are limited in supply, restricted by region, and could just as easily be pulled by the same payment processors that are pressuring these guys right now. That's the stranglehold these companies have. They don't operate in a free market. They operate above it, dictating what's allowed to exist inside. And that control isn't just economic, it's creeping into legislation. In the UK, the Online Safety Act has begun reshaping how platforms handle content, not just what they host, but how they verify who accesses it. Under the new law, websites must implement strict age verification for anything considered adult, explicit, or potentially harmful, whatever that actually means. That means real names, real documents, full compliance, and if a site can't afford the infrastructure to be able to verify users by ID, well, it just disappears. This is not about child safety. It's about normalizing surveillance. It's about conditioning people to believe that having access to legal content online should come at the cost of giving up your identity. Beyond that, this is the elimination of privacy. We know that we cannot trust these companies with our personal information. We have seen exactly what happens when our personal data ends up in the wrong hands. The T-App, that toxic social media platform that encouraged women to anonymously post photos of men and spread unverified accusations, required ID verification for its users. So when the breach hit, it wasn't just usernames that got leaked out, it was real names, government IDs, location data. But T isn't the exception. We've seen PlayStation accounts compromised, exposing emails and real names and credit card information. We've seen Facebook and social media logins linked to adult content through data leaks, leading to harassment, doxing, and career-threatening exposure. And now governments are pushing for that exact same level of personal verification to be mandatory on adult platforms, explicit game storefronts, and anything that these guys deem high risk. But that's exactly the point. These systems are not designed to protect you. They are designed to manage you. And in managing you, they strip away something deeper than your privacy. They take away your ability to choose freely without fear or compromise. This is the slow, methodical elimination of freedom of choice, not just through government regulation, but through systems that are built to enforce it quietly and permanently. Rules that you never voted on enforced by companies that you can't opt out of. Laws like the Online Safety Act that are demanding compliance from corporations that just fall in line because, well, some of these guys don't really have much of a choice, and the other ones really do like the control. Activist groups that are out there stripping away your privacy in the name of protection. Corporations stripping away your autonomy and selling it back to you as convenience. You don't get a choice in what platforms you use, how you pay, or what content you engage with, not without submitting to somebody else's conditions first. And while everybody is arguing over what political group they can blame, the truth is far more dangerous. This is just what happens when power consolidates. It doesn't matter who holds it. Once they have it, they will use it, and they will use it against you. That's what unchecked control looks like. You don't have to agree on the ideology. You just have to agree and recognize the structure and hopefully fight against it. And lucky for us, that fight has already begun across every front, political, cultural, and corporate. The battle lines are being drawn. These companies do not fear ethics, my friends. They fear risk, and we need to show them that we are the greater risk, that there are more of us than there are of these activist groups that they're pretending to represent. Silence is not an option. Right after Steam and itch.io began pulling content, users across 4chan and all of social media launched what they were calling Operation Fight Fire with Fire, a grassroots movement that is flooding Visa, MasterCard, PayPal, and other processors with calls and emails using the exact same tactics that Collective Shout used. This isn't rage bait, this is optics, it's numbers, it's a way of proving in an undeniable volume that actual consumer bases are watching and we're not happy. Visa is already trying to downplay their role. One Reddit user even shared a response from the company saying that they don't moderate content and they don't make moral judgments on legal purchases, but that's exactly what they did, and that's exactly what they've been doing. Their excuse is that certain purchases pose a risk to the brand, but what that actually means is that they're afraid of bad press. They want to pretend like they had nothing to do with this, maybe quietly walk it back, avoid taking the hit, but it's too late for that. The story's out, and the last thing that these companies want is for that story to stay out, because that's how their reputations start to crack, that's how investor confidence drops, and that's how regulators start circling. But even that only treats the symptom. The real cure is proper regulation and meaningful consumer protections. Meaningful consumer protections, the kind that should already exist but don't. And that's a failure that largely rests with politicians that are too entangled in lobbying and others that are just too slow to catch up with a digital economy that's evolving faster than the laws that are governing it. Right now, though, there is a sign of progress. It's a U.S. bill that was introduced back in February by Congressman Andy Barr called the Fair Access to Banking Act, which states, this bill places restrictions on certain banks, credit unions, and payment card networks if they refuse to do business with a single person that complies with the law. Restrictions include prohibiting the use of electronic funds transfer systems and lending programs, termination of institutions' depository insurance, and specified civil penalties. Banks and other specified financial institutions are allowed to deny financial services to a person only if the denial is justified by a documented failure of that person to meet quantitative, impartial, risk-based standards established in advance by the institution. This justification may not be based on reputational risk to the institution. This bill establishes the right for a person to bring civil action for a violation of this bill. This bill would essentially just cut off everything at the root. It strips payment processors of the power to act like moral gatekeepers and blocks them from being able to deny legal purchases just because they don't like the way that something looks. And while I know that the internet is full of political division, this is one of the few issues that cuts through everything. It doesn't matter where you're from, who you voted for, or what kind of content.
And we need to push this bill everywhere. Like, people need to support this bill as strongly as possible. Just because this is the first foot in the door to stop censorship on the online.
Yeah. Not that you can censor the internet, but at least if you
the thing is, you can censor the internet, but you have to
not
do
successfully.
It's your responsibility. Which
Dude,
is how it should be.
It's never gonna happen. That's the frustration. It can't. There are too many people that are invested in the internet in a way that you're just never gonna be successful. It's trying to take down Legion, you know.
And even if they succeed, we're just gonna make internet 2.0.
Yes, that has already been discussed before as well. Yeah. Good times.
Maybe we can actually make some competition with Internet 2.0 where it's full freedom of speech and you're not allowed to fuck with it. Period.
Yeah,
We're swapping platforms, boys.
If you fuck with the freedom, you
must
have your butthole invaded by some sort of drill or something like that.
America heard freedom is in danger.
I can help with that.
What's worse than touching America's boats and America's land and people? It's freedom.
Freedom.
This is the shit that got Helldivers to you. Like, unironically, we're slowly turning into the super Earth. Democracy.
Yeah.
The bugs are everywhere. I smell them.
You like affects everyone. The only real way forward here is to put aside the usual fights, support this legislation, and push it to get it passed. Because if we don't, well, it's only going to escalate from here. And for the UK bros, I don't know what to tell you guys. The backlash started fast over there. As soon as the Online Safety Act kicked in, petitions started flying fast. They got signatures really quick, but the government's response, they essentially just brushed it off completely. And now with VPN use spiking to try to get around the law, well, a lot of people are talking about how the UK might just crack down on VPNs next, just lock it.
Oh, they already started. Like, this is slightly out of date, but yeah. UK and the European Union are cracking down on VPNs.
Yeah, I heard about that.
So yeah. US, can you loosen up your visa acceptances so I can move? Because I want freedom.
Stay deported.
Motherfucker, shut the fuck up. I will join the fucking army. Just give me a fucking citizenship.
I can sign up. I can apply for a refugee status.
I will join the military. Just give me citizenship.
Don't join the fucking faggot trip.
What are my what do you choose? European Union and UK bullshit? 4 years of military service and a fucking US citizenship. I choose the latter.
You should jump off the fucking building.
Well, it's either that or this shit.
I play this shit.
everything down. What sucks is we're likely to see the effects of it over here because the law is so vague and far-reaching that even Microsoft is playing along now. Xbox is already rolling out a new age verification tool to restrict access for basic social features, all to stay ahead of the compliance laws that they have. This isn't just government overreach, it's corporate fear meeting ideology dressed up as safety. And the only move left is just to keep pushing, keep the pressure on, and most of all, guys, just don't shut up. Because once this becomes normal, there's no undoing it. If you guys have watched me for any length of time, then you guys would know that I am an idealist to a fault. And I do genuinely believe that both governments and basically people all over the world severely underestimate gamers and this hobby. Because we are talking about generations of people that grew up on cooperative play. You got people that are out there that are getting world first raid kills with 500 ping and haven't slept in 3 days. You don't know what dedication looks like. Our ability to gain traction and organize from the comfort of our homes is unmatched. These guys are waging war on our turf. We have home field advantage, and believe me, we're going to use it. Beyond that, given the spread, the age spread of this hobby, these politicians and these corporations are going to have to deal with us a lot longer than they will a group of collective Karens. It is wild how fast this has progressed, both the implementation of and also the backlash. I've never seen anything like this before. And nobody has the right to tell us how to spend our money other than our government. That's the one thing that I'm going to say. And all of this is just optics over virtue. All of this is just so vain, especially how it was started. And it's just protecting people that don't want to raise their kids. That's all I see. I think I'd seen Asmongold say, talking about like making the world a padded room for everybody else when it just doesn't make any sense to do so or something like that. That's what it feels like in this case.
To be fair, Asmongold also said that this law is to protect children. He's actually falling for the fucking Trojan horse.
I think when this is over, maybe internally, like among the internet, we can have a discussion about that.
Oh yeah, I would love to talk about Asmongold and how retarded he is. I paid him no attention. Like, he's overly popular because of the dumb shit he says.
I don't feel strongly against or for Asmongold. Yeah, he's the Joe Rogan of like the internet. I don't feel strongly for or against Asmongold or Joe Rogan. They're just kind of like, they're there.
The thing is, before looking into this shit, whoa, that was a deep thunder. Before looking into this shit, I just thought as Asmongold as just an idiot that doesn't clean his fucking room and streams all day. Now, I think he's a fucking retard that doesn't fucking clean his room and doesn't know what he's talking about.
Sir Jordan Peterson intensifies with dirty room.
Peter, clean your room, you fucking faggot.
You know, when I was younger, my stepbrother, apparently he wasn't allowed to have a social media account. I didn't know anything about it. So when he asked me to let him make one on my computer, I said, yeah, sure, go ahead, man. Well, his parents ended up finding out about it. Come to find out, his dad worked for the government, and that was the reason why he was not allowed to have one. I didn't know that. But the second that they found out, they took all the computers out of their house, and they gave that kid a flip phone. One of those like cricket phones or whatever. I forgot what the name of them are, where you can only like call your parents and that's about it. And that dude had that basically until he was like 18. Agree with the tactics or disagree with them?
Yep.
So, did you guys hear about there's apparently a town, I don't know where it is, maybe you guys know more than I do. There's a town in the US where they got so sick and tired of the kids like abusing social media. They discarded and basically collated and managed all the smartphones that come into the town, took them away, and and installed landlines back into the town. So now the kids are like forced to hit onto phones and click press buttons to open up.
What the fuck?
Yeah, but phones to call each other again. It's like it's okay. It's impractical, but it's kind of cool. Cute or cool like idea.
I think
I
that's
mean,
I think that's just stupid. Just buy them
it
flip
is
phones for fuck's sake.
it is stupid. Like don't get me wrong, but it's like I wouldn't mind visiting a town where like all you got to talk with your friends with is a fucking old school like dial phone.
You know, it's people like these that make me go, if you're not gonna fucking interact with the internet, don't fucking make decisions for the internet.
Like you can't fight against progression. Sure, I don't have an issue with that. I just I
No, because it's
but I do think it's quite fun that you could these
Because
parents are not fucking doing this shit.
for example, my dad is anti-technology. He despises how much technology is part of our daily lives. And I'm here like, why are you so annoyed? Because you're like, he's benefiting from constantly ordering shit to his door. He's benefiting from having a smartphone connect to everything in his house and basically be a remote control.
Yeah, usually when I hear that, it's not their anti-technology, they're anti-specific parts of technology.
Oh no, he's based on what he says, he hates technology.
Yeah, no, and that's a lie. That's just straight up a lie.
I know,
Yeah.
but he also says that if there was a vote for removing technology from our daily lives, he would vote for it. I'm like, go fuck yourself. No, I hope they would snap your card in half.
That's never gonna happen. So it's already like, what are you saying? So I didn't.
No,
take
but it's
that too
that
seriously.
mentality. It's the mentality of because he may have the stupid fucking daydream of voting for removing technology from our day-to-day lives. However, there are people that think the same way, but are outright voting to make the internet as worse as possible or make technology as worse as possible.
See, I can empathize to some degree with your dad in the sense that I don't like technology when I'm running my D&D games. I don't want people like obviously I don't like people having their phones on them
Doesn't
when
like
they're
people.
playing D&D. I don't like people. I fucking hate people. They face. I don't like it when people have their phones on them when they're playing D&D. I want to use pencil. I want to use paper. I want to use dice, and I only want to use the phone for one thing, and that is playing music. I don't want to have people sitting getting distracted by their phones, and then basically this time I put a lot of fucking effort into preparing for you to be here and play this game. This game is for you. It's like
Yeah.
you're the hero of the story.
But that's
and then here you are sitting with your fucking phone.
but
in
that's
your
a
hand. And then I'll be
different scenario.
yeah, but you understand what I'm talking about.
Yes.
I
But
understand
at
it
that
in
point,
this
it's their
scenario.
lack of respect towards D&D / you. That's
Well, it's the
different
time
than
yeah.
it's different than if you had the option, you would go back to landlines. Like how much are you gonna lose? Like you're not gonna have instant information at your fingertips. You're not gonna be able to talk with multiple people at once, without turning the landline into a fucking like red fucking beam of light.
I will miss having. I mean, you're not gonna do that. I mean, you're gonna miss having everything in your hand. But I will say this: you. I'm gonna take a guess, a wild guess, and say you're probably gonna experience a lot less anxiety by not having a phone on you, where you're constantly being contacted by marketing, your emails and calls and stuff, and like you can't escape it.
No,
it's just
not necessarily.
and
The only
also
th-
and also even better.
The thing is,
like
the only thing I do on
my
my
wife
phone.
and I.
Hold on. The only thing on my phone, like emails wise, is work. So if I get an email, it's important. The only people I talk to are on Discord, and I do not like. I only message you guys while I'm at work when I can. I can go with it, like, and most days I don't even. Like Shadow is
Sure,
the
that's
most. Shadow is the person that I text the most on a daily, and there are days where I barely text him during work hours. Most of the time, I use my phone for music or like media.
Yes, and memes. So one of the
Was it
things that
Paris?
one of the things I really enjoyed a lot, not having a phone, is you don't know where I am. You can't contact me. You kind of have to just hope I'm doing okay. And there's
Paranoid.
there's a scariness about it. But then I'm like, oh wait, hold on. That's how fucking the world was before phones. It's like it kind of was a bit, you know, you you didn't know things, and there was a kind of freedom associated with that.
True, but at the same time, if something urgent happens, you kind of want
Yeah.
to be able to respond immediately.
So what we want is we want to have sort of the benefit of having the phone, but we want to mitigate mitigate as much the drawbacks, or at least the over reliance we have on having a phone.
But for example, in my case, I don't have an over reliance. It's a tool.
No, I'm not talking about you now. I'm talking about
Well, yeah,
human
no,
beings.
it's just, yeah, there's a difference between people like, you and me that use it as a tool and are not dedicated our lives to this tiny little square.
I lose myself to it every now and then.
Well, in your spare time, because you want to surf the media or listen to music or inform yourself
Read memes.
on the quick.
Yeah. And I kind of wish I didn't know about most of the shit that goes on the fucking planet, to be fair.
True, but imagine if we
Sometimes.
didn't know about this. Imagine if we didn't have the quick access to the information that we have now about this specific topic.
Earth would
That's
be
true.
very different.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. And I wonder if the people who are pushing this thing are
Are
those kind of
philosophical
people.
with this.
No, I do wonder if the people who are pushing this crap are the kind of people who
I mean, there are people who don't have internet access, actually, like tribes,
yeah, sure.
Poor
Yeah.
countries.
But what I mean is, I wonder if the people who are pushing this are the ones who do downplay their phone, like they didn't really use their phone. They put it to the side, and they're like, oh well, everyone does what I do. It's like,
No, I'm not saying that everybody does what we do. It's just there are
no.
people
What
that
what I'm saying is, I wonder if the people who are pushing this law through, the visa people and these Karens, they're like, oh, people wouldn't know about this as well as we do so quickly. It's like, yeah, you underestimate the
They want
internet.
TikTok trend.
Yeah.
Go outside with a phone.
Yes. And no one goes outside anyway.
The thing is,
so-
technology gives us more like the internet, the technology we're having today gives us more utility than the outside at the moment.
I think when I'm older, I can see myself moving away from technology and wanting to just kind of like say fuck the world and disappear in like a little hole.
Yeah, but
And
that
just
would
like
but that would make your friends worry.
oh, what friends?
Me,
My the
Skull.
only friend
Worm,
my
Joel.
my wife will be right next to me, so I'm fine. Or she'll be dead, or I'll be dead, you know. And then I'll be like, okay,
You
I
said
can
old, not
just-
ancient.
I said old. I'm talking about
I
like
can make it quick and painless.
I'm talking about like
God.
60 and 70, you know.
The thing is, though, the older, like, the more you grow in age, the more time, spare time you will have to actually enjoy the technology. Because right now you're using it because you kind of have to interact with certain stuff because of work or hobbies or whatever. But when you have enough time, you wouldn't have a 9 to 5. So you can, like, deal with your hobby that you had your spare time for, and then you still have time for other stuff. Like right now, after you're done with work, what do you want to do? You want to unwind, or you want to gather information about what's going on or whatnot, or listen to some music.
Or
Like,
or I want to disappear, like go lie down on a hammock, maybe go and run, bicycle, read a
you
book.
could technically do that and have a drone with like a hologram screen. Like, yo, what up?
Yeah, but I want to get away from a screen, maybe eventually. You know, I want to get.
I can break
Well,
it.
no, by
I want
hologram
to touch
screen, I
physical
mean
material.
like a drone flies up to you beeping like there's a Discord call. You either accept it or not, and a hologram of the person you're talking to, like their profile picture or something,
Yeah,
pops
you
up.
bring up a good point. Technology will change. We will probably always have the screen, so that's a different thing. Maybe
We
it'll
entered a
change
new
you.
era,
Yeah,
so
you're not gonna be glued to the chair in front of a physical screen. You're gonna have like a drone either projecting on a tree or whatnot, or not even projecting. You just have a drone that has speakers, and you can just talk with the people you want while laying in a hammock and enjoying the nature.
brain chips with ads.
Oh yeah, I completely forgot Elon Musk has those fucking brain chips.
Yeah.
Cyberpunk, doom, 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 like the meme.
MG42 instead of bullets, it's toilet paper.
This is a ability of parents to be able to take care of, not for the rest of the world to capitulate to the fact that you don't want to raise your kids. I'll keep an eye on this. I'm glad that I held off for a few days because I saw like where things were going, and I was like, well, I don't really want to jump in too quick. I kind of want to take my time and see how things evolve, get some more information, gather my thoughts on this kind of stuff. But man, I'm glad that I made the video now. Otherwise, it was just going to get away from me. Thank you guys for watching this video, by the way. I really hope that you share this. I implore that you do, because I think that everybody needs to be aware of this. Everybody needs to be discussing this. Everybody needs to be doing everything they can to be able to stop this or get in the way of it or slow it down or whatever, because we have to do something or this is going to get pretty rough. Keep in mind that these payment processors, they love money. That's the only thing that they want. The one thing they hate more than anything is bad optics, because that means that they can lose money. So the more you keep talking about it, wow, that's all we'll give them. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you guys did enjoy the video, like the video, subscribe to the channel, comment down below. Let me know what you guys think of all of this. Where do you think this is going to go? Do you think there's any hope? Do you think I'm being too idealistic? I hope that I'm not, to be honest with you. Anyway, stay loud, stay rowdy, and stay safe. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Peace.
Family.
I think it was a pretty alright video.
Family.
Yeah, it's alright, really. I didn't mind him. I don't mind this guy. I have never heard of him before, but yeah.
Me neither. This is the only video I've seen from him. Legendary
Okay.
drops. Nice video. Pretty informative.
Yeah, no, he did not make me angry. He didn't say anything that pissed me off. He gave a lot of food for thought and discussion. So yeah, I give him an upvote. I'll just give him a sub.
Mhm.
All right. On that note, it is 2:00. I have a client so I gotta drop my kids off in 4 hours, and then I gotta go see a client.
Sorry to
2
keep
hours
you up
after
so
that.
late.
No, it's fine. I've done more with lace. So I'm gonna go to bed. Take it
Alright.
easy, guys. Thank you very much for having me on.
Yeah, it was a pleasure having you
I'll
on, mate.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me.
Hope
I'll
you
take you
rest
guys
well
on.
and have a
Yeah.
nice day tomorrow.
Yeah, man. Thanks. And check you guys on the flip flop. And good luck with all you guys' endeavors, especially with your shadow looking for work.
Do you have a job for me, please?
Good luck flying to Africa, mate.
I'll clean your
Maybe.
shoes.
I'll let you. Dude, I saw someone in the mall today cleaning shoes. I was like, what? There's
Bruh,
going back to shoe cleaning? What the
what
fuck?
year is this? No, what
It's
century is
insane.
this?
I'll clean your car.
I'll suck your dick.
Shadow is gonna resort to
The
prostitution.
back door or the front door?
Take it easy, guys. Cheers.
You too, mate.
See ya.
Bye.
Boy. And that concludes episode 36. We're still going. We're still fucking fighting this bullshit. Oh, there's a light at the end of the fucking dark long tunnel. Oh. But yeah, support that fucking law that America is like pushing right now for the payment patrol from pulling support out of businesses and like goods that are legal, basically cutting their power at the root, as the video said. That law needs to pass. That's step one. Step two, get rid of the fucking surveillance on the internet. Get internet back in. Make the internet great again.
Oh my god.
Unironically, make the internet great again. Ah. There may be potentially a part 3. Hopefully it's gonna be with good news and potentially a win, a complete win over this stupid fucking like problem that everybody's facing. It's really fucking odd and quite amazing to see the entire internet, every single faction that up until now fought against each other, like arguing about stupid politics and stupid everything, we're all finally fucking united against the common fucking idiot. Oh, it's surreal. It's literally like Helldivers. But instead of fighting bugs and clankers, we're fighting the censorship of the internet.
Clank?
Hey, and worst case scenario, we just make Internet 2.0. We just make a free speech fucking separate version of the internet where all of us gooners and whatever the fuck terms out there, we can fucking enjoy our internet in peace. And all these feminist activists or whatever the fucks can keep this pile of rotting shit. The dark web will become the default web soon enough.
Good for me.
People are gonna learn how to fucking get on the dark web just to avoid all this garbage.
Hell yeah, more business for me.
But yeah, we pretty much covered everything. For those who are joining now, unfortunately, we're gonna wrap it up. But you have a 5.5 hour podcast to listen to, going pretty in depth of all the fucking problems with this situation. And there's also another podcast episode 35, that shows the start of all this mess. Support the Fight Fire with Fire. That's one way of getting all of this shit rid of. Fight against the government fucking surveillance acts and bills that they're trying to employ. it's not gonna work a lot apparently, since UK basically acting is like the UK government is pretending to be deaf. So until there possibly may be a revolution in the UK. Ooh, she will get spicy.
Hell yeah, the second one. Let's go. Part
Second
2.
one?
I was
Oh,
waiting
God.
for that. Yes.
But yeah, hope you guys enjoyed the podcast, and hopefully there will be a next one where we'll all meet again. Peace out.